in your employ with Manette Phelps, your law firm, former chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Mr. Matt. It's good to have you here.
Without even knowing it, a little boy crawled into the center of this century's most enduring American myth, perhaps the first great myth of the media age. Years and years later, he said he has no memory of this. It was, after all, just his 3rd birthday. And his mother leaned down and whispered in his ear, and he stepped out smartly, and right there became the blank for other people's dreams. Have a look. It was his mother who gave a name to those idealized years. His mother, who discovered in the midst of her grief the amoral frenzy of an emerging worldwide market for celebrity.
Come on. Don't be that type, will you? Put your arms on.
She who taught him how to behave with an unusual dignity in the face of relentless harassment, constant pursuit. From the time he was very small, they were everywhere. And mostly, he was rather good to them.
How are you? You think your mother would have felt about this outside? She would have been amused.
Was it natural good humor? Years of practice? He became, so very young, a receptacle for fantasy. What would he be? By the time the grown-up fantasies were in full bloom, he knew as well as anyone anywhere what it meant to be famous just because you're famous. And in a world that eats up celebrities, he seemed to know how to be, even as a kid, how to say things.
I think continually of those who from the womb remembered the soul's history through corridors of life.
Who else's recitation of a poem could make the national news? But whose college graduation? Was there an expectation he would stumble, reveal feet of clay? Instead, he built a business and raised money for charity.
Thank you very much.
After the famous convention appearance in 1988,
My mother passed on.
and after he announced to the world his mother's death, Americans began to imagine all kinds of futures for him, shiny ones, like Camelot. Yet somehow, according to people who knew him, he remained
Very a regular guy. Very much a regular guy. Very well liked.
and he wore the mantle lightly, with a word often noted for its absence, with elegance. So skilled at this that others in the same bright glare of celebrity looked on in wonder. One time, just before she died 2 years ago, Princess Diana told an interviewer, "I want William," Prince William, her son, "to learn to handle things as well as John does." Strange how things turn out. Tragic figures, objects of intense desire. So suddenly gone. He grew up in front of us. He could have been spoiled, could have been corrupted, could have been tainted. But he wasn't. He could have been anything. And now, we'll never know.
Not knowing how a life so full of promise would have turned out is something sadly familiar to the Kennedy family. Joe Jr. died at age 29, Kathleen at 28. President Kennedy was 46 when he was assassinated. Brother Bobby, just 42. For years, people believed, or hoped, that John F. Kennedy Jr. was immune from such tragedy. But in the end, he did not even live as long as his father. That's time and again for now. I'm Katie Couric for Jane Pauley. Thanks for joining us.
If you were to have a son, would you encourage a political career for him?
Yes, and I hope if I had a daughter, I might encourage her to play some part. I don't think this should be confined to men only, but I would definitely. I would hope he would grow up to be, if not a politician in the sense of being all of his time, I would hope that whatever he did do, that he would have some sense of responsibility for what went on.
MSNBC is a presentation of NBC News. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Day by day with President John F. Kennedy during the final days of his life. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Time and Again.
The following program is brought to you in living color.
JFK Jr., the Kennedy aides like Schlesinger and Sorensen, whose names evoke the lost era of Camelot, the boxing legend, there you see him, Muhammad Ali, who playfully sparred with John Jr. just a few weeks ago, the senators Bob Kerrey, Chris Dodd, who represented in the 1990s the political philosophy that John and Robert Kennedy lived by the 1960s, and of course the Kennedys themselves. Three usually boisterous generations of aunts and uncles, siblings and cousins who are once again united by tragedy. Senator Kennedy spoke for all of them when he asked God's blessings for John and his beautiful bride Carolyn, and concluded, "We who have loved him from the day he was born and watched the remarkable man he became, now bid him farewell." We're honored tonight to have with us two very public men who knew John and his dad. They're both former big city mayors who have left their own stamps on history. On your left, the former mayor of New York, David Dinkins. On your right, the former mayor of Boston, Raymond Flynn, also ambassador to the Vatican. They join us. Before we speak to the mayors and the rest of our wonderful panel, NBC's Ann Thompson has details on today's very moving memorial in Manhattan. Here's Ann.
Today, the only pictures of a public family's private grief. The Kennedy clan, 115 strong. The patriarch, Senator Ted Kennedy. Cousins, the Shrivers, the Smiths, and the children of Robert and Ethel Kennedy. And Sister Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg, now the only heir to a legacy called Camelot. Gathered to remember John F. Kennedy Jr. and his wife, Carolyn.
They lost the most visible link to Camelot and to his father, President Kennedy.
In the crowd, many links to John Kennedy's life. His mother's longtime companion, Maurice Templesman, and her sister, Radswill. One of his heroes, Muhammad Ali. And President Clinton, an admirer of his father and a friend to John and Carolyn, accompanied by his wife and daughter to say goodbye. Outside the stone church, security tight. Streets closed for 16 blocks. Hundreds of press, at least a block away. And police barriers hold back those who knew only the public man, many visibly saddened.
It's a historical event, and I really wanted to come and be a part of it and, witness what was going on.
You can still feel the presence and in the crowds and people pouring out the love and everything.
Across the country, a day of mourning. At the White House, the flag lowered to half-staff. In Los Angeles, diners take time out from breakfast to watch the coverage. In Dallas, at Dealey Plaza, the site of President Kennedy's assassination 35 years ago, visitors signed condolence books.
The Kennedys have brought us so much, and we will truly miss him, and we will never forget him.
And tonight in New York, the Empire State Building bathed in red, white, and blue in tribute to the three young lives lost in the crash. A profound loss for Caroline. Between brother and sister, a special bond from the start. At the Mass, she read a passage from Shakespeare's The Tempest. And Senator Ted Kennedy, his voice breaking, eulogized the man who was like a son. John was one of Jackie's two miracles, the senator said. He was still becoming the person he would be and doing it by the beat of his own drummer. He had only just begun. There was in him a great promise of things to come. Outside, friends and family, still crying, comforted each other. Remembering a couple just beginning their life together. A brief, shining moment, gone.
The Mass lasted 90 minutes. A beset family friend remembered Carolyn with a poem. After the Mass, at a reception at Convent of the Sacred Heart, Senator Kennedy employed an old Irish tradition. He organized a sing-along of Irish songs, ending with "Oh Happy Day." Tomorrow evening in Greenwich, Connecticut, one more memorial, this time a separate service for Carolyn's sister, Lauren.
Raymond Flynn served as mayor of Boston, as I said, nearly a decade he was in that job. He had 4 years as the U.S. ambassador to the Vatican. He now hosts a talk show on Catholic Family Radio. He's known the Kennedys for many, many years. Former New York City Mayor David Dinkins first got to know JFK Jr. in '93 when John actually campaigned for Mayor Dinkins in the race against Rudy Giuliani. The mayor now teaches at Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs. It hurts, doesn't it, Mr. Mayor?
It does. Let me say hello to Ray Flynn,
Go ahead.
old friend.
Hi, Mayor. How are you, my friend
I
David?
was in Boston the other day for the Davis Cup, and I looked for you.
Were you playing? I assume you won it, obviously.
Right.
When was the last time you saw JFK?
As a matter of fact, I was reflecting on that, and the last very clear recollection I have is at the U.S. Open in Flushing Meadows in Arthur Ashe Stadium last year. And in fact, we were seated almost, he was, I think, the row ahead of me, so that we could talk, we could converse.
How do you see him?
Oh, as as always. He was just a very pleasant, happy guy. He always had a smile, and as you know, you've been there. In the president's box, there are all kinds of people, and he treated everybody as the same. You know, the service personnel and the celebrities and plain ordinary folk like me. We all got treated the same.
Ambassador, you came up the hard way in Boston politics. You had to work away. No one ever gave you anything. Why is it, how is it that Irish Americans like yourself, so related to this privileged, enormously wealthy family blessed by the star, so? Cursed as well, I guess.
Yeah, well, because of the fact that the Kennedy family didn't get anything handed to them either. They had to work very, very hard. They were sons and daughters of immigrant people coming from Ireland, came to Boston, made it the hard way. They worked, get educated. But the part that I admire about them, I guess, is with all the fame and the power and the glory, they've never forgot where they came from, and they never lost their interest in fighting for social and economic justice for working-class poor people. And that was his political strength, and that was the moral leadership that they provided to our country.
Let me read just part of I've broken the eulogy down to 3 different portions. Let me read one of them right now. This is from the mouth and pen of Ted Kennedy today inside St. Thomas More Church. From the first day of his life, John seemed to belong not only to our family, but to the American family. The whole world knew his name before he did. But John was so much more than those long-ago images emblazoned in our minds. He was a boy who grew into a man with a zest for life and a love of adventure. He was a Pied Piper who brought us all along. He was blessed with a father and mother who never thought anything mattered more than their children. When they left the White House, Jackie's soft and gentle voice and unbreakable strength of spirit guided him surely and securely to the future. He had a legacy, and he learned to reassure it. He was part of a legend, and he learned to live with it. Above all, Jackie gave him a place to be himself, to grow up, to laugh and cry, to dream and strong on his own. John learned that lesson well. He had amazing grace. He accepted who he was, but he cared more about what he could and should become. Ann Coulter, your politics so at odds, I assume, with JFK Jr.'s, although he never really tipped his hand. Well, I guess he did when he campaigned for Mayor Dinkins. Why did you relate to him so, and how do you feel about the fact that he gave you the tremendous shot he did in George Magazine?
I really did admire and respect him a lot, and so much of the coverage this past week has had more to do with the Kennedy mystique or the legend, the family, and not John as an individual. And I really think what he was doing was important. People keep talking about, was he going to run for office, I think what he was doing was very important, and that is taking a lot of the acrimony out of political dialogue. For example, by having me write for him and proposing article ideas. And he was very enthusiastic about my articles, and I'm a Republican.
Are you? Aren't they too liberal for you?
But he was very good at that. He could see what a good story idea was without, I mean, consider George Magazine has made both you and me their most intriguing people in politics on different lists, different years.
Go for it.
Female, but think of that. I don't think Newsweek would do that. I don't think Time would do that.
Neither do I.
Congratulations, Geraldo.
Thank you very much, John. As the president of Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, John Davis had a unique view of JFK Jr. from the day he was born. He's written extensively about both families in books such as The Bouviers and The Kennedys, Dynasty and Disaster. Tell us the story of this young man's 3rd birthday, the very day, I believe, he saluted the nation in that unforgettable photo.
It was an amazing day. This was the day of President Kennedy's funeral and his burial. And after the burial, we all went to the White House. Jackie was greeting the heads of state of 108 countries throughout the world. And I was down there next to her when she was greeting Charles de Gaulle and Haile Selassie and the presidents of every nation on earth. And it was a very somber occasion and a very sad one. And there wasn't much laughing or smiling. It was all very, very grim And Jackie was a wonderful hostess to them, trying to make them all feel at ease. And in the midst of this incredible scene of mourning among the head of state, somebody came down and said to me, "John, come on up to the party." I said, "What party?"
We'll tell everyone.
Upstairs.
We'll tell everyone what party it is. I
Upstairs.
must quickly take a break. A
In
demand is-
the family quarters.
We'll hear the rest of the story after.
As long as there are Sunday drives in the country and holiday flights home, as long as big cities need bright lights and we never get tired of things that go fast and far and high.
Who from the womb remembered the soul's history through corridors of light, where the hours are suns and listen singing, whose lovely ambition was that their lips, still touched with fire, should tell of the spirit clothed from head to foot in song.
That's John Jr. 20 years ago at the dedication of his dad's memorial library. John Davis, son of Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, you were saying that on the day, the very day, there were 108 heads of state at the White House to attend the obviously somber, tragic funeral of President John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States. You were summoned to a party,
I was just
festive
amazed
party.
among amid this horrendous gloom. With Jackie having such dignity, expressing such dignity with these heads of state, I was called upstairs, and to my utter amazement, there was a birthday party for little John. He had turned 3 the very day of his father's funeral. And pretty soon Jackie came up and completely changed mood. She said, "Okay, let's all sing happy birthday to John, you know, happy birthday to you," and all. And then the presents were given to him, and then they brought out a cake, and he blew out all the candles. Of course, he never...
All 3.
Wonder which Sean, I think it was 4. And it broke that terrible mood of tragedy and mourning, and everyone had a wonderful time. And Jackie was just marvelous. She could make the transition from talking to Charles de Gaulle about her murdered husband to having a wonderful birthday party for little John. And I'll never forget that as long as I live.
That's a great story.
Susan Estrie, our dear colleague Ann Coulter, suggests that John took some of the venom out of the game of politics, or writing about politics, at least. Do you agree with that?
I think so. I think what he was trying to do is something really important, which is to reach out to his generation that has generally been turned off to politics, to find a way to marry the fascination with celebrity to the idea of politics, and really to find a way to use media and celebrity, his own and others, to bring in a new generation to do politics. And whether they, from my perspective, or Ann's or his own, I think it was a really important mission. I mean, there has been a lot of talk this week about what he would have done in the future, and would he have run for office, and in particular in this year of the sons, I guess, when we have the son of Al Gore Sr. and the son of George Bush, it's kind of fitting that there was a lot of talk about the son of JFK doing something in the future. I do agree with Ann that what he was trying to do, and it wasn't obviously totally successful, at least not yet, but what he was trying to do was important and deserves our respect.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you always hear these people talking about how, you know, we have to get more young people involved in this rock the vote sort of thing. And I think he really was doing it. It's an interesting magazine. It's a fun magazine, and I'm not saying that just because I'm a contributing editor.
Will it?
I hope so. I hope it survives for the sake of his legacy, because he really loved that magazine. And it really reflects him. It's in his image.
But no one ever criticized John Jr. during life.
Right.
Do you think now they'll pick on...
I think that is what's going on. I was remarking that since the media loves to report on John, but they've never criticized him. They'd criticize his girlfriends, they'd criticize his wife, and now that he's gone, they're criticizing his magazine. So there is sort of a trend here, but if you pick it up, I mean, I've noticed this. I've only been writing for it for 6 months, and okay, this isn't an enormous polling sample, but a lot of my friends and family members have picked it up only to read my articles. And they've all called me...
Of course.
But the point is, they've all called me surprised and said, you know, this is actually a really great magazine. None of them expected it to be, because it's very clever and interesting. It isn't just People magazine or just a celebrity magazine, but it does present politics in a fun, interesting way.
Ann Coulter in a way you've never seen her before. Armed and saying she wants everyone to be armed. You gonna see that?
And this is...
She wants everyone to have a gun just like hers, because then she'll truly feel safe. I want to ask Mayor Dinkins to make a citizen's arrest.
But think of that. This is an article promoting the virtues of guns. He was particularly...
Well, let's not go too far.
Pardon?
I said, let's not go too far on promoting the virtues of guns in this family.
By a Democrat, and, you know, an uber Democrat, the coolest Democrat in the country, and he's like, he writes for him. Think of that.
I want Father Jim Maroney. We just met him yesterday, but he's a wonderful man, so articulate, from the National Conference of Catholic Bishops, and
thanks,
and Ray Flickis, you're kind of an ambassador to the Vatican. You must have some pretty good Catholic credentials. I want both you fellows, if you would, as soon as we come back from this break, to explain the service that went on today, put it in some context, you know, beginning with the sea burial and then ending with today's memorial. But I must take another quick break. If I may, American Tragedy and American Tragedy continues.
CNBC's expanded business center connects you with the world's most powerful players.
We're going to make America dead in 15 years.
Some things are going to stay just the same at Treasury.
I know how to keep the prosperity going, too.
And the biggest names in business.
It could be that when it comes to a public company, I'm not such an asset. I don't know.
Lots more fireworks, though, for the Dow and the NASDAQ.
CNBC's expanded business center with Ron Insana and Sue Herrera. The final word on Wall Street. Weeknights at 6:30.
The best is yet to come.
Joe and Phil both know an important call can come at any time. Because he's a courteous guy, Joe's turning his cell phone off. Phil's leaving his on, which isn't going to win him any popularity contest. But Joe has SkyTel, so even when he turns his cell phone off, a SkyTel operator converts the caller's message to text and sends it right to his pager. So while Joe is looking at the movie, Phil is looking for the exit. SkyTel puts you in control. Can your pager do that?
Style. It hit me the minute I walked in. It oozed from the upholstery. It dripped from the chandeliers. Yeah, the air was thinner up there on the avenue. This dame was platinum all the way.
Sheer glamour in a seductively priced new collection.
Make yourself at home, she said. So I did.
Avenue from Ethan Allen. There's a sale on now.
They're twice as bright as halogen lights. They illuminate 70% more area for greater visibility and safety. In short, they're the closest thing to daylight since daylight. Revolutionary, new xenon lighting technology. One of the dozens of bright new items on the Infiniti Q45.
Used to be, if I want something done right, I called me. It worked. Until I tried to quit smoking. I needed more than me. I got Nicorette. Nicorette helped me two ways. I used it on a regular schedule to help prevent my cravings, and for unexpected cravings, I was ready with an extra piece. I used to be a slave to cigarettes. Nicorette helped me hang on, helped me win. Now that I'm nicotine-free, I gotta tell you, it feels good to win.
Now, Nicorette is available in mint. What a refreshing choice. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
A live shot outside John and Carolyn's apartment down in Tribeca in Lower Manhattan. The crowds have been endless, a spontaneous outpouring of affection. People going to that impromptu shrine. It reminds me so much of the fence in Oklahoma City. There they are in their hundreds and their thousands around the block. Let me, on this picture, I'll begin reading the next portion of the eulogy that Senator Kennedy delivered today. For 1,000 days, he was a husband who adored the wife who became his perfect soulmate. John's father taught us all to reach for the moon and stars. John did that in all he did, and he found his shining star when he married Carolyn Bessette. We dared to think, that other Irish phrase, that this John Kennedy would live to comb gray hair with his beloved Carolyn by his side. But like his father, he had every gift but length of years. We who have loved him from the day he was born and watched the remarkable man he became now bid farewell. God bless you, John and Carolyn. We love you, and we always will. Not only that breaks my heart.
Breaks mine as well. You know what it makes me think back to, Geraldo, is years ago, I think I was about 12 years old, and I was on vacation down the Cape with my parents, and I can remember so clearly that there I was with my parents and my sister, and we went to Mass at that time with President Kennedy and Jackie Kennedy and their children, John and Carolyn. And from that day, I've always related to them so much. But you know, the level on which I relate to them, as one might expect, the level in which I relate to them, I think of Mayor Flynn a couple of moments ago, talking about that great Irish heritage of hard work and of love for justice. But there's that great Irish heritage of faith, too. Faith in Christ and faith in the church that lives on. Today, a little bit later on in the eulogy, Senator Kennedy quoted from that wonderful poem that the Irish ambassador had read to President and Mrs. Kennedy upon John's birth. And the last two short lines are, "And at the end of all his loving and love, may the man above, God, give this child a crown." That poem reminds us, it frames today, that it's not just about John Kennedy, but it's about the God who gave us someone like John Kennedy. It's a great blessing as well as a great pain today, isn't it?
It is. Mr. Ambassador, surprised by the fact that he was put to rest, I guess you'd say, at sea, in a sea burial. I long for a place to go and say bye to him, in a sense.
Well, the family was so identified, of course, at sea. Not only the president being a war hero, PT-109, but the whole family right through, right down to the great-grandchildren have been connected with the sea in some capacity. I just wanted to touch, Geraldo, on what Father said. I think that I'm not talking about as an ambassador now or a mayor. I'm talking about as a Catholic. I was very proud of the way that Kennedy handled this service here today and the way that this whole thing has been conducted. I think it's been in a very dignified way, and I think the Kennedys look good. I think the media looks good, and the various federal agencies. I think they all brought credit to our country.
But so too does the church. I agree with you. You see the elegance and the wonderful openness of the Catholic Church in all this. I've got to take a quick break. A wonderful panel. We continue in American Tragedy right after.
There are a whole lot of cereals that don't have a whole lot of whole grain. Of these leading cereals, only one is made with 100% whole grain, only Wheaties. So only Wheaties gives you 100% whole grain nutrition. Maybe that's why only Wheaties has Tiger Woods.
Whole grain makes the difference.
And 100% whole grain makes it Wheaties. Backache? Don't risk a stomach ache, too. Get aspirin-free, maximum-strength Backaid pills. Backaid, America's aspirin-free backache relief.
Monday on CNBC Squawk Box.
Our guest host, Liam Dalton of Axiom Capital Management. Haven't seen him in a while. And we'll talk to the CEO of Quantum, which is making the move to the big board.
It's Monday on CNBC Squawk Box at 7 a.m. Eastern.
I'll speak with Massachusetts Senator John Kerry. He was at the memorial service for John Kennedy Jr. Plus, a New York columnist charges Hillary with political grandstanding.
Play Hardball Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern at CNBC.
The car. The TV, you. You in the car from TV. It could happen. FMTV and Cox Communications Road Rules Drive at Home 99. This year it's hotter than ever. Scorching. We're giving away a brand new loaded Firebird convertible. All you have to do is register for your chance to qualify. On August 28th, someone from the metro area will drive it home. It's MTV Road Rules Drive at Home 99, the hottest giveaway this summer.
Register to win at Funplex, 72nd and Q.
You'll find today's biggest movies and hottest original series on the Cox Premium Channels. Two Crime Stoppers must block an evil genius from controlling the weather in The Avengers on HBO. Bridget Fonda and Kiefer Sutherland get entangled in a web of lies and murder in The Breakup on Cinemax. Sherilyn Fenn is a fallen soap star in the comedy series Rude Awakening, Saturday nights on Showtime. For an exceptional value and great entertainment, enjoy the Cox Premium Channels today.
We loved him as a brother, and as a father, and as a son. From his parents and from his older brothers and sisters, Joe and Kathleen and Jack, he received an inspiration which he passed on to all of us. He gave us strength in time of trouble, wisdom in time of uncertainty, and sharing in time of happiness. He will always be by our side.
Susan Estridge, do you ever think that one man is called on to do so many eulogies for so many loved ones and to stand before the nation, the world, and his surviving relatives, and yet again, in heartbreaking fashion, that of course is when he is eulogizing his brother Bobby, but, you know, three of his brothers, nephews, just so much.
How much can a man do? I have to tell you, Geraldo, I do agree with the father and with Mayor Flynn that the message of this week of both faith and family, I think, came through very strongly. I think the Kennedy family has, in a way, showed us how to live, but more important, perhaps, in a week like this, they've shown us how to bury your dead, how to say goodbye, how to mourn and go on with life. And I'd like to think that, you know, the senator who I feel such enormous affection for will go on in the next weeks and months to go back to the U.S. Senate, to go back to fighting for health care. It was just a couple of weeks ago, I think, that we were seeing all the clips of him from the Patient Bill of Rights up there fighting the good fight. The other piece of the Kennedy legend still out there fighting for the disadvantaged and to help people. And, you know, when we get past this week, I hope that message endures as well.
John Davis, John Jr., one shy of Uncle Ted, buried a lot of his relatives as well. When his mom died, I wonder if you know what effect that had on him in terms of his public persona.
Well, strangely enough, and I hope you won't misinterpret this, he was terribly close to his mother and was very devastated by death from cancer. But it also liberated him to a certain extent because his mother controlled his life right down to the last detail and made him go to law school and made him become a lawyer and got him that job with the district attorney downtown in Morgantown. Discouraged him from being an actor. He wanted to be an actor. And he did an off-Broadway play and his mother wouldn't even go to it. So he did feel, I sense that he did feel a kind of liberation, in a sense, from his mother's authority and his mother's control. I don't think his mother would have liked to see him start George magazine. She would much preferred him to be in a much more serious activity, either as a lawyer or running for public office. So he felt a bit of, he felt regret and sadness, of course, but he felt a little bit of liberation, too. She was a tough mother.
How did you feel, Mayor? You were the mayor. You weren't a candidate. You were a candidate for re-election, but you were the mayor when John Jr. campaigned alongside you. But how did you feel when all eyes were on your supporter rather than you, the candidate?
Well, I loved it because he was there for me. So the reaction was what we anticipated it would be. Kenny Sunshine, who was a mutual friend, had asked John to do it, and I was very pleasantly surprised when he agreed to do it.
I'm told he had never done anything like that. Maybe not since.
I can't remember him actually.
He was actually
out on the
out in
Hudson.
the street. You know, you should have seen him in and out of Z-bars, and he was fantastic. And the men and women, they just loved him. So it gave our campaign a boost.
Would you have feared him as a candidate?
No, I would have voted for him.
Why?
Right.
No, I really think he was changing politics in such an important way. And having been at the receiving end of the politics of personal destruction, I really do appreciate what he was doing. I mean, I suppose now, because I was fond of him, I appreciate hearing some of these family stories. But really, you know, when the news first came, I really appreciated him for his individuality, apart from the entire family name and legacy.
Yeah, when you think about it, just think about it. You, me, Mike Barnwell, who is disgraced as a columnist for the Boston Globe, David Brock, who was once right and then became left and then became, you know, a pariah to all. The people that he brought to that magazine to celebrate and give a break to were the kind of the, I don't want to say the orphans, I don't want to overdo it, but certainly we were... it was like he went to the ASPCA and picked up all these strays, you know, just, that kind of...
Well, that's especially striking that he was picking up a Republican and not, you know,
a Republican stray. Oh, no.
Voice of Republicanism.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. You know, it's, what time is it? It's almost exactly a week, it is exactly a week ago, isn't it? It's 9:35 or so Eastern time, Friday night.
Yep.
Exactly a week ago is when that plane disappeared, and, you know, a few minutes shy of exactly a week, that plane disappeared off the radar screens off Martha's Vineyard. You know, a half hour after this, just as this program goes off the air, was when that still unidentified couple waiting for Lauren Bissett, who dropped off at Martha's Vineyard Airport. They urged someone there to call the FAA. That call, of course, went unheeded. Not that it would have made any difference. The coroner now reporting that they died instantly. But yet here it is. It's can you imagine all of this emotion? And scarcely a week has gone by. Our Jane Wells joins us right now from Otis National Guard Air Base on Martha's Vineyard. Not on Martha's Vineyard, Cape Cod, for the with the latest on the investigation. What do we know? Jane, bring us up to date, please.
Well, Geraldo, as you know, there's still so much left to be done in this investigation. We do not know yet if the truck carrying the plane wreckage has left the base in Rhode Island yet. They are shining bright lights on the cameras, so we cannot see what's going on. But at some point tonight, that truck is going to arrive here and go into a hangar, and finally investigators will get their first look at the airplane.
The USS Grasp coming to shore this evening to deposit all that's left of John F. Kennedy Jr.'s Piper Saratoga, the wreckage of a plane which disappeared 1 week ago tonight. Whatever was salvaged is being taken to a hangar at Otis Air National Guard Base, where investigators will begin their analysis. Sources tell NBC News the main part of the fuselage was found upside down on the ocean floor. The engine and propeller off, part of the left wing missing, along with the entire right wing and tail. Here's what we know. Last Friday night, the plane was making a normal descent into Martha's Vineyard when suddenly, around 9:40 p.m., it made a right turn away from the island and began a steep descent at a speed several times faster than normal. We also know all 3 people on board died instantly on impact. They did not drown. Here's what we don't know. Was the pilot disoriented? Was the plane malfunctioning? It's too soon for investigators to even rule out the unlikely possibility of sabotage. Answering those questions will take months, but the work in the water is over. Hyannisport is returning to something close to normal. The media, with reporters from all over the world swarming the Kennedy neighborhood, are packing up and leaving. Martha's Vineyard is no longer a place where people come to watch and search, but again a place to come and appreciate the beauty of the sea. Now the locals try to make sense of another week where the most famous family in town has gathered to mourn a horrific loss.
This young man was just a terrific person. He wasn't affected in any way, you know what I mean? And that's unusual to be brought up in his kind of a society and be so down to earth.
One place remains crowded, the Kennedy Museum on Main Street in Hyannis. Usually 400 people a day visit during the summer. The crowds this week have been 4 times that size, coming to remember now both the father and the son in photographs like this one taken at the Otis Air Force Base, the same place where tonight the wreckage of young Kennedy's plane will arrive and where investigators will try to determine why he died.
The wreckage will be taken to a securely guarded hangar here. The investigation will be done here. If certain parts of the wreckage need special testing, they will be sent out to those labs. And in as long as 6 to 9 months, we will finally get a report. It should have a probable cause. And Geraldo, we are coming up on it. The last radar reading last Friday night, 1 week ago, was at 9:40 and 29 seconds Eastern Time, and the plane at that point was at 1,100 feet.
Oh, brother, mark my words. You heard it here first. Jerry Nachman brought it up yesterday. Now, when, Jane, you're telling us that they're shining bright lights so we can't see that wreckage, I swear to God, by Monday, Tuesday, next week, there are going to be 4,000 conspiracy theories about what really happened to JFK Jr.'s aircraft. It's going to range from, I mean, I lived through the whole Warren Commission report. I see how paranoia is fed by disinformation and the lack of information. It may be with all the best intentions, but this secrecy and this keeping the media away will only drag this story on much beyond its righteous shelf life. They should be allowed to rest in peace, but the discretion shown will have exactly the opposite of the intended effect, I believe. Jane Wells, thank you very much. You've had a long day. Let me take a break here. We'll continue this discussion and our wonderful panel, including 2 former mayors and a wonderful padre. We're going to make him the official padre of the program, I think, Father Maroney. And John Davis, the cousin of Jackie, and of course Susan and Ann Coulter, 2 of the sharpest political minds in the country. Be right back.
Monday on Power Lunch.
We'll talk with the head of day trading broker-dealer Trend Trader. Plus, you asked for it, the CEO of high-speed motor maker Com21.
Power Lunch, Monday at noon on CNBC. Profit.
Many unseen and unforgettable pictures from his time in the White House through his adult years, a young life that ended too soon. Robert Sullivan is Life's assistant managing editor. Bob, good morning. Nice to see you.
Nice to be with you.
Why did you all decide to put together this special edition?
Well, when we heard it happened, of course, the first thing we thought about was how much stuff that we had in our archives, and also there are people still on staff at Life who knew all these photographers from the Camelot era, who took some of the memorable photographs and so many other pictures that hadn't been seen. And so we knew about these connections and also what we had ourselves, and we determined we just, you know, these were pictures people wanted to see.
Were you surprised? I mean, as I leafed through the magazine, I thought there were hundreds and hundreds of photographs taken of this family.
There were, and for every iconic image that we remember, you know, the one in the desk or you know, the salute on the cover, there were dozens or scores of others taken by the same photographers that hadn't been seen. They were in boxes, they were in the attic. Captain Stoughton threw a bunch in a box and mailed it up to Bobby Burrows, and she was pouring through it, and we were frankly amazed how much stuff we hadn't seen.
Was it hard to select the photos?
Well, sure, it was. I mean, it was, you know, we, you know, spread them all out, and we're looking through, you know, 10 frames of similar situations, and to pick the best ones, the most surprising ones, also to get the iconic images that we remember into the issue. It was an interesting week.
Also to pick photos that really were illustrative of much more than the picture itself. This first one, for example, of Caroline and her baby brother, I think shows, that's a fairly famous one, that there was never a lot of sibling rivalry between these two.
Yeah, we tried to be conscious throughout the book in choosing ones that reflected personality, that really captured what we determined, you know, was the essence of his personality, the family personality. This speaks, you know, to love between the brother and sister. I mean, they never had a bad day together, really. I mean, they were so close their whole lives.
Well, as far as we know.
As far as we know, they might have had bad days, but they never, you know, they certainly never had a split, a rift, or anything like that. And they were very serious as a team. Here they are again as a team.
Not looking so serious, right?
No, no. Yeah, of preserving the legacy of their dad. And
why did you all select this one?
Well, this one. Again, speaks to the two of them, but also, John, this was actually at his first birthday. We got an exclusive look inside the nursery that Mark Shaw was allowed in. He was a photographer that Jackie very much liked. And so she allowed him in, and this speaks not only about the two of them, but John's love, even as a toddler, of dancing. I mean, he was always bouncing around and loved to dance, and that was in response to his dad, who loved to see him dance. Nothing gave him more pleasure than seeing the kid, you know, hop about the room, and he'd encourage him to do this at all times. The sad note on that is after his dad was killed, there were reports, you know, from family friends and so forth that you know, John would come dancing into a room because, you know, I mean, he did remember how much pleasure it had given his dad, and he wanted to give, you know, he wanted to brighten the day that way.
There's another photograph of Jackie holding John on the diving board that you all included in the issue as well.
Right.
Tell us about that.
Well, that's at Palm Beach, and the thing about Jackie is she always looks so beautiful, and she's always so serene.
She never took a bad picture,
No,
did
she never took a bad picture, but a reason for choosing this one was because there was a little bit of silliness here. A lot of other photos from that take, you know, get an awful lot of play, and she always looks so serene and beautiful and relatively contemplative. But here they're goofing around, and although it was Jack, the president, who had more silly moments with John, you know, Jackie certainly had a few.
There's a photo in here of John steering the boat up in Hyannisport.
Right.
I love that one.
Yeah, it's
so cute.
It's sad to remember, of course, that they only had 3 summers together as a family up there. This is from the last summer in Hyannisport, and you know, certainly, I mean, at that point, the family just looked so, you know, gorgeous, glamorous, and strong. It looked like it would never end. This is from the summer of '62. The previous summer, that's also Hyannisport. Out on the porch there, it's a lovely family portrait.
That is such a pretty picture, too. I mean, as I said, they're all so beautiful. I spent so much time last night just staring at them and reading the copy or the quotes that you all held next to them. I thought you did an excellent job. There's a photo of John with a British hat.
It's actually a little bit of subsequent research. It's a Scottish headdress, and this is about Halloween of '63. We're not sure if he's trying out costumes here or just goofing around, but
that's such a cute picture too.
Yeah, and the poignancy, of course, that comes in to this shot is that's at the White House with Jackie, and only a month later the president would be killed, and a week after that they'd move out of the White House.
A little bit later, actually. Much later, he's playing with a rabbit, and this is a cute story about Hickory Hill, Robert and Ethel Kennedy's house in McLean that basically was a zoo.
It was a zoo. It was a zoo, and it's responsible for that is Bobby Jr. Whenever you see a Kennedy with an animal of any sort, you can assume it's Hickory Hill, and you can assume Bobby Jr. is responsible. He had reptiles, poisonous things, and his dad blew out a wing of the house to contain the menagerie as much as it could be contained.
This next picture is of John Jr. Water skiing, which I'm sure that hearts palpitate all over the country.
Well, that was that was from the most eligible era, and it's interesting. I mean, in that era, we run some of those shots, and this actually, talking about this one, that is not a cigarette. Even when he's looking tough, he has that wholesome sign. Yeah, he's sucking on a sweet there.
And there's a moving photograph of John with Caroline and Ed Schlossberg at their mother's funeral.
Right, and you know, there was a turn at that point in time. John got very serious about life with his mother's death. He founded his magazine. You know, he married. She certainly would have been proud of him the last couple of years.
That's right, the final photograph of his wife and their beloved dog, Friday, walking down the street.
Yeah, that's actually, well, this is actually in Central Park.
I'm
and
sorry.
This is just when they, in a paparazzi sense, came out in public. I mean, they appeared together in Central Park, and this was John's new girlfriend.
And there's
94,
the photograph I was describing.
And this is down in Tribeca.
Still unclear what happened to the dog.
I don't know. I don't know what happened to the dog. I don't think the dog was in the plane.
All right. Well, Bob Sullivan, people can see these and many more beautiful pictures in the special edition of Life magazine. Thanks very much for coming by.
Nice to have been with you.
Ann?
Katie, thank you. A couple of quick notes before we go. You can follow all the day's news on MSNBC on cable and MSNBC.com on the internet. Matt is back tomorrow. And this Friday, Barry White, come on, baby, baby, is going to be live in concert out on the plaza. So start making your plans.
The comment he made was, I'm still alive. Don't they do movies when people die?
The chilling conversation revealed for the first time. These parking placards are reserved for the handicapped, right? Wrong.
What kind of disability? Works. It was done by a man named Roosevelt Gist, who captured the essence of John Kennedy Jr. for the very last time. Scott Rappaport has the story from Manhattan, the scene of today's memorial for John and Carolyn. Scott?
Maureen, near St. Thomas More Church in Manhattan, it was a day of wrenching emotion, filled with powerful images. John's sister Caroline arriving, along with his uncle Ted Kennedy, and cousin Maria Shriver with husband Arnold Schwarzenegger. The President and Mrs. Clinton were at the memorial. Even boxing great Muhammad Ali came to pay his respects. But one man had a special interest in today's service. He shot the videotaped interview that could become a national treasure.
And what happened to your foot here? You're in a cast this evening.
Yeah, I'm in a cast.
You've just heard what might be the last recorded words of John Kennedy Jr.
I broke my ankle. I was playing sports.
They were taped by this man, Roosevelt Gist, of the Real Auto Network on Web TV Network.
I sat down with him, and we talked. Very polite. The type of person that you wouldn't know he had celebrity status if you hadn't seen his pictures plastered all over the place.
Gist made this video June 15th in Landover, Maryland. It shows Kennedy hobbling to a podium with his broken ankle at a fundraiser for a celebrity race sponsored by Kennedy's George magazine and BMW. Right after Kennedy's speech, he sat down with Gist, who asked him about the injury from a hang gliding accident that would keep him from driving a BMW in that night's celebrity race.
I'm laid up for a couple weeks.
So I guess we won't see you racing around the course tonight in a 328, will we?
No, I asked them if they have any automatics, but, well, maybe I will. Who knows, you know?
Gist also captured Kennedy joking with baseball great Hank Aaron and former New York Senator Alphonse D'Amato, who's a guest columnist for George magazine. But even though Kennedy was surrounded by big names, he still made time for this internet entrepreneur with a home video camera.
There are probably millions of people who would kill to be able to sit down and have a couple minutes with him.
Minutes of Kennedy's life that was tragically cut short. As Gist watched the painful search for Kennedy's lost aircraft, he says his interview with John was the farthest thing from his mind.
I didn't really think that they weren't going to find him safe. So to me, I was more interested in whether or not they were going to, you know, locate the plane and locate he and the passengers. It wasn't until maybe later in the day or afterwards that I realized that I had an interview.
An interview in which Kennedy expresses the dream of his magazine, George, using politics for a greater good. Money from the fundraiser the night this interview was done went to breast cancer research.
You know, we were searching of ways in order to try to bring politics to life in a kind of an inventive way, and sort of to exploit the institutional rivalries between politicians and the press.
Gist was struck not only by the cause, but also by Kennedy's gentlemanly nature.
Well, thanks for taking the time.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And as Gist looks at images of the interview and the Kennedys at today's memorial, he, like the rest of America, can barely hold back the tears.
Kennedy touched so many people. Just days before his death, John reportedly had a phone conversation with a television producer. That man tells Extra he was talking to John about making a movie of Kennedy's life. Gina Silva has the Extra exclusive.
He was lovely. I really felt that he had a chance to pick up where his father left off.
Hollywood producer Larry Garrison says he spoke to John just days before his ill-fated flight to propose doing a television miniseries about John's life through his own eyes. John's response? A light-hearted aside on Tuesday became eerily prophetic by Saturday morning.
The comment he made was, I'm still alive. Don't they do movies when people die?
Haunting words, foreshadowing the death of a man whose passing has broken the heart of a nation. Garrison says John seemed open to doing the miniseries, had even agreed to talk more face-to-face, but it wasn't to be. Now, Garrison says he'll only continue with the project if the family approves.
Why do you think he was interested in pursuing this movie?
He wanted to inspire the youth of today, the next generation.
And it seems John wanted to keep his peers involved in politics. Extras learned he was close to signing a deal with Studios USA to appear on air in a syndicated news magazine version of George. We've also learned that he and businessman Keith Stein discussed using the George brand name to branch out into radio and the internet. And now, even in death, John may still end up in the movie.
I mean, here's a young man born into a movie and really lived a movie.
Hollywood producer Larry Thompson says he's pitching a movie of the week to the networks, and he's sure there are at least 40 or 50 other Hollywood producers preparing to do the same. That's why he'll take a different angle.
I believe that John Kennedy Jr.'s death is a very powerful and very sad story, but really the last act of an even bigger story, which is the end of Camelot.
Thompson says high-profile tragedies spark a race against the clock. He made And the Beat Goes On, the Sonny and Cher story for ABC 1 year after Sonny's death.
Action!
The first movie about Princess Diana, Diana and Dodie, also took a year to bring to the screen. We contacted ABC and CBS. They say they haven't received movie pitches yet, but expect them once the funerals are over.
You could call this crass, or you could call it filling a need.
Publishers Weekly reporter Judy Quinn says right now there's a hunger for all things JFK Jr. 3 long-forgotten biographies of JFK Jr. have already been reissued and now are bestsellers. And 2 new JFK Jr. biographies are being shopped right now. So distasteful or not, our endless fascination with the Kennedy family saga will continue to make money for authors and movie makers, eager to satisfy our desire for drama.
John Jr. often made time for those of us in the media, including Extra. Later, we'll have a special final tribute. He's joking, generous, insightful. It is John Kennedy Jr. in his own words. Now to the inspirational story of a family beating the odds to be together again. Bobby Garrison has been fighting to see her daughter Nina for years, but the girl has been trapped in another country. Now a dying wish has finally brought Bobby's child home. Suzanne Rico explains.
How many more minutes? Wait.
But kept his sense of humor. Still ahead, Extra's special tribute. John Kennedy Jr. in his own words. On the next Extra, he hit a hole-in-one.
There is no question this has been an emotional week, from the first hours of the frantic search to the tearful memorial services. We've heard from his friends, his family, and many of the strangers who loved him. Now, a look back on John Kennedy Jr. in his words. Phil Schuman joins us from Hyannis with this tribute. Phil?
Maureen, this is the JFK Memorial in Hyannis, not far from the family compound. But as you can see from the flowers and the people here today, it's been transformed into a memorial for JFK Jr. as well. America, of course, has long had a love affair with the president's son, and we here at Extra have our own special memories. This is how we remember John.
You know, it's the high season for politics, so
Yes, no.
anything may go.
In our 5 years on the air, JFK Jr. graciously spoke with Extra many times, using his sense of humor to cope with the insatiable media.
In a moment of anger, my father once said that all businessmen are SOBs, and I have to admit that more than once during this undertaking, I couldn't have agreed with him more. I don't think that I've seen as many of you in one place since they announced the results of my first bar exam.
He took the time to talk with us at work, at play, and even on the streets of New York. In May, he gave us his impressions of troubled boxer Mike Tyson.
I think that he's on his way, I believe, back to a good period in his life.
If he resented the intrusion, he never showed it. John didn't shy away from cameras or controversial figures for his magazine.
He's an enormously popular media figure, and he fits well on our cover, so I think we'll do well.
Born into wealth and privilege, John chose to live a normal life, taking the subway, riding his bike, playing football in Central Park, making John and Carolyn's last words to Extra in May a fitting farewell.
How do you define being generous?
Well, you're all here tonight in the rain.
that question. Yeah, how do you define it? Tell us.
I'm generous to my wife.
John, we all thank you for your generosity and for being an inspiration to so many.
They looked so happy together. It was such a loss. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hey, what do you think, boxers or briefs?
Oh, boxers. Oh, briefs. 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 Bikinis. Bikinis. Boxers. Look, no, I'm
The world watched as he said goodbye to his father. Then we shared his grief when he paid his final respects to his mom, Jackie. Now America says farewell forever to John F. Kennedy Jr. and his wife, Carolyn. Inside Edition takes you to the memorial with the sole survivor of Camelot, Caroline Kennedy. How will she carry on her family's legacy? And how does a friend say goodbye to John?
I was always keeping up with John and what he was doing. Very proud of him. I thought he was doing a very good job of his life.
JFK Jr., the final salute. Now, Inside Edition with Deborah Norville.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for joining us. It was 1 week ago that John Kennedy's Piper airplane disappeared, and we begin today with some late-breaking developments in that ongoing story. Stacey Sweet joins us now from the newsroom. Stacey? Deborah, on the day after a burial at sea for John Kennedy, his wife Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, and her sister Lauren Bessette, the Kennedy family and their friends turned to the consolation of the church for a final farewell. Steve Gendel reports.
As they have done so many times before, today the Kennedy family has come together in sorrow, honoring John and Carolyn at a memorial service at St. Thomas More Church in Manhattan. John's sister Caroline was seen leaving her New York home with her family. And at the church, other family members arrived, including Maria Shriver and Arnold Schwarzenegger, Senator Ted Kennedy, and friends, Diane Sawyer and Muhammad Ali among them, as well as Carolyn Bessette's father, who had long been estranged from the family. Although police kept the crowds away from the front of the church, many people whose lives were touched by John and Carolyn felt a need to get as close as possible to say goodbye in their own way. Mara Carrington met John and Carolyn at another tragic Kennedy event, the funeral of Michael Kennedy 2 years ago. She told the couple she would paint a picture of Carolyn and send it to them. Today she brought her finished painting to the memorial.
She was like an angel.
Terry Perez will also forever cherish her personal memories of seeing John around New York.
It's very painful, you know, to lose such a great person.
Some were too emotional to even speak. Tight security was necessary because President Clinton and First Lady Hillary were attending to show their support, as they did 5 years ago at the funeral for Jackie Kennedy Onassis. Chelsea Clinton also joined her parents. Kennedy insiders say John had spent many hours talking to Chelsea about life in the White House, and she cherished their friendship. While the Kennedys kept the service private, we do know that the same priest who married John and Carolyn conducted the service, and there was an emotional 10-minute eulogy from Uncle Ted, after which he hugged Caroline. Today's memorial and yesterday's burial at sea symbolized closure for many who knew John.
I was always keeping up with John and what he was doing. Very proud of him. I thought he was doing a very good job of his life.
John Kennedy Jr.'s very private memorial is a sharp contrast to how the nation said goodbye to his father, orchestrated by Jackie Kennedy. The 1963 funeral of John Sr. was a public event. In 1968, the nation again mourned with a funeral of Robert Kennedy, eulogized by younger brother Ted.
As he said many times, some men see things as they are and say why. I dream things that never were and say why not.
But in 1994, the Kennedys wanted privacy when Jackie died of cancer. No cameras were allowed inside the Manhattan church, but the Kennedys did allow the sound to be piped out to the streets, and we all heard John tenderly remembering his mom.
They were the bonds of home and family and his spirit of adventure.
And the year after his mother died, the family matriarch, Rose Kennedy, passed away at 104. It was grandson John who recited her favorite saying.
I have fought the good fight. I have finished the course. I have kept the faith.
The late Robert Kennedy used to tell his kids that Kennedys don't cry. They keep the faith and move on.
I hope that Caroline Kennedy will remain private and will forget the nation
and the Kennedy image, because that's the engine of these tragedies.
Strength is something the Kennedys and so many will need, as all of America says a final goodbye to John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr.
Still to come on Inside Edition. A beautiful woman collapses in hysterics. Her high roller boyfriend is dead, and look what he left behind. Silver bars buried in an underground...
Julia Roberts and her boyfriend celebrate their big Emmy news with E.T. You can root for each other equally. What the two nominees told us at the premiere that brought out Richard Gere and his pregnant girlfriend. We have the scoop on Ricky Martin's new CBS special. And is Ellen headed back to prime time?
We have more news tonight about John F. Kennedy Jr.'s fatal crash. What Newsweek is reporting about the inaccurate weather forecast John may have received before takeoff. And the new rumors that John's magazine, George, may not survive till the end of the year. Is Pierce Brosnan finished with Bond?
There were some stories out about Bond.
Reports said he was...
Coming up, the Newsweek story that questions the weather report that John received. And we get to the bottom of the rumors about his George magazine. How Eddie Murphy made it across...
321. Calls over 10 minutes are only 8 cents a minute. All day, every day. So to get 8 cents a minute on calls over 10 minutes, dial 1010.
Murphy's Set Secrets. In tonight's about JFK Jr., we look back at Arnold and Maria, Caroline and Edwin, and Carolyn and John in happier times. Next.
On E.T., Tom Hanks, Rita clues into what caused John F. Kennedy Jr.'s plane to crash. And now there are reports that John Jr. may have gotten bad information about the weather. The truth is, we may never know what caused the crash that killed John, Carolyn, and Lauren. But Newsweek's reconstruction of their final hours indicates they were doomed by a combination of poor timing, iffy judgment, and bad luck, possibly including an inaccurate weather forecast. Newsweek says federal investigators are looking into the possibility that Kennedy was given bad weather information by the FAA and Weather Bureau. The report says Kennedy may have been told that the visibility at his destination was 8 miles, adequate for his experience.
Being a pilot, knowing John, I still get angry.
Actor Christopher McDonald, who will be starring in the upcoming CBS series Family Law, has been a pilot and Kennedy acquaintance for years. He told us John still had options.
They left too late, and he didn't have it. He had a very, very high-performance airplane for a man with such a low time, and you know, there are decisions. What you do is you turn around and come back, or you know, and I've been angry about it because, you know, here's a man who has all this wherewithal. I mean, get yourself a co-pilot.
The Kennedy clan has always been a pillar of strength in tragedy, and they've been at each other's side for the happier times like the weddings. For John and Carolyn, it was a secret ceremony nearly 3 years ago at the elegant Grayfield Inn on Cumberland Island off Georgia.
How was the wedding?
Matron of honor was Caroline, while 40 guests sat in the small chapel's 8 wooden pews. One lasting image is that of John sweetly kissing the hand of the woman whom he toasted for having made him the happiest man alive. 10 years earlier, John served as best man when Sister Caroline wed Manhattan artist Edwin Schlossberg. And not long after, Senator Ted Kennedy gave away the bride, Jacqueline Onassis reportedly wept. That same year, 38-year-old Arnold Schwarzenegger married Kennedy cousin Maria Shriver. 450 guests were in attendance, including Jackie and John Jr., and Maria's fellow journalists, Diane Sawyer, Barbara Walters, Tom Brokaw, and Oprah Winfrey waved as they entered the Hyannisport Chapel. The proud groom told E.T. in 1986 that he continued work on his film Predator until the day before walking down the aisle.
I just left the film for a week for the wedding and for the honeymoon, and now I'm back again working, and Maria's back in New York working. But the idea of it is that we get an apartment eventually in New York.
But it was a royal spectacle, September 12, 1953, when John Kennedy and Jacqueline Bouvier said "I do" before a crowd of 3,000 in Newport, Rhode Island. Well, John F. Kennedy Jr.'s magazine may be in trouble without him. The Washington Post reports that staffers at George have been told to prepare only the next 2 issues. But a spokeswoman for the magazine told ET there is no truth to that story. And tomorrow on Entertainment Tonight, Touched by an Angel's Roma Downey and the time she played Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis. And we will be right back as Richard Gere's stardom gets set in stone.
Which actress was voted most likely to brighten up your day?
Luncheon. It was a peculiar hall. It was about 3 or 4 stories high on the inside, and there were birds that were loose in it, parakeets or something for decoration. And when I went in that hall, I thought, oh my God, these birds, you know, they're going to mess all over my food and all these people here. There were people that had radios with them. This was before the days of the little cassette things. And they had brought these radios, and they were listening to the motorcade approaching approaching the hall. And that's what, and the word started going out that John Connolly had been shot. But then, of course, it was the president.
Why do you think this fascination with John Jr.? He held no office?
You know, he was beautiful. We like to look at him.
We like the Kennedys.
We like the Kennedy. We like the family. We feel like they're part of our family. We know their kids. We know their aunts, their uncles. They are newsmakers. They're in our living rooms on the television just like you are, you know.
Did you object at all to the media coverage? Some people thought it was too much.
Yeah, it was too much, but I also know that the media's got to report something to pay their bills. And now the whole media notion is that they kind of get on one subject and they stay on it and don't get off of it.
Would he have been a good politician, you think?
Oh, there's no question about that. Been fabulous. Yeah.
But he was not interested. That's what he told us. He really, maybe it would have changed when he got into his 40s, but...
Well, he said he thought it was something that you did when you got older. And maybe that's the case, but he didn't seem like that's what he wanted to do.
He spoke at the same convention that you keynoted, right?
He spoke at the convention where I was the chairman.
Oh, that's right, 1988.
Yeah, in New York. And he was terrific. 88's the one in Atlanta where I made the keynote speech.
He spoke at the one in...
He spoke at the one in New York, which was 4 years later.
92.
92, yeah.
And you didn't meet him there?
No, I didn't.
Chairman of the convention didn't meet one of the speakers?
You know, yeah, but there's always so much stuff going on. There's so many people coming on and retreating and
What do you make of the women in the family coming forward? Now, we're going to replay on Saturday night our interviews with Maria Shriver, with Caroline, and now we've got the Lieutenant Governor of Maryland.
Right.
Think she's got a big future?
I think she has a very big future. Yeah, I think Kathleen is terrific. She's smart, she's canny, she likes government, she likes governing. You know, there's a difference between people who run for office. Some people like the running, and the others like the governing. And when you find that magical combination where they like both, and I think Kathleen has that.
Were you a liker of both?
Yes, I was.
You miss being governor?
No, not for a second.
Not for a second?
Not for a second. And maybe I was motivated by the wrong things. You know, I didn't grow up at a time where I was supposed to be in a job like governor. That was a different generation. You know.
And there was never going to be a lady governor of Texas.
No, of course not.
We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the most talked about politician in America, a man the governor knows pretty well. He defeated her for the governorship. He's way out in front as favorite to be the nominee of his party and the next president. A lot of people don't know much about him. Governor Richards does. We're going to talk about George W. Bush right after this.
My dad always kept his word, always kept his promises. A very honorable man. And now, after his stroke...
And one particular website that allowed a cat, a dead man, and a small child to all order drugs by computer. That means anyone. And a widely reviled Washington figure by some, she becomes the first...
I've lost some weight since then. I feel a lot better. John came on the show to tout the debut of his magazine, George. There's probably more interest in this gentleman than any other person in this country, and probably with good thinking. John F. Kennedy, Jr., he is the mastermind, he and his co-founder and executive publisher, Michael J. Berman, of this extraordinary magazine, George, which is a hoot of a magazine. I thought you were a lawyer.
I was.
What happened?
Well, we decided, I mean,
actually taking a cue from folks like yourself and you around the 1992 election that there was an opportunity here to change the definition of a political magazine. Certainly the way Americans were accessing information about politics and politicians was changing. Candidates were appearing on late-night talk shows, on talk radio, on sitcoms, and there was a kind of a leveling process, and while the rest of media clearly had caught up with that, we felt that political magazines per se hadn't. And so while you had all this interest on it that you could really could point to with statistics and facts, we thought, well, here's an opportunity to do a different kind of political magazine.
Didn't you want to be a lawyer?
I was a lawyer for 7 years. Well, yeah, 3 in law school and 4 in the DA's office.
You were a DA. Why magazine?
Well, I mean, one of the things that you sort of have to understand about this enterprise was that the opportunity to do an entrepreneurial venture, to really start to take a big risk, and to have an idea and see it through and develop it and nurture it. And as we went along, I mean, there were plenty of opportunities where we could have said, well, this idea isn't going to work. But what kept happening was that we would get feedback, or when we tested it, we would get a certain response through the direct mail which said, wow, you know, there's something here.
But in you, there was always this editor-writer wannabe?
I'm not sure, no. No, and I think that, you know, Michael and I kind of came, I think really what happened was there was a synergy. He came at it from a really marketing point of view and said, there is an unfilled marketing niche here. And I had come from my family. We had always been sort of grew up around politics, that it was a fascinating way to spend one's career. And I had been always kind of interested in how you could get that idea out to more people, because as I grew older, it became clear that not that many people shared that view.
It was also a family that liked the press, generally, commiserated with the press,
yeah,
enjoyed
I think the generation before me, more so.
But are you now, this is it? This is going to be your life, editing, publishing, magazines, writing? Is that it?
Well, I mean, starting a magazine is a huge enterprise. We were 2 years in starting this, and we started it ourselves. And now that Hachette is our partners in it, there is a considerable investment. We have a staff. So this is a big enterprise, and it's enormously exciting for both of us. So this is what we're doing, you know.
For the time being, or you want to stay with?
Well, I would hate to say I'm going to do anything until I'm 70, but I'm going to be doing this for the foreseeable future.
Who named it?
We both did. I mean, one of the challenges for us was how you come up with a magazine about politics that somehow gets around the word politics, because there is this reflexive response, I think, when people hear the word politics. They have a judgment about it, and they say, well, that's not for me, or that's that kind of magazine. And what we're really very interested in is trying to include a different group of people to buy this.
But it implies, by its title, the cover using that beautiful girl with dressed as George Washington, Cindy. It implies that it's mostly humor. And while there's a lot of humor, it is also very well written and edited.
Well, thank you.
But this looks like this is going to be parody.
Well, maybe, but it's not intended. I mean, one of the things about George Washington as an American icon is that he is both a very serious historical figure as well as somewhat a subject of parody. And what we wanted to do was make it accessible and make it familiar and create an identity, an independent identity for this magazine, and to suggest that there was something different going on here. And I think the name is the first thing that you see, and I think the name does it.
Press reaction generally been pretty good. Some critics, some didn't like the idea of doing this on the cover. Did you have any second thoughts about that?
Well, we always felt, and now when Michael and I were talking, that if you're going to do a magazine about the intersection of politics and popular culture, you might as well come out and do it, and not, mess around and say you're doing one thing, but yet try to be serious. And we said, well, listen, this is what we're about, so we're not going to leave any doubt what we're about.
Okay, and in it, you talked to George Wallace, a very good interview, by the way, but you also have President Madonna.
Yes.
Who came up with that idea?
Well,
you did.
The last page of it.
You did.
Sure.
Okay. The idea being?
Well, the idea being is that on the last page of the magazine, it's called If I Were President. And everyone always says, you know, if I were president, this is what I would do. And we would like people from a variety of fields, from business, from entertainment, from law, from you name it, to write what would they do if they had the big job.
So this last page is going to be reserved for someone, celebrity type.
Celebrity type or someone that people would want to hear from.
And what they would do with president.
What they would do if they were president.
Will we, or do we set a concept here where the feature on Louis Freeh of the FBI, very well done. Will there always be some kind of profile like that?
Well, I think you have to do a political magazine. You have to have I mean, it's a clumsy word, but an impactful person. Someone who, and we felt for this one, Louis Freeh was a fascinating person. He's from New York. So I was familiar with him when he was a judge. He's head of the FBI, which is going through enormous changes right now. It's this sort of pristine American governing institution. I mean, they've had some difficulties lately, certainly with Ruby Ridge, but he hadn't been done much, and it was fascinating for us to do that.
Are we always going to have a Q&A?
By me or by
is there going to be a standard Q&A?
Yeah.
Are you going to do most of them?
I'll do them for a while, and we sort of hadn't made a policy, but I mean, I'm part of this magazine. I've sold it certainly as coming from Michael and I, and so I'm comfortable being out front with it and doing that. Unless they get deadly boring.
George Wallace, an intriguing choice. Who's second?
Who's second? Well, you'll have to read the next.
You come out every 2 months, right?
Coming out.
So then you've probably done the second one already.
We haven't actually. You know, we're kind of a bubblegum and shoestring operation.
You haven't done the second. I thought it's all laid out months ahead.
Well, not that this is a startup. We got a group of people that drink a lot of coffee, and we'll have it out on time.
Will there be Kennedy critiques?
I mean, I think that it's certainly a reasonable question. If you're going to write about politics, every now and then there's going to be a Kennedy who's going to
somewhere in it
write about it. So I think there should be. We're not going to go out of our way. Certainly there's enough people that write about the Kennedys without us joining in.
JFK Jr. did get around to writing about a few members of the Kennedy clan. In his editor's letter in the September '97 issue of George, he called two of his relatives poster boys for bad behavior. As you might expect, the comment and the semi-nude photo of John Jr. that went with it caused quite a fuss. Stay with us.
From all over the world are meeting at Star Media. Email, instant messages, and more, entirely in Spanish and for free. Star Media, the #1 internet community in Spanish. Sam and Margaret are living a comfortable retirement, a retirement free of financial worry. They live the life they want to live, spend the money they want to spend. And it's all because you left your credit card statement in the garbage can, and they stole your number. So from Sam and Margaret, thank you.
Prevent credit card theft with a paper shredder from Office Depot. Office Depot, low prices every day.
There's a better way to toast us up. Quiznos Oven-Baked Classics.
Saturday on Larry King Weekend, an encore presentation of interviews with John F. Kennedy Jr.'s sister Caroline and his cousin Maria Shriver. Saturday, 9 Eastern on CNN.
Sunday on CNN's Late Edition with Wolf Blitzer, the battle over tax cuts, with top White House economic advisor Gene Sperling and Republican Senator Pete Domenici. The last word in Sunday Talk. Sunday, noon Eastern on CNN.
Saturday. They're the movers, the up-and-comers in business, rising stars behind the dynamic companies of today. See how these young talents make an impact as they rise to the top. Movers with Jan Hopkins, Saturday, 3:30 Eastern on CNN.
We're back. Here's more of my interview with John F. Kennedy, Jr., editor of George, in September of '95. You think you got all these ads, which I think is a record, ads for the first publication, because of who you are?
No, we have an incredible publisher who can sell an ad like nobody's business.
Boy, can he sell ads. But don't you think it had a lot to do with I want to be in John F. Kennedy Jr.'s inaugural magazine?
Certainly. I mean, I understand that that's a big part of the interest in this magazine. But I also think that they are very smart people. They have a lot of ad opportunities to put their ads in places. And 3 or 4 issues down the line, they're going to worry about, is this a good magazine? Does this serve an interest group that I want to reach? So hopefully I'll fade into the background.
How's it selling?
It's selling very well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
A lot of subscription authors, too?
Oh, it's a little early to tell because they get sent in
But the newsstand...
The newsstand's moving.
Washington,
well.
You can't find it.
Really? I would have thought there would be plenty of copies still here.
Let's, there's so many people with so much interest in you, and I don't want to delve into the macabre interest, but the serious interest. Is it tough being a junior?
I mean, sure, I wouldn't know, I don't have a basis of comparison.
I mean, are there ever days you say, I wish my name were David?
No, I'm pretty happy with what it is. I mean, if you're asking if it's hard being me, it's
brought you a unique life.
Yeah, absolutely, and great opportunities and some challenges. But all in all, I feel very fortunate. So it's not so bad.
You think
I'd recommend it?
You do. You think it's very good to be the son of a legend?
I mean, it's complicated, and it makes for a rich and complicated life. So, but that's, I think, part of the puzzle to figure out in my life.
More complicated for you than your sister?
I'm not sure. No, different.
Different. Do you think someday you might write about you and George? There being so much interest in you, a first-person piece? I mean, you wrote a terrific introduction, but just about you.
No.
Why? You don't think?
Well, I mean, I'd let somebody else do it. I don't know if I'd bring to an objective eye to it.
Has privacy been the toughest thing?
For me?
Yeah.
I mean,
you go out, people follow you, right? I mean, you don't have a normal life.
I have a pretty normal life, surprisingly. I mean, you know, every now and then sort of strange things happen. But, I mean, up until the cavalcade of publicity for George, I was a private citizen.
You weren't easily recognized on the street?
No, but people, I think, you're not in the business of really selling your personality, so I think people kind of understood that and you know, sure, people would ask and stuff. People generally nice, and it's not a crazy situation.
Your mother was a hell of an editor at Doubleday.
That's what I hear.
Would she have liked George?
I think she would have.
Because?
I think that, you know, when we first talked about the idea, she said, well, John, you're not going to do the Mad magazine of politics. and I said, well, no, and I thought that was good advice to keep in the back of my mind what a direction we wanted to go, but I think that she would have appreciated the fact that people had always said that you can't do a fun magazine about politics that combines the serious as well as the playful, which is about personalities, because that's what public life is about. And in the sense that we, I think, have flouted a lot of conventional wisdom, I think that would have appealed to her.
Because she had a good sense of humor, right?
She had a good sense of humor, and I don't think she was a slave to conventional wisdom. And I think that there's a certain irony in the whole enterprise, and I think she would have appreciated it.
She would have said, this is a cute idea, right?
I think something more than cute.
I mean, it works.
Yeah, it works. And it's I mean, you know, for me personally, it's an interesting opportunity, and one that probably is a way of engaging some of the issues that are unique to my life and doing it in a little bit different way.
Sister like it?
Yeah. But she's...
With reservation?
No, she does like it. She does like it. She's, I mean, she's about to come out with a book soon.
Another one?
Yeah, a book on privacy, which actually she's very well suited to write about.
She's writing a book on privacy?
On the right to privacy.
More of this special replay of our interview with JFK Jr. shortly. About 2 months after he did the show, his big sister Caroline was my guest, and she talked about her book, The Right to Privacy.
There's lots of different types of privacy. So although I grew up in the public eye and a lot of my life is certainly very well known to many people, there are many more parts of it that are private. And I think, as everyone knows, my mother worked very hard to keep
By the way, did
privacy.
she get to see this book?
No, she heard a lot about it.
Brilliant travel innovations. 1. The Little Pillow. 2. Trip.com. Get the...
I'll remember his famous salute to his father. John Kennedy Jr. shares his memories of that moment. Things that have always fascinated us. That famous picture, which you must have seen 7 zillion times, the little boy. Do you remember that?
I think that what happens is that you see an image so many times that you sort of begin to believe, remember the image, but I'm not sure I really do.
Because what's your earliest memory? Mine, I guess, is 4 years old or something, 5. What's your really early, what you can crystallize a memory?
We had a dog who was named Pushinka, who was given to my father by the premier of Russia, was it Soviet Union at that time, and it was the daughter. I don't think it. I mean, Khrushchev was the time, but I don't think it was actually from Khrushchev. I think it was head of the parliament, and it was the daughter of the first dog in space, and we trained it to slide down this slide that we had in the back of the White House, and that's sliding the dog down the slide is probably my first.
But probably memories of your father are not great.
They're great, but they're not plentiful.
No. Or of your Uncle Robert, right?
They're more vivid of him. I mean,
you were how old when he died?
I was 8.
So that's a vivid memory to you?
Fairly, yeah. He was
really?
A very vivid character. He was quite a forceful presence.
Was he involved in raising you, too?
Yeah, at times. I mean, he raising many of us. I mean, all really in our family. I mean, Teddy and Bobby really. I mean, one of the things that they really took a great interest in was the family and the cousins and making a kind of a sense of community, especially in the summertime. So, you know, I saw a good bit of Bobby.
That still exists, that togetherness in the Kennedys?
Yeah.
Doesn't go away, right?
No. It's one of the great lucky things about being in my family, which has stayed.
That gathering concept, right?
Yeah.
It is familial, right?
It is.
It's a touching family, too, right?
Very much so.
The boys get along. It's a go for each other kind of family,
Absolutely.
right? Did that start? It must start with your grandfather.
I mean, I had heard. I mean, he you know, certainly took a great interest in his, and I think he created that sort of environment and that ethos within the family, and it passed on.
Now, when you look at him, John, you look at your father, and you must see him all the time. I mean, you see him everywhere. You see him in tapes and visions and on cameras and in Democratic conventions. He's everywhere. You didn't know him, right? How do you look at him? Is he my father, a president, a great man, my family? What's the association?
I think it's complicated, and I think that you see it in a variety of ways. I mean, I understand that my father is part of the mythology of this country, and he was also a very compelling political figure. And I think, you know, you can certainly he was aware himself of the opportunities for politics to be both fun and serious. And that's one of the things that we've tried to, that mix. I mean, if there is, you know, bits and pieces of family history which go into creating something, you know, on my end, that's part of it.
One of your father's great friends told me once in an interview that he believed when your father filled out 2 terms, he would have probably purchased or been involved with the Boston Globe. He would have traveled and written and gotten into magazines. He would have been in the reporting end. That surprise you?
No, I mean, I had heard that also, and it would have probably been a very helpful.
He would have been a contributing
editor, a gray eminence.
How old now?
Well, he was born in 1917, so my math is a little bad.
Mine is too, so it's
78 or 7.
I can't picture him that way. The Larry King Live interview with John F. Kennedy Jr. continues after this.
Let me say first that I accept the nomination of the Democratic Party. I accept it without reservation and with only one obligation. The obligation to devote every effort of my mind and spirit to lead our party back to victory and our nation to greatness.
Over a quarter century ago, my father stood before you to accept the nomination for the presidency of the United States. So many of you came into public service because of him. In a very real sense, because of you, he is with us still. And for that, I'm grateful to all of you.
With AT&T, there are so many ways to communicate, and now, one powerful way to control it all. Introducing AT&T Personal Network, now with AT&T Online Customer Service. Sign up at AT&T.
For my interview with John F. Kennedy Jr., editor of George, in September of '95. The obvious, your own interest in politics. You write about it. You're raised in a family that lives off it, and on it, and through it, and with it. What about you?
Well, obviously, you know, as I said, I grew up in a family where we were saturated with politics, and I've lost count, 5 or so relatives in politics now. I like not being in politics. I like the proximity to it that a magazine like this affords me. But I'm clearly fascinated. I mean, I think it gives you a view on large issues of the day that few other professions do. So how can you not be thrilled by it in a way?
Well, thrilled enough to someday want to run?
Well, you know, I mean, as you can imagine, I get asked that, but I think when you know, a public career it's a lot to bite off, and you better be ready for it, and you better have your life set up for it, and you better be prepared to do it for the long haul. And because that's, you know, the nature of the thing is that you stay in it.
Let's include some calls for John F. Kennedy, co-founder, editor-in-chief of George, Bethesda, Maryland. Hello.
Hi, John.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thanks. I was wondering, I know you're not supposed to judge a book by its cover, but why did you choose to use that cover on your magazine?
Well, we're about the intersection of politics and popular culture, and we're called George. And part of it is that we're, you know, Cindy Crawford is sort of the symbol of American commercialism in a way, as well as being a very capable businesswoman. But if that's the concept that you're about, then that's what we wanted to put on, and not really shy away from it and put an illustration or
So it means you're amusing, but don't get all, it's not brain surgery.
Right.
Don't get all that serious about it, but you're going to have a good time with this, right?
And then, well, you know, this is about mass appeal, politics with a mass appeal. And that's part of what the cover's about.
Incidentally, George's circulation almost doubled in the years following its launch. The future of the magazine is a question mark at this point, but the publishing company says it's committed to John's vision. There's more to come. Stay with us.
Stuart Varney, Willow Bay.
I interviewed some very intriguing people for George. They range from the Dalai Lama to Charles Barkley. For the first issue, he talked to George Wallace. I asked John Jr. about that experience when he appeared on our show.
What was Wallace like to be around? I knew him a long time ago.
Really? It was fascinating. I mean, I had just images of him garnered from history books or clippings that I had read before. And when you'd finally met him, I mean, he is an elderly man. He has been sick, but he is extremely, he's extremely strong in the same way.
There's that great photo of him.
Yeah.
Do you like him?
Herbert took those. You couldn't help but not like him and appreciate his kind of steely nerve.
When he referred to your father, as he did a few times in your family, are you used to that now?
Yeah.
Because you're going to get that in all the interviews,
Sure.
right?
And I mean, that's, you know, I didn't shy away from sort of addressing him on those things. So it was interesting to, there's actually a picture of the two of them in his office, and they've just had a chat, and both of them look rather cross.
Do you ever fear your own health?
My own health?
Yeah, they're nuts in this country.
No, I don't feel it. I mean, no.
I mean, Kennedys must think about it. How could they not think about it? Any Kennedy, in public life or not.
But I mean, it's not something that, it's sort of like walking around wondering if you're going to be struck by lightning. It's kind of, it's just not something that you really keep in the forefront of your mind.
But it might affect decision-making, like going into politics, mightn't it?
Right, but it doesn't.
It seems not to with the five that are in. But it wouldn't, in other words, if you went in or thought about going in, the thought of being harmed by going in would not enter into you.
That wouldn't be one of the considerations now.
Westminster, Pennsylvania, hello.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen. What was your inspiration into going into publishing?
Well, I'd grown up around words and the like, and my partner had understood, I think, more than me, the commercial opportunities that a magazine like this presented, and we had a good idea, and we thought we could do something with it. And it was the thrill of being an entrepreneur, I think, which was in an endeavor which both of us knew something about.
So the inspiration came from, it was in you, it's in your culture, right?
Yeah.
Your mother was an editor, everyone liked writing.
Yeah, and it's what I was comfortable with. I'd always liked magazines. I mean, certainly that doesn't qualify you necessarily to be an editor, but we spent enough time on it, and we took enough care, and we articulated the premise enough that it was a fully articulated idea.
What do you make of this whole ballpark now? The tabloids, they're everywhere. Everywhere we turn, there's something going on. The media, it's everywhere. Left-handed people, right-handed people, shocking stories, daytime television. What do you make of it all? Like a morass.
I mean, yeah, it's part of, I mean, we're bombarded with information, and it's of all different types and timbers, so it makes life more exciting.
Do you dislike tabloids, even though they're crazy with you?
No, I kind of like them.
You're kidding.
Nothing like that and tabloid and a cup of coffee, sure.
You read them?
Yeah.
When you read about yourself, and let's say it's a lie, or it's an absurdity, how do you treat it?
I think I chuckle, depending on what it is, but most of the time I mean, you have to understand that a lot of that stuff really, as strange as it may seem, it doesn't have a lot to do with my life. It's this kind of thing that
out there,
that's sort of out there and sort of it drives on, and you just...
Great that you could be amused by it, though.
Yeah, well, I'm not always amused by it, but most of the time.
JFK was a very down-to-earth guy. How down-to-earth? At the end of this interview, it was a little after 10 Eastern Time. He had scheduled to stay over that night. Caroline, his then-girlfriend, soon to be his wife, was with him. He said, I think I'll go home. He had to take the train. No plane leaves National Airport after 10 p.m. at all. You're not allowed to. He took a 10:40 train that didn't get into New York till 2:30 in the morning. He put a backpack over his suit and walked the 2 blocks from here to Union Station. JFK, regular guy. Still more ahead.
I will have been married to Ronnie for 47 years. When you marry, you make a commitment. It should be taken seriously. Love and obey and honor in sickness and in health. And for me, it was never a problem. I was committed to Ronnie right away.
We've got 52 and a half years now.
The secret to our long relationship, I think, is that we have a mutual respect for each other. and we just kind of like each other.
And another thing I've learned over 50 years is that when we have an argument, just to admit that she's right and I'm wrong. And that perpetuates the marriage, you know.
We've been happily married for over 50 years, and I think it's based primarily on faith and confidence in one another.
I believe in compromise, which means that you both have to be willing to give a little bit. And I've always said in a marriage, just expect to give 90% and receive 10. And if you each do that, then you're bound to make it.
This Voices of the Millennium has been brought to you by United Airlines. Rising is a daily commitment to make flying more civilized. United is rising.
Sense of possibility. Rising is imagination.
Nobody does it like you. He lives on the carpet. You want it to be clean. Hoover Wind Tunnel reaches deep down to pick up more dirt than any other clean air upright or canister. Deep down, you want Hoover.
Style. It hit me the minute I walked in. It oozed from the upholstery. It dripped from the chandeliers. Yeah, the air was thinner up there on the avenue. This dame was platinum all the way.
Sheer glamour in a seductively priced new collection.
Make yourself at home, she said. So I did.
Avenue from Ethan Allen. There's a sale on now.
Rock to a different beat. World Beat, the global music program that brings you the latest music news.
If the internet becomes just a market for pirates, then you're not going to have legitimate commerce there.
In-depth profiles.
We do have something to offer to the world.
And interviews with artists from around the world.
Every artist should know how to sing in different language.
World Beat, Saturday midnight and Sunday 3:30 Eastern on CNN.
Sunday on CNN's Late Edition with Wolf Blitzer, the battle over tax cuts, with top White House economic advisor Gene Sperling and Republican Senator Pete Domenici. The last word in Sunday Talk, Sunday noon Eastern on CNN.
Tonight we're showing you the interview we did with John F. Kennedy Jr. in September of 1995. We focused on the launch of George. The co-founder of that political magazine joined us on the set, and I wanted to know about their working relationship.
John and I had been friends for a while, and it was at some point during the last election where we sat down and looked at politics and saw that people were addressing politics in a whole new way. And the politics had sort of invaded popular culture, and candidates were announcing their candidacies on your show. And when Ross Perot debated Al Gore on the NAFTA debate, you know, it was the most highly watched cable television event ever. Certainly, some of that must have been due to you know to your skills, but politics had invaded sort of the world of the popular world, and we thought, why not create a magazine that addresses that?
Had you worked for magazines?
I actually had no magazine experience before, neither did John, and people often ask us, you know, didn't that impede the process a little bit? It made us work a little harder, and in fact, we say political interest either. Two for two, that's not bad.
I mean, you would have bet against this then?
No, not at all. I mean, we both had a lot of passion for it, and we understood that there was an opportunity. John wanted to involve more people in the political process,
And I thought that there was a niche to be filled, that people really did care about this genre of politics. And thus, you know, George was created.
You came from PR, right?
Right, I had a public relations and marketing company. We launched products in the marketplace, so that was my forte here, and combined with John's, you know, incredible knowledge and passion for politics, you know, we sort of had a partnership.
Who runs the show?
Should we both answer at once?
All right, well, Mr. Kennedy first.
Well, actually, what we had decided long before was that that really, if for one of us to run the show wouldn't work. So we're remarkably like-minded about some things and unlike-minded in others, and actually that helps. But we fight about everything that we really, and ultimately come to a resolution.
Let's say you have a fight, Michael, over the next cover.
Let's say. I think we've had about 4 today.
Okay, are you're having fights?
Absolutely.
Makes for
a great partnership.
Who wins?
It depends. You know, the better party usually wins, and that's the great thing about a 50-50 partnership. You sort of have to duke it out, and you know, the best man wins. So on any given day, it could be either one.
Or the best idea. I mean, your idea is scrutinized and focused, and you have to defend it, and usually it's the best way to come out of it.
We also have a great staff. I mean, there are a lot of other people working with us,
Obviously.
so oftentimes you know, other people win too.
Michael, obviously, as you well understand, who wouldn't, there's a great deal of interest in your partner. And we've learned quite a bit about him here tonight. He certainly has a sense of humor, and he certainly can let the world rub off his shoulders rather easily. What's he like to work with?
He's great. You know, it's a wonderful opportunity to work with someone about politics whose passion is politics. I mean, if you look at the magazine, you see so much of John in that magazine. He provides the magazine, you know, with its heart and with its soul. He understands politics more than anyone I can ever imagine, and that's evident in every page of the magazine, from the interview he did with George Wallace to, you know, to the fun parts as well, to, you know, Madonna and the cover and Julia Roberts.
What's the toughest part about him, or what's the thing that's hardest for you to deal with?
I spend a lot.
You don't have to be that nice just because we're on national television.
Go ahead, Michael.
I'm making up for this morning. The toughest part?
Yeah, I mean, what about him is the most difficult for you to deal with as a partner?
You know, a partnership is really difficult, especially when you know the other person and you know, you had a friendship before the partnership. So, you know, there are lots about it that are very difficult, and oftentimes we, you know, would rather not have dinner with one another. But it's fun to ultimately work with someone that you know and you trust.
Now, you're a friend of his, right?
Absolutely. Some days.
How do you deal with this symbol aspect of him, that, you know, the People magazines and that side of him? You know him as a friend, a guy. You don't view him that way. How do you view that aspect of him as the public looks at him?
You see the world, you know, to see the world through John Kennedy's eyes is really to see it through no one else's. And every once in a while, you sort of get to be a part of that, and it's fun. But there's more to him. You know, there's an editor that I see 10 hours a day, someone who comes to work, someone who has a rich, full life, who partakes in many things in the city, you know, who travels around just like anyone else. So, you know, there's a person that you read about in you know, tabloids and hear about in the press, and then there's the actual person that you deal with day to day, and I guess you reconcile it the same way he does. They seem very disparate at times.
Is it tough to be, I mean, you can't, this is maybe difficult to ask you to get out of your own soul, to be just a regular guy? You can't be a regular guy.
I really think you can. I mean, you know, as I said, I grew up most of my life in very ordinary circumstances, other than the other. I mean, it's hard to believe.
Ordinary circumstances.
Yeah, I went to school. I took the bus to school. I went to high school. I went to college. I played sports in college. I got a job when I went. Then I went to law school, and then I worked at the DA's office, which is about as kind of a, you know,
interesting as it gets.
Well, just sort of a down in the trenches kind of job, and so, you know, all the sort of theatrics really kind of played out beyond the confines of my life.
More of our JFK Jr. interview to come. Don't go away.
Say hello to the partnership economy. It is not formed by a handshake or over a well-done steak dinner. It's the new business network. An electronic alliance, if you will. Suppliers, shippers, even your competitors, collaborating to improve the product. Without these partnerships, you will not survive.
PeopleSoft, applications for e-business.
Fight osteoporosis with Citracal, the calcium supplement clinically proven to help stop bone loss. Do what's right for your bones. Take Citracal.
Sunday on CNN and Time. By day, he was a computer criminal. By night, he lived the good life.
Hacking supported my lifestyle.
Enter the world of one of the first hackers to prowl the information superhighway. CNN and Time, Sunday, 8/7 Central.
Experience the excitement. Experience the adventure. Experience the flavor. On CNN Travel Now, a new program that will show you the hottest travel spots and best-tasting cuisine from around the world. Join your hosts for global getaways and gourmet food. CNN Travel Now. Saturday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern, only on CNN. When it comes to your health, CNN provides the breaking news and information you need. CNN's medical experts report on cutting-edge advances in treatment and prevention from around the world. On weekends, Dr. Steve Salvatore looks at global health issues from nutrition and exercise to parenting and adding years to your life. Plus, log on to the most complete medical site on the web, CNN.com and WebMD. Make your health a priority 7 days a week, only on CNN.
We're back now, giving you another look at the 1995 interview we did with John F. Kennedy Jr. and the co-founder of George Magazine. Our guests are John F. Kennedy, the co-founder and editor-in-chief of George, and Michael J. Berman. We'll drop the J. Michael Berman, the co-founder, executive publisher of George. The caller is from Stoneham, Massachusetts. Hello.
Hi. I was just wondering, John and Mr. Berman, beyond this first surge of publicity, what will you do to keep the magazine interesting and entertaining?
Michael?
Well, hopefully the magazine, there's enough in the content that'll keep people engaged. We think that there's something for everybody. There's entertainment, there's a little fashion in the magazine, there's beauty. It's introducing you to new people who'll be running the country years from now and interesting people who are running the country now. People really care about this kind of politics.
Mercer Island, Georgia, for John Kennedy and Michael Berman. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mercer Island, Washington. Go ahead.
This is for John. Who would be on your ultimate wish list to interview?
I think that's a very, it's a good question. I think that I'm interested, as I think most people in my new profession are people who have stayed outside the spotlight and stayed outside the limelight. One of the things, though, that a magazine like this affords with an ever-changing world like the political world is that today's star or today's disaster is tomorrow's comeback kid, and fortunes change incredibly fast. So we're lucky enough to be able to sort of choose as the months go by. So it's a long-winded way of being coy and saying, you don't have to wait to see.
Is there one person politically you'd really like to say, well, if I could sit down with him or her tomorrow?
I feel like when Ross Perot was on your show and he kept asking it, but if Colin Powell would run for him. So there are a lot of people. I mean, I think that you have to. I mean, any of the current presidential candidates would be fascinating.
Seattle, hello.
Hi, Larry. Hi, John.
Hi.
I was wondering, John, what aspect of your personality do you credit your mother the most for having instilled in you?
Good question.
I think that there's a sense of not worrying too much about things that you can't control and living your life.
Your mother didn't get involved in things that...
No, I think just sort of living your life and doing what you feel and where your interests take you, and certainly that was the case with this endeavor when a lot of people say that, you know, it won't work, you can't do it, or what do you know about publishing, or that's not the right thing for you to do, you should run for office. So there's a certain confidence in that.
Was she doting? I mean, would you say she was someone who...
When she needed to be, but
kept in touch?
I wouldn't characterize that as her... Oh, yes, absolutely kept in touch, but doting...
I mean, you know, what did you do today? Where are you tonight?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
But not you know, not like on you all the time.
Michael, did you know Jackie?
Yeah, I was just going to say, he's also the best-dressed editor in New York, and I think that's probably where that comes from, too.
Yeah, she gave you that, right? Right? No sloppiness around your mom. How is her friend doing, that wonderful man? The name slips me.
Maurice?
Yeah.
He's doing very well.
You stay close to him?
Yeah, he came to our press conference when we announced the launch.
He's a special guy, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah. We'll have the closing moments of our JFK Jr. interview after this.
For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore comfort one another with these words. This is the word of the Lord.
Brilliant travel innovations. 1. The Little Pillow. 2. Trip.com. Get the exact flight you need and low fare options. Trip.com. Simply brilliant.
What kind of rooms you got?
King size.
You got room service?
Donuts and coffee.
Got entertainment?
All rooms have every movie ever made in every language, anytime, day or night.
How is that possible?
Could your business use the bandwidth to change everything? Ride the light. Quest.
Sunday on CNN Perspective, July 1999. Iran is under the worst unrest since the Islamic Revolution of 1979. And in the center of it all, the reformer, elected in a surprising landslide just 2 years ago. He's Iran's President Sayed Mohammad Khatami, a revealing profile of the man who's been called the People's President on the documentary series from CNN, Perspective, Sunday at 9, 8 Central on CNN.
Saturday on Larry King Weekend, an encore presentation of interviews with John F. Kennedy Jr.'s sister Caroline and his cousin Maria Shriver. Saturday, 9 Eastern on CNN. September 28th, 1995. The closing moments of the show I did with John F. Kennedy Jr. and the co-founder of George. Michael, John is certainly committed to this and he loves it, but the choices are open and he's still young, you're still young. Where are you going with it?
We're committed to this for the long haul. You know, it takes a while to get a magazine up and running, and there was tremendous amount of hype around this first issue, but now we've got to settle down and sort of get to the business of creating a second issue, and a third issue, and a fourth issue, and we're here for as long as it takes.
You're committed for the long haul?
Absolutely.
Are you?
Absolutely.
The long haul is, I mean, how old are you now?
Me, I'm 34.
How old are you, Michael?
38.
I
look younger right now.
Yeah, he does look young. Wait a minute, you know, I got on you. What's he like?
What's he like?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Michael brought a very different and valuable sensibility to this, which was to, you know, I had not been able to divorce myself emotionally from politics in order to do a magazine like this, which you really have to. And he sort of really understood the marketing aspect of it, the sort of that there was really a broad audience here, confidence in that aspect, and that has really been proven out. And I think not afraid to be commercial about it.
Michael, how do you deal with this sex image of your partner?
Of your own. That's his burden. A terrible burden, but he's got to live with it.
Do you want to marry John, by the way?
Sure.
Soon?
I was waiting. It's been almost the whole hour, and that was the first time you raised the S word.
The what word?
The sex word.
No, it's the least of my interest. It's because I'm crazy. Well, if you have a full life, you don't need sex.
Sure.
But lately, Michael, no, I mean, you do want to be married, have a family, etc.
Absolutely.
Michael, are you married?
Yes, I am.
Do you tell John of the virtues of such?
Every day.
Do you want him to be home a lot?
No, I'd like him to be in the office all the time.
No, I mean, do you tell them of the advantages of a married life?
Absolutely. You know, married life gives you great grounding. You know, it makes you even more productive in the office. So if you have any ideas for him, Larry, whisper them in his ear.
John, I thank you very much.
Thank you,
Michael, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. And John, continue good luck. Great pleasure
Thank you very much.
Now, are you glad you did an hour live with phone calls?
Absolutely. Phone calls were great.
It's fun, isn't it?
It's really fun.
Yeah, you want to host your own show someday?
I'll follow you. No, I'm in this magazine business for the long haul.
But what, you could have this as a side thing. You want to host it one night?
Sure.
Okay, you got it. Thanks, John.
Bye-bye.
Sorry to say, JFK Jr. never had that chance to sit in as host for Larry King Live. He was a remarkable young man, good-hearted, good-looking, and A-list celebrity sure, but an ordinary guy, too. He had so many gifts. He left this life way too soon. Thanks for watching. I'm Larry King. Good night.
Really, I don't know why it is that all of us are so committed to the sea, except I am. I think it's because, in addition to the fact that the sea changes, and the light changes, and ships change, it's because we all came from the sea. And it is an interesting biological fact that all of us have in our veins the exact same percentage of salt in our blood that exists in the ocean. And therefore, we have salt in our blood, in our sweat, in our tears. We are tied to the ocean. And when we go back to the sea, whether it is to sail or to watch it, we are going back from whence we came.
Sunday on CNN's late edition, White House economic advisor Gene Sperling and Republican Senator Pete Domenici. Sunday, noon Eastern on CNN.
One of Car and Driver's 10 best. A consumer's diamond.
Be a Kennedy. From my last interviews with two of the family's strongest women, Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg talks about protecting privacy, and Maria Shriver on dealing with the loss of loved ones. Next on Larry King Live. Good evening. What does it mean to be a Kennedy? It can mean a life of privilege. It could also mean a life of tragedy. But even through the most difficult times, we have seen the Kennedy spirit shine through. Tonight, an encore presentation of my interviews with two Kennedy women. We'll start with Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg from my interview in November of 1995. The subject is privacy. Caroline Kennedy, attorney and co-author of The Right to Privacy, the new book from Knopf, and Ellen Alderman, attorney and co-author of The Right to Privacy. There you see its cover. This is their second book together. Their first, In Our Defense, The Bill of Rights in Action, was a bestseller 4 years ago. Why 4 years, Caroline, between books?
Well, we work really fast.
Supposed to do one every year.
There's so much in there. There's just so much to say.
It took 4 years for people to read it, and now this. No, why didn't you come out with a book quicker?
Well, actually, there was a fair amount of research involved. We had to travel around and interview people and pick the cases, and we had a lot going on. We both had kids and all sorts of personal things. So, so this was fast for us.
For you. You two met in law school, as I remember.
That's right, in the back row of a civil rights class.
What school?
Columbia. No.
Friendship immediately, Ellen?
Yeah, we were actually returning students. We were a little older than the other students. Hard to believe, but we both had an interest in civil rights, and we both had made documentary films, and that's pretty much what our books are like. They're stories of people and issues and all, so
I know.
It was a natural.
How long did it take you to get over the fact that this is John Kennedy's daughter?
Well, not that long.
I mean, it must happen to her a lot, but I mean, you meet someone that ain't like meeting an everyday person.
Right, but we had a lot of interests in common, and we worked really well together. And really what we did on the book was go around and talk to people, everyday people, about their lives and their stories, and they got on with it just fine, too.
Caroline, does this book have anything to do with the fact that you didn't have any privacy in your life?
Well, not as much as you might think. I mean, that's something that people have asked.
Safe assumption.
You know, perhaps.
Someone without privacy writes about privacy.
Well, you know, here I am with my co-author, and I think it's something that a lot of people take for granted. And what we actually found was, you know, maybe I have had a head start on this kind of an issue, but really, privacy is eroding for everybody, and none of us have the same amount of privacy.
But Ellen can look at it differently from you, is that Ellen had it and you didn't, right?
Right. Well, I had, you know, more than you would think, and there's lots of different types of privacy. So, although I grew up in the public eye, and a lot of my life is certainly very well known to many people, there are many more parts of it that are private, and I think, as everyone knows, my mother worked very hard to keep
By the way,
privacy.
did she get to see this book?
No, she heard a lot about it.
As she did with your brother's magazine, right?
Right.
Think she'd be happy with this book?
I think she would, yeah. She was very excited about that.
Ellen, do we define terms? What is privacy?
Well, that's the problem. It covers so many things.
Sports profoundly difficult to do.
Also, we show you the special Vanity Fair layout that's a tribute to Carolyn's life next.
A Frasier star ties the knot inside Hollywood. Wearing a long white strapless dress, Frasier star Perry Gilpin said "I do" over the weekend to L.A. artist Christian Vincent. E.T. has learned the private ceremony was held at Kelsey and Camille Grammer's sprawling horse ranch in Malibu. The 300 guests included bridesmaid Jane Leeves, and John Mahoney gave E.T. a sneak preview of the song he sang for the couple during the reception.
If you were the only girl in the world, and I were the only boy.
This is the best view of Hollywood, I can guarantee you that. Talk show host Lisa Gibbons is talking up Parabound, a brand new sport created by her husband, Stephen Meadows. The helium-filled balloon can carry riders up to 100 feet for stellar views.
Sean Kanan played the part of an alcoholic on General Hospital until his own real-life drinking problem forced him to leave the show. Well, today, Sean is back with a new series.
Kennedy Jr., cameras followed her every move. Today, more than 2 weeks after her death, Vanity Fair unveils pictures of Carolyn that John held close to his heart. Taken only a year before her death, the photos are among the rare images that truly reveal Carolyn Bessette Kennedy's private side, and they contrast sharply with the guarded image she projected in the public eye.
If we had continued to have her with us, I think we would have seen her become more like these pictures, and I think she would have become more comfortable.
The photos were originally taken for a small art publication by famed photographer Bruce Weber, who made Carolyn feel comfortable enough to pose playfully with Friday, the dog that JFK Jr. gave her and reportedly tried to take back after their now infamous argument in Central Park.
After he took back the ring, he wanted to take the dog, too, and she said, "You can take my ring, but you can't take my dog."
The now heartbreaking photos can be seen in Vanity Fair August 10th and were said to have been among JFK Jr.'s favorites.
I was told that he had one of the photographs from this series in his office at George Magazine.
The future of JFK Jr.'s magazine has been in question since his death, but E.T. has learned that the editors of George are moving forward with the last story Kennedy oversaw himself.
I'm tremendously proud to be on that cover.
Rob Lowe learned about Kennedy's accident the day before he was scheduled to pose for the September issue with Martin Sheen to promote their new White House TV drama, The West Wing. When he heard the news, Lowe tried to cancel the shoot.
Frankly, I didn't want to do it, but, you know, it was relayed to me that it was really what John was the last thing he wanted to do and last thing he was excited about.
The shoot was rescheduled, but for Lowe, who had met JFK Jr. a number of times, the damage was done.
It was profoundly difficult to do.
I just wept. I mean, I'm just heartbroken.
And as the Kennedy family overcomes their latest tragedy, JFK Jr.'s cousin Bobby Shriver and Aunt Eunice faced the press for the first time since his death to promote an upcoming TV movie they produced called Mary and Jesus. Reporters agreed not to ask questions about the accident, and the Shrivers focused instead on the inspirational theme of their movie, which airs in November.
How do people have faith in the midst of madness? And I think that's a pretty relevant theme.
Incidentally, this is not the first time Bobby Shriver has done some Hollywood producing. He worked with his sister Maria's husband, Arnold Schwarzenegger, on True Lies. And we'll be right back. Who was the father on the sitcom that featured the first toilet flush in TV history? Is it Tom Bosley, Carol O'Connor, or Sherman Hemsley? Your answer is next in the E.T. Birthdays.
Closed captioning provided by...
For complete brake service from Inspections in...
A new direction over the internet, and joining us to talk about all that is the chairman and CEO of First Data, Henry Call Me Rick Ducasse. He joins us here in Atlanta. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for being
It is unbelievable. I mean, when you think about it, you own Telecheck and you own Western Union, you know, all these great brand names in that business, and you still only have, what, 30% of the market or something? Did I read? I mean, you're the giant by far, but it is a pretty fractured market otherwise.
It is a fractured market. There's lots of activity there, and we're a big player in it.
And there has been consolidation, of course. You bought, or you merged, I guess is how we would put it, with First Financial a few years ago. Is there more to come on that?
I think so. You know, the banks are consolidating, and they're our customers, so that's one activity that's consolidating. What's not really consolidating so much is the merchant processing, which is a lot of what we do also, and internet processing is also not consolidating.
Credit card, you know, transactions and so forth. I guess First Data was the first company I was reading, or American Express was, to process a credit card back in 1976.
That was First Data for Visa and MasterCard issuers, right?
What about the internet and e-commerce and this concept of bill presentment? You know, we can pay our bills over the internet, but we have to get them through the snail mail first. Now they're going to start the process of actually sending the bills over email as well.
Right. Well, two things are happening. One, you asked about the internet. Internet as relates to merchant processing. Physical merchant processing still has a lot of electronic transactions that occur with your credit cards. When you move to the internet, all of them are electronic because you can't put a dollar bill in a PC. So that's an exciting opportunity for us there. We're creating additional electronic transactions. When you talk about bill presentment and bill payment, there's a whole area that people pay their bills by putting a check in an envelope. That will change over the next 10 or 15 years.
Given the economics, it's amazing when you think about why it makes sense to do the bill presentment.
Okay, there's about 20 billion bills that are sent out and paid by check. You multiply that by 30 cents, that's about $6 billion.
Especially when you consider that it costs a merchant $1.50 to send that all out, right?
Yeah, it costs a biller much more than 30 cents, probably 4 or 5 times that amount to send that bill out and get the money back. With electronic bill presentment, bill payment, the bill is presented electronically, you look at it, you push a button, and it's all electronic. There's no misposting of the account number, there's no misposting in the amount, and it's a huge savings for the biller, and it's a huge convenience for the consumer also.
It's all very exciting.
Yep.
I mean, I can't wait for it to happen. However, what could go wrong? Security? I mean, what keeps people from wanting to use this kind of a process? There are those who are doing it now, but the great majority still don't. Why?
Two things. One, it's new for the biller. They have to change their system. And two, it's new for the consumer. So you got two paradigm shifts there, and it's tough to change one, but you've got to change two.
But what do you have to sell the consumer on? Is it the ease, or is it the security concerns that people still have about the internet?
It's both. It's the ease of use, and then it's the concern that, am I really getting this bill paid? And is it going to be charged to my account twice or 3 times? You know, that's not a very attractive proposition there.
And I have to ask you, doesn't this cannibalize your other businesses? If I'm sending this over the internet, I'm not writing a check anymore.
Yeah, but checks are not a main part of our business other than to authorize the check at the point of sale. We don't authorize the check for payment of bills through the mail. So that's just added revenue for us.
But and profit margins, are they better? I can see your eyes already lighting up. The profit margins are better for this kind of e-commerce?
We'll put it this way. We'd be very happy with the profit margins in that business because it's large volume. I mean, billions of transactions. Anytime you can process billions of transactions, you get some efficiencies there.
Well, tell them to hurry. I can't wait for this kind of transaction to occur. Mr. Ducasse, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Rick Ducasse, the chairman and CEO of First Data Corporation. I think we have a one-year chart of that stock as it trades. Today it's down 3/8 at 49 and 9/16, but you can see it's been on a pretty good roll so far in 1999. We will continue with more from Atlanta still to come. We got the chairman and CEO of Bell South. We'll talk to Dwayne Ackerman. We also have Charles Brewer, the founder and chairman of Mindspring Enterprises, along with Louie, the chief operating Rottweiler. More, plus Chuck Lavelle at the keyboard as Power Lunch continues from Atlanta.
Now you can own the major companies driving America's economy, all in a single security. It's called SPIDER, index shares that closely track the performance of the S&P.
With Regis Philbin. Oh, by the way, before we take the next call, when you're calling home a lifeline, you're calling a friend.
Yeah.
What does that look like? You don't see the friend.
No, you don't see the friend because...
it's a phone call. You
it's
hear
a
them.
phone call. You hear their voice, and then as soon as you ask them the question, we roll the clock. You have 30 seconds to give them the question, the 4 possible answers, and
And
for
it's
them
not
to
on
help.
because it's taped the night before, so the guy can't see it.
The clock comes right there. 30, 29, 28, and then there's heartbeat music. Boom, boom. 26, boom. 25, boom. I'm telling you, it knocks you out. It just knocks you out. You got to see it. Please watch, will you?
Of course I will. And you want to give away the million, right? The host wants to give it away. Oh, yeah. Appleton, Wisconsin. Hello.
Hi, Regis.
Hi.
You're never going to live this down, but I'm 38 and I agree. I think you are very sexy. And I'm curious if Joy agreed with this poll.
Did Joy agree, your wife?
You know, she never mentioned it.
Never mentioned?
I don't think so.
And she's married.
Yeah, to me. What does that tell you? I don't think she ever mentioned it.
I would be a little concerned. Memphis, hello. Memphis.
If Kathy Lee ever decided to leave, who would be your co-host?
Give you a gumbo question.
Yes.
Brian faces this dilemma. Who will be his
Well,
co-host?
I don't know. You know, we would have to conduct a search, I guess, as usual, and try out several people.
Would you do it? Would you make it an event to conduct a... Would you have people trying out on the
Yeah, I
air?
would hate to go because that's supposedly a press relations stunt, but I guess that's the only way to find out if somebody can take that kind of a fast track.
How do you think Gumbo's going to do?
I think Brian is a seasoned performer. He'll do very well. I think he'll bring ABC into the limelight. And, you know, CBS.
It's a rough slot that morning.
Oh, it's a killer, but he's used to it. He did it all those years. You know, who better than Brian? They've got him there on the roster. Let's use him.
How's the world of syndicated television going? How morning syndicated is it? The competition changing all the time? What's
All
up?
the
Who's
time.
up?
We have been against about 38 different shows in the 11 years we've been
Really?
on. Yeah.
Who's the big one now against you?
There is nobody.
There's no strong...
Crush them all.
Rosie is...
Dumped on them.
Rosie's afternoon.
Rosie follows me at 10 o'clock in the morning.
You know a good show?
What?
Donnie and Marie. Fun show. I've been on
That's
that.
the one opposite us.
No, it's a good show. I can tell you. You like them, don't you? You would have them on your show.
Let me get this straight.
You don't like them?
I like Donnie
like
and Marie. I want to know, do you like Donnie and Marie more than Regis and Kathy Lee?
How could I ever say that? Although my father-in-law manages Marie.
Really?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Carl Engerman.
No kidding.
Yeah, nice guy.
So you've got a whole family relationship there.
But I'm Jewish. I mean, yes, I have a family relationship.
Yeah, no, Donnie and
but I
Marie
mean,
are,
they do
are
a
very
very
cute
show.
together. Exactly right, yeah. They do a good show. Both of them have been on our show, substituting for, I think Donnie substituted for me. It was very funny. Had a good time with Kathy Lee. And we've had Marie on, of course, as a guest, but I don't think she...
Why do you, in retrospect, the Regis and Kathy Lee live works because?
Because it is live, number one. That's the big advantage we have over everybody, even your favorites, Donnie and Marie, who are on tape, and God knows how long when they tape it. We're live, Larry, as you see us. We're coming just like you every night, 9
I work
o'clock.
live my whole life.
There you go. So
Don't
did
you
I.
like live?
I love live. It's the only way, really, to do a television show. You can hold up those headlines and know that this is today's headline, you know? It's
There's
the whole
nothing like
focal
it.
point
and
of the show.
the show goes on.
That's
you know,
right.
that you know at 9 o'clock, you're on.
That's right. That's
Not
right.
The,
And
the
you've got-
tape ain't ready.
And you better be ready, sure. And I hate tape. Once, years ago, Grant Tinker brought me over to NBC. Grant Tinker, great broadcasting
Good
executive,
guy.
brought me over, and I was thrilled, and I was flattered, and I went over and I did the show, and I was on a one-day tape delay, and I just could not deliver the way I could live. Years ago, for Westinghouse, I followed Steve Allen on the Westinghouse Network. There was a 2-week tape delay between from the time I taped to the time... 2 weeks, Larry! I was dead. Totally dead. Gotta be live.
Was Joey Bishop a bad experience or a good experience?
No, it was a good experience.
It was your break, right?
Absolutely. I found out about network television. I met all those great stars of the 60s. You know, that was quite a thrill. And I worked with a guy like Joey Bishop, great comedian.
Funny.
Timing. All the things that I learned from him, yeah, can't be duplicated.
Back with Regis on Larry King Live after this.
Slow motion.
Slow motion.
Slow motion. Will you stop running around? You're making me nervous.
Like I said, we got to do 2 segments because if I really, I'm telling you, it hurts you.
Come on, let's go.
I'm gonna bend you over here, and then we're gonna go here,
Easy, 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 easy.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. We can't do it full
Now you're
speed.
flipping me over.
No, you're going to land like that, and you're
Yeah.
just going to fall over.
And I fall hollow like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh. You okay? You okay?
Ditech.com puts extra cash in your pocket with their new 125% second mortgage with 0 points.
Use our second mortgage to consolidate bills. Pay college tuition. Give your daughter that wedding she's always wanted.
I've reached top speeds on Firestone Radio.
Memphis,
Go ahead. Stop it. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire debuts Sunday night.
Listen, I appreciate all the plugs, but can I ask you a question?
Monday night.
A couple of weeks ago, a friend of mine was in town, friend of yours, Don Rickles. We all love him.
Great guy.
So that night I said to him, what'd you do today? He said, oh, I had lunch. Really? Where? Nobu, which is the top restaurant here in New York. With who, I said. Well, with Larry King and Robert De Niro. How do you like that? You, Rickles, and De Niro. Did anyone say, hey, let's call Regis?
You know, I asked Don why he didn't bring you.
And what did he say?
It's too classy a crowd.
Did you have a good lunch?
Yeah, oh, it's
Yeah, was it fun?
Three people talking to different people. Don told us how he saved the whole movie.
Right. Casino movie.
Yeah, without him, he carried.
And what did Bobby say?
Bobby, he's a nice guy.
He is a good guy.
Who was the toughest interview you ever had on your show?
Well, the toughest interview, you know, sometimes these people make movies and then they're committed to making the press tour and they don't want to be on the press tour.
That's the worst.
That is the worst. And I feel for them, but I mean, what am I going to do? They're booked on the show, they come out, and
do your best.
let's just say when Elliot Gould doesn't feel like talking, it can be tough.
And the late Robert Mitchum was not.
Yeah, well, he was always a little on the laconic side.
Yeah, let's put it that
What
way.
about you? What have you found?
Robert Mitchum was very difficult. He was either putting me on or one-word answers to everything.
You know this guy who played Coach? What was his name? Craig T. Nelson?
Yeah.
The guy actually came out, and he wasn't kidding. And you're me, and he went like this, and then he looked over here, and he wound up looking at the wall over here. And I'm asking him, so I turned around and faced that wall, and that's how we did the interview.
Did he tell you why he did that?
No, he never said why. But he answered the questions, but he kept looking up.
Utica, Michigan, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Utica, Michigan calling Regis.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I watch you every morning, Regis.
Well, thank you.
And love it. And
Good.
don't give up.
Don't give up what?
Don't give up.
Don't give up working.
Okay, don't retire, in other words.
That's right.
Is your husband retired?
I'm not married.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Go.
I want to know if Regis, if you go out for dinner every night, and does the show pay for it so you have a topic the next day?
Uh-huh.
Good question. No, the show, we have a sort of an expense account. For example, if I took Larry King out, that would be a show expense, but many times just Joy and I will go out, and Joy
You
does.
go out a lot, though, right?
Yeah, we do, because you know what, little Larry, I force myself sometimes to go out, so I will have something to say. She's exactly right. So I will have that
So
experience.
you go to the movie previews?
Absolutely.
Because if you sit home, what's there to talk about?
Nothing.
So tomorrow night, you'll probably talk about...
I'm on vacation, so...
Oh, you're on
yeah,
vacation.
but I'll see you in September on my show anyway.
I'm going to bring the baby on your show.
Good, I hope so.
Bring the wife.
And you're going to talk about what it's like to have a baby at your age.
65 years old. How old are you, Reese?
Next question.
We'll be back with our remaining moments.
I'm 50, you heard.
Yeah. The Medicare boys will be right back. Don't go away. This week on Larry King Live, tomorrow night, you have chronic back pain? Well, join other back pain sufferers, including radio talk show host Howard Stern, defense attorney Robert Shapiro, and television producer Jeanette Barber, and more. And then on Friday, her allegations have rocketed the world of wrestling. Rena Miro, better known as Sable, will be our guest. And Monday night, an exclusive, in-depth interview with the son of Sam, David Berkowitz. All ahead on Larry King Live, 9 Eastern on CNN.
With AT&T, there are so many ways to communicate, and now, one powerful way to control it all. Introducing AT&T Personal Network, now with AT&T Online Customer Service. Sign up at att.com to bring together your current control of every part of your AT&T account online. Get AT&T Personal Network at the power of E. Sign up at att.com or call.
We're back with our remaining moments. Let me give you the 900 number again, and then a key question. 1-900-933-9391. It's $1.25 for
$1.50.
$1.50 a minute if you want to be a contestant. 1-900-933-9391 or abc.com. Assuming this show is not just a hit, but a hit. This show is the hit of the summer.
Could be, too.
And ABC says, Regis, we want it every night forever. Give up everything, we'll give you... Would you leave?
Why would I have to give up everything?
They want you to. They want you to focus on this. They want that to be it.
Well,
Here's the money.
But I
That's
have a contract with them, and they're kind of like my boss.
We'll let you out in the morning.
If they insist, I mean, if they really need me in prime time, what am I going to say to them,
What are you
Larry?
going to say to them?
What am I going to say to Michael Eisner? No, I can't save your network. I'm going to do it for him.
What's it like working for Disney?
I like it. I think they're
You
a
say
great
it like other
organization.
people don't.
No, but I mean,
like it.
they're under a lot of pressure right now. You know, the stock is faltering a little bit. It'll come back, you know that. And when you're as big as they are, they take more knocks than they really deserve. And so there may be a little bad press, but I think it's a great organization.
Because you've been with them longer than ABC's been with them. Right?
That's right,
You've
yeah.
always been a Disney. You've always been a Disney. Haven't you? Disney syndicates you.
Yeah, Buena Vista Syndicate.
Right, so
right.
they-
Even before
They had
they
you
bought
before
ABC,
they bought
I was with
ABC
them.
and
Right,
ESPN.
exactly.
So you're on vacation. What are you doing? You see vacation.
I'm rehearsing every day for Who Wants to Be a
You
Millionaire.
have stand-in contestants. And
Yeah, stand-in contestants and checking the lighting. And, you know, there's a lot of music cues, there's lighting cues. I mean, there's a lot going on. I have never rehearsed a television show in my life. So this is a new discipline for me, you know.
Are you nervous?
Oh, no. No, I can't wait to do it. Can't wait.
You're excited.
Absolutely. I'm a young colt again.
I wish you everything you wish yourself, Reed.
What was that?
I wish you everything you wish yourself.
Is that good? Thanks,
I
Larry.
forgot who I'm dealing
Thanks,
with.
you're a doll. I appreciate it.
Regis Philbin. You'll see him Monday night. We'll be back tomorrow night with a show about back pain. You know this doctor.
Yeah,
Sarno is going to do
Dr.
this.
Sarno, great back pain specialist.
Thanks very much for joining us on this edition of Larry King Live. For Regis, myself, and the whole crew, good night.
Tonight, Krispy Kreme Donuts, a southern taste sensation that's making its way out west. CNN and...
Good evening, I'm Hugh Downs.
And I'm Barbara Walters, and you are joining us on a very special night, the last time that Hugh will be co-host of 2020. Tonight, a heartfelt send-off for our own Hugh Downs. For 60 years broadcasting to America, for 21 years, the steadfast anchor of 2020. Tonight, an hour that captures a lifetime. Relive Hugh's greatest adventures. Soar with him again to the loftiest heights, into brave new worlds.
Houston, we do not have a problem.
Into the operating room.
Henry woke me up.
For the knee surgery that would put a new bounce in his step. And share unforgettable moments from his most compelling interviews. Then Hugh's last assignment for 2020, into the heart of Indonesia, where something surprisingly simple is changing millions of lives. And the interview I've been waiting years to do. What can I do to make you cry? You'll learn things about Hugh you never knew before. And we've thrown in a few surprises for him and you.
These folks are excited about you.
So we invite you to toast the beginning of new endeavors and the end of an extraordinary run for Hugh Downs. 21 years at 2020.
Okay, this is it, partner. This is our last duet at 2020. My co-host and dear friend for more than 30 years is moving on after 21 years at this desk. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've changed my mind.
Yeah, oh, I would hope so, because parting is such sweet sorrow. I mean, along with the excitement and is the sense of loss, and yet we know that you're going to head off to, shall we say, new fields of dreams. But not without a proper send-off, because tonight we want to share with you, our viewers, the Hugh Downs that we have had the fun and the honor of working with.
Well, I thank you, Barbara, for many things, really. It has been fun. There's no doubt about that. For me, also, quite lucky, because over the past 21 years, I've been sent off quite happily, I might say, literally to the ends of the earth many times. in search of stories and people that might touch your lives, maybe even change them for the better. You know, I've often been asked, as I know you have, what is your most memorable story, your favorite interview? Well, here's the closest I could come to an answer.
Hey, there's Coco.
In 1985, I was given the assignment to travel to California to the Gorilla Foundation. It was a chance to meet Coco, who was part of a language study program. She had a remarkable vocabulary of over 550 signs. But it was in the waters off South Australia where the tables were turned, and now I was in the cage, and my visitor was the great white shark. As he swam by me, I reached out and grabbed his pectoral fin. The skin felt like tiny beads glued onto steel. At SeaWorld in Florida, while doing a story on killer whales bred in captivity, I gained the trust of Kandu and was privileged to have an unforgettable ride on this powerful animal. Covering adventure stories let me be more than a reporter. I became a cowboy in the Great West in search of wild mustangs to tame.
I volunteered to go in there with you and help you, but that would only louse things up.
No, you might. Hey, you want to go in there first? Yeah.
What's our speed now? I was a space shuttle commander during a landing exercise in NASA's motion-based simulator. Houston, we do not have a problem. And even experienced weightlessness on board what NASA affectionately calls the Vomit Comet. In 1983, I accompanied treasure hunters and archaeologists in their search for lost gold. My old colleague Geraldo Rivera and I went diving in the Caribbean for a sunken 18th century Spanish galleon said to be worth over $100 million. In Mexico, deep in an ancient Mayan ruin, our 20/20 cameras were there when a piece of history was unearthed.
You're looking at a bowl for the first time since it was placed, 1,300 years ago.
We'll go down this side of the wreck.
And last year, marine archaeologists excavated the wreck of a ship which sank during the time of the Crusades off southern Turkey. So many stories allowed me to report from under the sea, one of my favorite places. For example, scuba diving in the Florida Keys, where 60 feet below the surface is the underwater laboratory called Aquarius. These scientists are able to work here for weeks at a time, studying both inside and outside the habitat.
Whatever that it was in me, had a name.
The it actress Patty Duke is talking about is manic depression. In this moving interview, she told me how this mental illness led to her suicide attempts.
When you really took steps to do that, what happened? What did you do?
It's very odd to sit here and answer you and look down the hallway and know that that's the bedroom. That's the bed from which I could not get up unless it was to go in and attempt suicide.
Personal stories were often compelling, the people always fascinating. I traveled with Zubin Mehta and the New York Philharmonic, touring his homeland in India. The Dalai Lama talked with me about his exile from Tibet and concerns for his people. And one of my favorite interviews took place in Cambridge, England, with the theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking, who suffers from Lou Gehrig's disease and speaks through the aid of a computer.
We all need to know where we come from and what may happen in the future. Otherwise, life just seems pointless.
Barry Goldwater looked back on his 84 years and took a guess at how he would be remembered in the history books.
I don't know how they're going to treat me. I may be the worst SOB that ever came down the pike, but I won't lose any sleep over it.
I talked with the Reverend Billy Graham and his wife Ruth, and we touched on, of all things, dating etiquette.
I've read that you did not even kiss your wife until you were engaged. Does that seem overly stringent to you now, or was that...
No, I had kissed all the girls.
I see. Jackie Gleason proved to be a colorful interview. Here in his Florida home, the centerpiece of his playroom was a huge sunken bar, complete with safety nets.
These chairs are set in tight, so no matter how loaded you get, you can't fall out.
And I was the victim of quick-witted Mel Brooks, who turned a serious question into a punchline.
You did lose your father before you were 3.
What do you mean lost him? He died.
Yes.
We didn't lose him. If we went to Pitkin Avenue and we couldn't find him, that would be losing him. But my father actually died. I mean, they buried him.
Among the most rewarding assignments, watching UNICEF doctors make a difference in the lives of children in some of the most remote areas of the world. In this village in the Philippines, vitamin A deficiency caused an alarming amount of night blindness in children. Catching it in time with a simple 2-cent megadose of the vitamin resulted in a miraculous turnaround. Here in Bangladesh, children severely dehydrated from diarrhea and at the point of certain death were brought back to health by drinking a simple solution of salt, sugar, potassium, and baking soda. Whether sailing on the open seas or soaring through the skies, from taking an unforgettable walk around the world at the South Pole to playing a game of softball at the North Pole, it's been a wonderful journey.
And what a wonderful legacy to be proud of. And I'm so happy that no matter where your travels took you, you came back right here to my side.
Well, they were great adventures, but you were so nice to come home to.
Well, Hugh, throughout the hour tonight, you're going to be hearing from some of your biggest fans, not just me. They have been lining up to say a few words from the heart, and here is our first surprise. You haven't seen this.
1939 to 1999. It is amazing. There are no accidents in big-time broadcasting. For you Downs to survive. No, for you Downs to flourish over a 60-year career is testament to the wisdom and the good taste of the American people. This guy is a giant. He's my best friend in the business, the only colleague I ever went sailing with and diving and gliding. This guy is incredible, and television and the country are going to miss him. I know I do. Sail on, partner. Sail on.
Here it goes again.
Have you had the Checksperience?
It's all about crunching squares, basically. Squares? We're square people. Well, the squares go crunch.
Squares make a good crunch.
It's the Checksplosion of milk and crunch you only get from Chex.
Flakes get me that. Flakes still have squares. The crunch delivers the milk. Ding dong, milk is here.
Have you had the Checksperience?
It's good.
Wood, leather, adrenaline, the new Lincoln LS.
When it's time to clean your outside windows, does the job seem this big? Next time, try Windex Outdoor. Its concentrated formula and sheeting action dissolve tough grime to get windows clean. Windex Outdoor. A beautiful shine, a lot less time.
I wonder if you can fix that truck again.
E-tailers like Amazon.com choose priority mail. Shouldn't you?
It's a great pleasure for me to join many, many others in saluting Hugh Downs on his retirement. He will be sorely missed. Everyone in broadcasting has always said the same thing about Hugh Downs, and it drives them crazy. Hugh Downs is normal. Best of luck, Hugh. We love you.
Well, he's not entirely normal. I won't tell. Anyway, one thing I do know is you have been mostly a very private person. But 3 years ago, Hugh decided to break with that tradition at a very vulnerable time in your life.
Ah, yes. I remember it well.
Well, Hugh was going in for serious surgery on both his knees. And the producers at 2020 persuaded him to let the cameras follow him into the operating room.
Well, actually, I'm not an exhibitionist, but I thought that watching these medical mechanics at work would be a marvel. And I also thought that if I could get through this successfully, it might reassure others who face the problem and have the same condition. The deterioration of my knee joints and the pain that came with it was slow but relentless. And after 52 years of marriage to Ruth, leaning on my spouse had become more than a catchphrase. It was quite literal. My diagnosis was traumatic arthritis, or osteoarthritis, in both knees. It's what 90% of knee replacement patients have. My surgery was set for January 27th, a Saturday, so I could host 2020 the night before.
Hugh, we're a little concerned, so you tell us why we shouldn't be.
I won't be here next week because tomorrow morning I am having some surgery. Total joint replacement in both knees. I was determined to be back in 2 weeks. As I walked out of the studio that night, I was, indeed, on my last legs. Ruth, our grandson Cameron, and I arrived in Boston at Harvard's Mass General Hospital before dawn on Saturday.
What was his mood this morning?
He was a little nervous and a little concerned. Was I going to remember to bring his CDs and his reading material? And when was I going to bring his suitcase?
Are you ready?
No, sir. No.
Okay.
As I was wheeled in for the 4-hour operation, Dr. Jasty, one of 10,000 surgeons in the country who does knee replacements, was suiting up.
Who is a good candidate for total joint replacement of the knees?
In general, we like to do this operation on people who are 60 years or older. The reason for that is that there is a 95% chance that your knee joints will last between 18 and 20 years. That's a pretty good track record.
Yeah, I'll be close to retirement then.
The operation is a marvel of biomechanical engineering. The deformed ends of the bones are removed and replaced with snug-fitting titanium and cobalt chromium implants. A curved femoral component on top and a flat tibial plate on the bottom. A slab of ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene plastic snaps between them and acts as the cartilage. And another reinforces what remains of the kneecap. 4 new parts. I had an epidural, not a general anesthetic, and that, combined with relaxants, allowed me to stay awake and watch the whole thing on a monitor. I know I don't look it, but at the time I felt totally alert.
The experience is borders on being euphoric and very educational.
Can I have the saw cutting guide?
To ensure a tight fit of the prostheses, the bones are shaved using these high-precision metal guides. It sounded a bit like an auto body shop.
The hammering woke me up.
One down, Mr. Downs. One more to go.
It was all over in 4 hours, on schedule. I spent the next 10 days in the hospital, fairly normal for 2 knees. As the anesthetic wore off, the pain surfaced and the hard work began.
Now bend up this left knee. Bend it. There you go.
I was told I could expect to use crutches or a walker for 2 months.
Right foot. He presented it to me as a non-negotiable, going to work on Friday. The knee's nice and straight, so we've all put our, minds to work, and actually we've developed some good strategy, and I think he'll be ready for Friday's show.
Good evening, I'm Hugh Downs.
Welcome back. You are a marvel.
Glad to be back. Stubborn, Barbara, but hardly a marvel. I had gotten there, but with the help of a wheelchair. There were months of intensive therapy ahead, and more than a year before the knees felt like mine. My before and after x-rays tell it all. The old me, bone on bone, and the new bionic me, with the 2 bones a good half-inch apart. I got my new knees 3.5 years ago when I was 75, and I have put them to good use. Most recently, they took me to Indonesia, as you'll see in a few minutes. For me, it's a lot better than just staying alive.
But it wasn't easy.
No, I don't want to mislead, because there were some trying times, and the therapy after surgery was long and sometimes a little difficult. But for me, the payoff made it all worth it.
And it was for us, too. Well, we have many more surprises on this special night. Stay with us.
You know, all my life, I just wanted to be like you, Downs. Distinguished, urbane, witty, informed, sexy. Sorry to see him go. He's been my idol for a long, long time.
We'll miss you. We love you. We know you'll be around.
Absolutely. You can't keep
Barbara
you down
Walters is
television.
going to fall apart. What's she going to do without you?
I don't know, but that's Barbara's problem right now. Well, you, good luck to you. We'll
God
see you again
bless
on
you,
TV.
Hugh.
Thanks for 21 great years on 2020.
Today I blackmailed my boss for almost $60,000 past the asparagus.
The critics are calling American Beauty stunning, hilarious, poignant.
If I had to leave tonight, would you come with me?
Yes.
Remarkable and altogether extraordinary. A unique masterpiece, such as The Graduate and Ordinary People.
There happens to be a lot about me that you don't know, Mr. Smarty Man.
American Beauty, rated R. Now playing in select cities. Coming soon to a theater near you.
When I had trouble getting rid of headaches with the leading pain reliever, I assumed that the problem was my headaches were too tough. But you know what? The problem wasn't my headaches. It was my medicine. Because when I tried Excedrin, everything changed. My headaches went away. Completely away. Excedrin's just on a whole other level. So my headaches are still tough. But Excedrin's tougher.
Excedrin, the headache medicine.
If you think St. John's Bay clothing feels good on your body, wait till you feel what it does for your head. All the pockets, zippers, and hoods you need to go gently down life's stream. St. John's Bay, clothes that fit your state of mind. Every day's the weekend in St. John's Bay, only at JCPenney.
Where do some of America's most successful people get their start? Did somebody say McDonald's?
I know you've all heard the testimonials and you're saying, yes, Gene, by unleashing the power of visualization, I can change my life. But what, Gene? What can I visualize to become a leader? A giant among my peers, while achieving a sense of inner calm. Close your eyes and picture yourself as this.
The Accord from Honda. It's one powerful car.
It's color and texture that create an overall design scheme. I've always believed that form should follow function. Introducing EA Kids Plays It Out. It's the comforter really that ties the whole room together. There's a sale on now.
ABC Sunday. 2 David Kelly shows, one great premiere night. First, Snoops, the new series critics say will be huge. Then The Practice, the winner of 4 Emmys including Best Drama, is back. Catch Snoops series premiere followed by The Practice season premiere. ABC Sunday starting at 9/8 Central. Gotcha. It was love at first sight that made Once and Again the new season's biggest hit.
What will we do with each other for a whole evening?
Celia Ward and Billy Campbell are single parents trying dating once and again.
You're so beautiful.
Time magazine says you have to love Once and Again. Tuesday, 10/9 Central. Viewer discretion advised.
Hello, I'm Alex Trebek, and here is today's special Final Jeopardy clue. Though he's known for other things, this man hosted concentration for 11 years, 5 years more than I did. The correct response, of course, who is Hugh Downs? And Hugh, I want to join with everyone else in wishing you all the best. I hope that I can have as long and as successful a career as you've had. Oh, by the way, do you think you could get me Barbara's direct line phone number? Just asking.
Maybe so. Over the years, I have packed my bags hundreds of times on assignment for 2020. And my final story, once again, took me far from home, to the other side of the world. But what I encountered there in Indonesia brought back to me my roots in the Midwest. There was a time when I was growing up in the 20s, when my neck of the woods was called the Goiter Belt. So many people, and several of them were relatives of mine, suffered from goiters. That's a disfiguring thyroid disorder that doctors finally traced to iodine deficiency. And that discovery was the beginning of iodized salt in this country, the use of iodized salt. But in Indonesia, as in many parts of the world, the importance of something so simple is just beginning to have an impact. Just last month, I traveled to Indonesia to learn about iodine deficiency, or IDD, a disorder potentially more devastating to people here than the chaos in the province of East Timor. The visible consequences of IDD, goiter and severe mental retardation, are rare in our country, where people get the iodine they need from iodized salt and a variety of foods. But here, an estimated 40 million people out of a population of 200 million are at risk for IDD, which lowers IQ an average of 13 points. Stephen Woodhouse, the head of the UNICEF office here, says, what a waste.
And you look at poor children and you think, maybe that child has got the same genetic potential as Albert Einstein. But if that child's not consuming iodized salt, then that potential is not going to be realized.
The answer is as simple as adding iodine to salt.
Yeah. He doesn't sell salt that doesn't contain iodine. That I'm delighted with, yeah.
Woodhouse is working to see that everybody gets the message. The body needs only a small amount of iodine, but without it, the thyroid gland malfunctions, often leading to goiter, which is an enlarged thyroid. Here in central Java, the incidence of goiter has decreased from 30% in the late 80s to 10% now. Still, as I explored the problem with UNICEF nutritionist Ernest Schoffelin, we saw a number of goiters. Only one was this size. This woman, Miriam, is 70 and has lived with a goiter most of her life. She told me it was awkward but not painful.
But he has no money, she has no money.
Miriam could never afford the surgery that her sister had to remove a similar goiter. As strange and unsettling as this is, it is not the worst of IDD's devastation. In Sengi village, a teacher brought his students to meet us. They are Cretans. Now, this sounds like a pejorative term, but in fact, it is a medical term. Cretans may be unable to hear or speak.
He can hear and he can speak.
Oh, he doesn't hear.
Yeah.
I see. They may be dwarfs or be severely mentally retarded. This young woman did not know her age. Cretinism occurs when a pregnant woman lacks iodine, especially in the first trimester. The baby's central nervous system does not develop properly, as was the case with this 16-month-old boy.
Was it known right at the time of his birth that this problem existed?
After 3 months.
After 3 months,
Yeah.
then it was known.
So the damage is such that whatever you do, it will never become a normal child.
The severity of cretinism varies widely. Mr. Amin's dwarfism makes his condition obvious. Mrs. Amin's diminished mental capacity is less evident, but both are cretins and parents of 2 healthy boys.
So both of you are going into medicine.
Iodine was the key. The mother received an injection of iodine in oil very early in each of her pregnancies. The boys are now 16 and 18 and both college students. This area of Central Java, long studied by Indonesia's IDD researchers, is just a short drive from one of the country's most popular tourist attractions, the ancient Buddhist temple of Borobudur. It's a sure bet that when this was built, between 750 and 850 AD, there was no iodine problem. But 1,200 years of volcanoes and floods and soil erosion have depleted nature's supply of iodine. And so here in Indonesia and about 100 other countries in the world, the largest food fortification project ever is underway. The technology for fortifying table salt with iodine is simple and inexpensive, and the best way to protect the 1.5 billion people at risk for this often hidden problem. Developing countries are getting money and expertise from UNICEF, the International Council for Control of IDD, the World Health Organization, and Kiwanis International, among others.
It's a magnificent effort. The world always looks upon magnificent efforts such as Kosovo and various other military efforts. But if I look at those, I think they pale into insignificance if you look at the effort that is now underway.
Welcome to Ferndale, Mr. Downs, and our chosen TV studio.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
An energetic boost to the IDD campaign comes from half a world away in High Point, North Carolina.
Could you tell us how you became interested in IDD?
Actually, through UNICEF, as you guys probably did.
Ferndale Middle School has an annual fund drive organized by teacher Vicki Miller. The youngsters, members of the Kiwanis Builders Club, learn IDD is the easiest preventable form of mental retardation. 5 cents worth of iodine is a lifetime supply.
When they saw the videos produced by Kiwanis about the problem with IDD, they want to do something. And when you tell them it's just a nickel, then they say, hey, we can do that.
It made me feel good inside every time I dropped the nickel in the jar.
Because you knew what that nickel was doing.
Yes, sir, it was saving a life.
How much of a dent have you made in that problem with your project?
Not enough.
That's what we're always saying at UNICEF. It's good, but it's not enough. And
young Drew Keaton is right to remain vigilant. The problem is complex. For example, the government of Indonesia passed a law that salt for human consumption be iodized. And this technique, spraying the diluted iodine, though rudimentary, did the job. A few drops of liquid from this salt tester. The bright purple color means sufficient iodine.
oh boy, that's iodized, all right.
The difficulty, however, is that there are 30,000 salt producers spread over 13,000 islands, so inspection and quality control are nearly impossible. Chauvelin provided some answers about malnutrition.
Because it's a matter of price and of habit.
Even though Indonesia is an island nation, the people don't eat much fish, where they might get some iodine. Their staple is rice. Most of the people we met live on less than $1 a day for a family. And if it means saving a few pennies, shoppers might choose loose, non-iodized salt, which was all too easy to find.
No, that's not iodized. You're right. That's right. And that's sold as a consumer product.
The woman told us no inspector had ever been here.
And that's our big challenge now, how to get rid of this salt in these marketplaces.
Ironically, a woman selling iodized salt nearby had an obvious goiter.
That's iodized, yes.
Yeah, very good, yeah.
That's the real stuff.
Education is the key. Studying goiter and mental retardation and other effects of IDD starts in the 2nd grade. To stay healthy, alert, and smart, they need smart salt. Without it, there will be more people like Mr. and Mrs. Amin. Unlike smallpox or polio, there is no vaccine to eradicate IDD. Consistent intake of iodine must become second nature to these children. As soon as they stop, the problems come back.
So I think it's important to maintain the educational effort over at least 10 to 15 years, so it's ingrained in the national psyche that consuming iodized salt is the only thing to do.
I think it should be like a universal goal, like that everybody's trying to achieve. I would just tell the people who have IDD that help is on the way and to hang on and not lose faith.
With so many doing so much, these kids might just have a chance at a healthier life.
Yeah, as we said, most often this is a hidden illness. About 70% of the people who have it don't know it. And all the information you need to know about this disorder is available now at our website at abcnews.com.
What an important story. Well, coming up, the interview that will reveal things about Hugh that only his closest friends like me have known. Stay with us.
Hugh, how can you do this to me, old boy? For heaven's sakes, I've been enjoying you on television and as a friend for a half a century now. When you and I and television itself were pups, we're going to miss you. We're going to miss you a lot. Good luck.
Days until the celebration of the century. Nothing is worse than the agony of a migraine. But fast-working Migraine Ice, a new cooling, soothing pad, can help make you feel your pain reliever is more effective. Ice your migraine with new Migraine Ice, the new way to help manage your migraine.
Ziploc containers. Test number 8. If you can't remember how long they've been in the fridge, just remember, 1 is affordable enough to throw away. Ziploc, all you ever wanted in a container.
It's the way a house smells when there's bread baking in the oven. The way mothers know how to make sandwiches just right. It's the way we try to know each of our customers by name, or at least by sandwich. And it's the way all your favorite things combine into something even better, right before your eyes. It's probably why people rate us so highly for quality, survey after survey, even though it can be hard to answer questions with your mouth full.
Subway. It's the way a sandwich should be.
Oh, the life of a typical dandruff sufferer. Note his painful isolation, his social embarrassment, his pitiful lack of confidence. Note his dandruff shampoo, Nizoral AD, the world's #1 prescribed ingredient for dandruff in non-prescription strength. Just twice a week with Nizoral AD can turn this typical dandruff sufferer into a person free of dandruff. Nizoral AD, the freedom will go to your head.
Introducing a radically new SUV, the new Nissan Xterra. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
ABC turns up the heat.
I'm not gonna have this in my family.
I don't care what you say, I love him!
Saturday, Jennifer Lopez stars in the network television premiere of Selena. ABC, a great movie every Saturday night.
Heather has moved into City Hall and everyone's talking.
You need what I have up here.
What? Half a bottle of Moose?
She's a poet, Mike.
Oh, really? And beautiful and talented.
Caitlin is going down.
Caitlin, you're going straight to the top.
The battle continues on Spin City, followed by It's Like You Know. See you Tuesday on ABC.
Oh, hi, folks. I just want to wish Hugh Downs a happy retirement from 2020. And, of course, he was one of the original announcers right here in The Tonight Show with Jack Parr. And he rides motorcycles. See, a lot of people don't know that. See, that's why when I was a little kid, ooh, that's the guy that announces and rides motorcycles. But always a classy guy, one of the most intelligent, one of the smartest, one of the kindest men on television. And people don't really retire from television. They just show up on that biography show on A&E every couple of weeks. So, Hugh, God bless you. Thanks for being a wonderful role model for every person that ever wanted to do this. Folks, are you excited about Hugh? Look at that.
2020 will continue after this from our ABC stations.
Have you heard Alliant is changing their name to Alltel? I'm sorry, what did you say? I said Alliant is now called Alltel, but you'll still be able to get the same great service from the same great people.
Sorry, I still didn't understand you. I'm a dentist.
Oh, you're a dentist.
Alliant is now called Alltel.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me?
Remember life in the fast lane? First you meet, then you get married, and things slowed down.
Yeah, right.
To help you keep up, drive the supercharged Regal GS Sports Sedan. Plenty of room, standard traction control, and the most power in its class. Get up to $35.67 average finance savings with 1.9% APR financing for 60 months on 1999 Regals. Official car of the supercharged family.
Remember this?
First time I'd ever seen probably 20 grown men crying.
Christy Stolhansky relives the miracle in Missouri. Touchdown! It's new at 10. The homeless living under bridges. Why aren't they in shelters? Plus, he cashes one phony check after another. He claims he's not guilty. You judge the You Paid For It team's new evidence on KETV News Watch 7 at 10.
Mental retardation from a lack of iodine does not have to threaten millions of children. Join Kiwanis. Just a nickel saves a child. How many can you save?
Here's the current weather forecast and live radar from Newswatch 7. This is Super Doppler 7 24-hour weather.
Thirty seconds, please.
Excuse me, this is a cup.
13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 6.
Good evening, I'm Hugh Downs.
Your crack-up was really... This one will hold.
I remember that well. Okay, I'll get even one day. Right now, the interviews that I have been preparing for since way back when. Watch. You and I have been more or less together on the air now for 35 years.
Hard to believe.
And I have never done an interview with you.
Isn't that weird?
What can I do to make you cry?
You could say that you'll never speak to me again.
Oh, now this is going to be a puff. 21 years at 2020 is merely the latest and longest chapter in Hugh's amazing 60-year history in broadcasting. The eldest of the 3 Downs boys of Akron, Ohio, Hugh says he was a bit timid, hardly likely to spend his life in front of a microphone. Then in 1939, college funds ran out after freshman year. It was the middle of the Depression. Dad said, get a job. So 18-year-old Hugh wandered into the radio station in nearby Lima, Ohio. What was the copy you read in your audition? I'll bet you remember to this day.
Yeah, I do. It was for a sale of house paint. I don't remember the words exactly, but I remember the program director later said, you know, when he heard me read it, he came back in and he said, that was very bad. He said, but great oaks from little acorns grow. And they offered me a job for $12.50 a week. That's how I started in broadcasting.
WLOK led to WMAQ.
Pardon me, please. I should say who I am, shouldn't I? Well, I'm Hugh Downs, one of 14 full-time...
He felt his voice was average, but audiences thought it was warm and confident. A radio career led to a chance at TV. Hugh had never seen a television show when he was asked to read some news copy. It was 1945, so not many other people had either.
Somebody said there were about 345 sets in all of greater Chicago, and that they were mostly in bars, so I was probably broadcasting to a bunch of drunks.
Do you like watching yourself on television?
No, I don't. I've gotten over getting real sick when I see myself.
Chicago was good for Hugh's professional life and his personal life. You and Ruth had been married for 55 years. Was it love at first sight?
No.
Remember? No.
No, it wasn't. We were both in Chicago, and we worked together for a while before we paid any attention to each other. And later on, the spark was lit.
Hugh and Ruth moved their family, children H.R. and Dee Dee, to New York, where the television industry and Hugh's career were booming.
Yours truly, Hugh Downs, and Jack's guest tonight.
In 1957, Hugh became Jack Parr's stable sidekick on The Tonight Show.
What are you doing? Are you doing a show on the side here?
You were wonderful companions because he was sort of off the wall and had great humor, and you were the steady one, and he almost made you a character which wasn't tough.
I don't understand this, Hugh, but you will.
He once said, if you ask Hugh Downs what time it is, he tells you how the watch was made.
He asked me a lot of questions, and sometimes I could answer it, and it led him to think that I had some great knowledge. He called me a walking encyclopedia. And immediately after, my family, who are constant guardians of my humility, took to calling me a walking pamphlet, which was probably more to the point.
Let's take a look at our concentration board.
Baby boomers might not have been allowed to stay up late to watch Hugh and The Tonight Show, but millions remember the knowledgeable, unflappable host of the daytime quiz show, Concentration.
This is Today in Canada.
Then in 1962, Hugh became host of the Today Show at NBC. I was a writer on the Today Show when you were hired to be the host. And there were those, especially some of the snobs in news, who said, he doesn't have a journalistic background. What's he doing here? Remember?
Yes, I do.
How do you answer? Or how did you answer them?
I would like to have had a background of a print reporter. I think that's great for journalism. But I don't think to be a communicator with people and what's going on in the world that you have to have that background.
This is Today in Germany. Barbara Walters is here.
You put me on the air. I was a writer, and you put me on the air. I think this is the time to ask if in all my years of being such a big mouth you ever regretted it. And if the answer is yes, this will conclude this interview.
I'll tell you what it instills in me is pride. I did feel that you ought to be on the air for a number of reasons, and I feel I gloated a little bit at having been right.
We had fun. In 1965, I remember that you took a leave of absence. You went away for 3 months from the Today Show to sail the Pacific with your son, H.R. Now, a lot of people said, how can he do that? In 3 months, they'll replace him. That took guts.
I can't tell you why I really had to do it, but I did.
I wonder if people realize that in many ways you're a very stubborn man. That when you decide you're going to do something, if you're going to leave something, that's it, and no one can talk you out of it. Isn't that true?
I guess my wife says the same thing you're saying now. I think of myself as very compliant.
Well, I mentioned this because we worked together on the Today Show for 9 years. You were an enormous success. And then you announced you were leaving.
Yeah.
Why?
You know, up until 2020, I always repotted myself after a decade. Here's the host of Over Easy, Hugh Downs.
Hugh's repotting, trying something new every decade, led him first to Over Easy for public television. Then in 1978 to 2020.
Good evening, I'm Hugh Downs.
What has being on 2020 meant to you?
Oh, a lot. This was the pinnacle of everything I had done, and being interested in a lot of things, to be able not only to try to be involved in in-depth things that would enhance people's lives, which a lot of our features do, really, provide a service for people or information that they ought to have.
Is there an adventure that you haven't had that you'd like to have?
Yes.
What?
Yes. I would like very much to go into space. If they ever did that again, I said to John Glenn when we finished this thing of his return to space, and we're both the same age, and I said, you know, 10 years from now, if the government wants to find out how 87-year-olds fare in space, let's both go. And he said, you're on. And I would do it. I would do it at the drop of a hat.
How old do you feel? You're 78.
Yeah.
Right? How old do you feel?
Well, I feel like about 35. I notice that my margins are a little thinner. I can't get the abuse that I had physically that I did when I was younger. But why should I? You know, I don't have to do that.
Does getting older scare you?
No. If I get so I can't get on a horse or scuba dive or something, there's a lot of music to listen to, and there's a lot of reading to do. So I don't think I would repine about that. But I do have a slight dread of a kind of deterioration that I would not want to live with. The shipwreck of old age.
I don't think that's going to happen here.
Maybe not.
Have there been issues that you would like to have spoken out on? Because you have some very strong opinions.
You bet.
That you have not been able to. This is your chance.
It is.
I hope.
I never thought.
Well,
as you know from 2020 and a couple of times back, I have made comments about the insanity of our drug policy in this country.
Are you for the legalization of marijuana?
The decriminalization of marijuana, yes. I think that would be important, particularly the medical use of it. You know, I think it's ludicrous that states have voted that a medical use is a proper use of that, and yet the federal government countermands that and causes a problem for sick people, but I'm in favor of it.
And this is something until now you've not been able to talk about on television.
No, not a couple of times I poked at it a little bit in years past, but the roof fell on me so hard that I decided to back off.
Anything else you'd like to get off your chest?
I'd like to see a little less mean-spiritedness among our government people, you know, where we're not trying to make homelessness a crime or try to make or above all, try to move religion into politics, which I think is a very dangerous thing when the separation of church and state is so important. Those are kind of editorial ideas I have.
I want to ask you some questions just for fun, okay? What is the most overrated virtue?
Maybe chastity in itself is an overrated virtue. I'm not advocating licentiousness, but I think there's been so much made of that lately that it's created almost a psychosis in our society.
What would you consider perfect happiness?
Well, perfect happiness, I mean, I think might be to be able to keep your health indefinitely. This is quite utopian and out of bounds of reality. And to have time with my wife, just 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, doing the things we like to do. That sounds corny, but that's really what my idea of happiness is.
There are some things I know about you that other people don't. I know that you're very funny. A lot of people, I think, see you as very serious. And you have your funny smiles. Will you show us the smiles that you only show me off camera?
Oh, yeah. Well, the Texas smile. Sure, my Texas smile is it. I don't know why I have known Texans that smile like that. But the other one is the aristocrat. The aristocrat looks like this.
Now, no one has ever seen you like that before.
I guess not.
I have only one more question.
What's that?
How am I going to get along without you?
Oh, bless you. You'll get along fine, and I hope... Yeah, that's one of my real regrets, is that working with you has been icing on the cake for me. I think, in fact, since when? 1962, when you first got me welcomed onto the Today Show, we've worked together almost nonstop, and it's been that's something I'll miss greatly.
It's been the icing on the cake for you. It's the cake for me.
Thank you, my dear.
It sure is, and you have said it before, and I'm going to say it now. You are not retiring. You're just changing direction.
Just transition. Yeah, for one thing, I'll be in touch on the internet now at exbtv.com. I'm going to be giving reports and commentary on the goings-on in the executive branch of our government. I'll also be continuing my work with UNICEF, and I've been invited to lecture at Arizona State University's new communications school.
Which we should mention was recently named the Hugh Downs School of Human Communication, and that's quite an honor. And if all of that isn't enough, Hugh is a composer. A piece he wrote for piano has just come out on CD. John Bell Young played it on the Americas label, and the renowned cellist Yo-Yo Ma will be premiering Hugh's cello composition next year with the St. Louis Symphony. Whew, new adventures for the next 21 years.
Life, as they say, is good.
Okay, don't go away, because we have a few more surprises in store that you won't want to miss.
Hey, how about replacing your refrigerator with one that's a little less,
Avocado?
Yeah.
I would love to.
Well, Sears has great deals on electronics and appliances, even Kenmore refrigerators.
Kenmore's great.
Plus, right now, you can get 0% finance charge until September 2000 with your Sears card.
Wow.
Just buy any appliance over $399 or electronic over $499, and hey, no finance charge till September 2000. So?
I'm finally going to get a fridge that doesn't leave me cold.
Good thing, but you better hurry. Sale ends Saturday.
Why do people believe nothing works better than Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine?
It just breaks up my nasal congestion so that I can finally breathe.
Alka-Seltzer Plus, it effervesces and gets the medicine moving.
It's great at breaking up my cold.
Only Alka-Seltzer Plus has the power of effervescence. It gets the medicine moving to break up your worst cold symptoms fast. Nothing breaks up your cold better than Alka-Seltzer Plus.
It just works.
Wood, leather, adrenaline, the new Lincoln LS.
When you're listening to life, you hear the lessons. Sometimes they surprise. I realized it was here, at this very PetSmart, where I adopted Ruff. He remembered Debbie's kind voice. So did I. See, at PetSmart, cats and dogs aren't sold. They're adopted. Family.
2020, now in its 21st anniversary year, winner of over 300 prestigious awards for excellence in broadcast journalism.
Oh, Michigan, Wisconsin, Saturday. The Wisconsin Badger's going to be there. Well, yeah, so my man Ron Dane.
ABC Sunday. 2 David Kelly shows, 1 great premiere night. First, Snoops, the new series critics say will be huge. Then, The Practice, the winner of 4 Emmys, including Best Drama, is back. Catch Snoops series premiere, followed by The Practice season premiere. ABC Sunday, starting at 9/8 Central.
Want the lowdown on Dodge Durango? Here's where its best-in-class Magnum V8 power lives. It's longer and wider down here for best-in-class room up there. And say hello to best-in-class available towing. Want the best? Get a Durango. Me? I want one of these.
Dodge Durango. Different.
I don't want big government in my medicine cabinet. Hi, I'm Flo. Maybe you've seen my commercials.
Who hasn't?
Oh, Bill, I'm trying to tell seniors about changes that affect our medicines, and some of it is good. There are new plans in Washington to help more seniors get prescription coverage.
And the catch?
Well, with the White House plan, there's a chance millions of seniors could lose the coverage we have now.
Our coverage?
And end up in a big government plan. So call. There's a lot to learn.
Hugh, I think what I remember most vividly from our days in Chicago half a century ago was you and Dave Garroway in the announcer's lounge at WMAQ in Chicago rolling that big Webster's Dictionary back and forth, and she kept betting each other a buck that you could come up with a word the other guy couldn't define. Word was that you almost bankrupted Dave Garroway. Warm, happy memories, Hugh, and admiration, too, for putting up with Barbara for so many years.
I love you too, Mike. Well, now, there are a few people. Here we go. These are all of our 2020 anchors and correspondents. All of them asked to be here tonight to send you their best wishes.
I couldn't figure what was happening. Hey, my God, all of you. A little back rub after 21 years. Probably needed.
To stand behind you. And they have all been waiting.
I've worked on every one of them. And
I like the part about getting on the horse.
you laugh. That's right, with your ranch. That's
I'm going to follow you to the internet, too.
That's right, Sam's going on the internet.
You know, the time has come now for all of us to say goodbye to you, at least on the air, because for me, our off-the-air friendship will never end.
No.
I have had 35 years of support and humor and wisdom and kindness from, I don't want to do this, from one of the finest gentlemen I have ever known. And we've shared some bad moments, but we've had an awful lot of good ones, haven't we? And now I know that few people can claim the kind of partnership that we've had. And all these people behind me, I can safely say, feel the same enormous respect and affection for you that I have done, sir. Bravo. And they have expressed their personal sentiments, we save no expense, in a card especially made for you with all of our names and all of our love.
Oh, yeah.
So be well and be happy, my friend. And I know that you should know that you're cherished by the audience and by each and every one of us. I will be doing 2020 on Fridays alone from now on because the truth is, Hugh, that you are irreplaceable. Before I start to blubber all over the place, I know that you want to add your own personal farewell, and when we come back, the stage is all yours. Stay with us.
What a surprise.
Breaking news, a huge blaze near downtown. We're live at 10. Then, did he try passing a phony check by you?
He's done everything.
At 10, new evidence of what else he may have tried to do. Plus, relive the miracle. Next on KETV Newswatch 7.
If you're using two products, one to kill germs and one to shine your kitchen, it can feel like you've got two of everything. It doesn't have to. Introducing Windex Antibacterial Glass and Surface Cleaner. The first antibacterial that not only kills tough germs, but leaves a streak-free Windex shine. Without the film, the leading antibacterial can leave behind. So why deal with two unless you have to?
Mom, I'm hungry.
Try Windex Antibacterial. It's time for a germ-free shine at C. Johnson. Did somebody say McDonald's?
I wonder if you can fix that truck again.
E-tailers like Amazon.com choose priority mail. Shouldn't you?
Well, it's been written, there is something in the pang of change, more than the heart can bear. Right now, my heart can attest to that. It was predictable how I would feel on parting company with the people I've worked with for so long. Every one of them displays the highest level of professionalism, and I have reaped the benefits of their exceptional abilities. I want to thank them. They have my admiration and my deepest affection. And I want to thank you, the best audience I have known in 6 decades of broadcasting. To each of you and your family, I send out my warmest wishes for your personal well-being and for the safety and health of our country as well. We used to close each program urging you to keep in touch with us, and you have done so. And I now want to urge you to keep on keeping in touch with 2020. I don't think you'll go wrong doing that. I'm Hugh Downs, and for now, good night.
This has been a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source.
San Francisco, Arizona, Monday night at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
More complete coverage.
Terrific group making their second appearance with us from San Francisco. Third Eye Blind will perform. We'll be right back with Jaywalking right after this. Cars on his way out. Well, we have fun in Chicago. Didn't we have fun, Kevin?
That was great, man.
That was the most fun ballpark. Those Cubs fans are really, really nice folks. Nice folks. The Cubs were very nice to us, so we always had a good time with them. And, of course, actor-comedian John Leguizamo is here. And, Third Eye Blind will perform as well. So it's a good show tonight. All right, my first guest helped bring America back to baseball this year. He led the Chicago Cubs into the playoffs and hit 66 home runs, all the while giving Mark McGwire a run for his money. Here he is hitting number 62.
The 2-1. Swung on, there she goes. Number 62. Move over, Big Mac. You got company.
Sammy Sosa.
Good to see you.
Thanks for coming. You look very studious today with those glasses.
Oh, I'm trying to make it like you.
Yeah. You know, your story is fascinating. And for people who don't know, and there might be maybe a half a dozen of them out there, I know you grew up in the Dominican Republic, right?
Yes.
Not a rich family.
Yes. No, I was struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How big was your family?
Well, my family was about 6, 7 children in a family, and you know, I was really struggling I was a Shushan boy before. And my mother, my father died when I was 7 years old, but I always have my mother, which I love her very much.
Yeah.
And, you know, I was struggling before, but I always find somebody to help me. And that I'm never going to forget. And also, I never forget where I'm coming from.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's obviously important. And and you didn't even have a glove, right?
No, I was making a cartoon glove.
Out of a milk carton?
Yes, out of a milk carton.
Is a milk carton really the best material?
And play in the street.
Yeah, well, playing in the street, sure, I can understand that. But a milk carton, is that the best?
Yes, and I know how to do it.
Now, was baseball always your first love?
Well, no, not really. I was boxing for 9 months. And yeah, when I was ready in training for 9 months, and when I was ready to make it to the professional boxing, my mother told me, if you make it as a professional boxing, I'm never going to see you in the ring. And I quit.
Oh, well, sure, she didn't want to see you.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
yeah, okay.
Yes.
Well, that was pretty smart. So how old were you when you started playing baseball?
14.
Well, you didn't even start till you were 14.
I started, you know, when I was 14 because my brother, after my mother told me that my brother got me and put me in the league and showed me, teach me how to play baseball.
Well, you picked it up pretty quick.
Yeah, I have to say that I never would be making it to America. This is a beautiful country.
Oh, yeah, it's a wonderful country. Now, let me ask you about, you know, I see you, now, is it instinctive you do that again with this, but that signal has a meaning, doesn't it?
No, not really.
No? Don't you do that before you hit a home run?
No, after.
I mean, after you hit home. I mean, after, of course, after.
I have to say that every time I hit a home run,
yeah,
I run the bases. When I go to the camera, I go, "I love you, Mama."
Oh,
that's what I have.
There you go.
Yeah. This is my motto. Thank you.
Now, this whole home run race thing, was the pressure intense? I mean, does the media tire you out? That constant microphone in your face thing all the time?
Not really, because I'm only 29. Well, I have to say that I'm a professional, and for me, it's a holiday every day. And one thing that I want to say that people in America show me that appreciation, and this is something I'm never going to forget, and I always have it here in my heart.
Well, you're a true gentleman, which is nice, because so many times in sports, over the years, just so many sort of bad examples. And I thought one of the greatest examples was with you and McGwire, obviously very close, and fate of whatever reason, you two were playing against each other when he hit, when he broke the record, Roger Maris's record. He got there first. But, I thought to see you guys hug each other, and you genuinely seem glad for each other. You seem happy for him.
Yeah, I'm always saying to myself that, Mark McGwire had much opportunity to break it and go out there and be the king of home run, because he now was in the middle of the playoff. Right. Also, when he break the record, I'm always pulled for Mark McGwire. Yeah. Because I'm not a jealous person. I'm a human being like everybody else, and I know I can do it, and I believe in God. So when you believe in God, you don't need to go about another people's business.
No, that's wonderful. And we have a tape. Show the tape. Let's show the tape. Here he is. There we go.
That was nice.
And he's a big guy.
Yeah.
Good thing you weren't fighting.
About 250 pounds.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
I don't want to mess with Mark McGwire. He's my friend.
Now, you know what I thought was fun? When Jordan threw the pitch to you.
Oh, man.
The people, you know what I'm talking about here? Tell people about that.
Well, he got there earlier. It's my friend Marco. Michael is the man in Chicago, but I'm behind Marco, So I told Michael, please, no breaking pitch. He told me a fastball. Yeah, he said, yeah, okay, but I don't know. One thing that I like the most that when he went to the mound, he had number 21, my jersey. Too bad that I cannot wear his jersey because I got to play the game that day. But, and then he got to sign everything. But he threw 100 miles an hour over my head.
Yeah, why don't,
I can jump like Michael.
Michael Jordan picture the Sammy. Take a look at this.
Oh, God. There you go.
A couple little kids asked me today. They said, hey, why does he always chew tobacco out on the field? You chew tobacco?
No, never. Probably people are some kid which watch me every day. I'm a role model. And I don't want to do nothing wrong to hurt people, especially a little kid which is watching all the baseball players that want to be like Mark, want to be like myself. I don't chew no tobacco. I only chew sunflower seed.
A sunflower seed?
Yes, that's what I do.
Thank you. I can't chew gum and walk. If I'm coming to stairs, I take the gum out of my mouth over there. I mean, you got a mouthful of seeds, aren't you? Don't they dry your mouth out?
But let me explain you something. One time, the umpire called me a back call one day, and when I come back and found out, I gave him with all the sunflower seeds.
So you got sunflowers growing all over the
yeah. It was in the paper the next day. Oh my God.
Now, are you a superstitious guy? Do you do things for luck? Do you one of those?
Yes.
Really? Now what? What do you do? Like what's luck?
Well, you know, for me, luck it is that I use the sock every, when I have one pair of socks.
Same socks every day?
Yeah, but I watch it.
Oh, you watch it?
I watch it.
Oh, so if you win that day, you wear those socks the next day?
Yes, the next day, and maybe the next day.
Okay, suppose you win 5 days, and then you lose. You throw the socks away then? Oh, the luck wore off.
Yeah. I guess. I got to find a new one.
You should have got rid of them a day early. Now, you and your wife, and your wife is very beautiful, by the way. You're a very lucky man.
Well, I have to say yes. Thank you, God, that gave me an opportunity to be a very, very lucky guy.
Now, how many kids do you have now?
Not me, my wife. You have 4.
She's here. Can we point her out?
Yes, go ahead.
There's Sonia. Sonia. There she is over there. Hi, Sonia. Get a shot of Sonia. There she is. Now, are you guys finally getting a chance to be alone a little bit? Is this like a romantic weekend coming out here in California?
Yeah, I have to say yes. Also, all year long, it's been an unbelievable year, not only for me, but for the fans all over the world. But, the time that me and my wife can have together, it is when we came here to L.A., spend about, 2 or 3 days together.
Maybe 5 kids.
Yeah. No. We closed the company already.
Hey, it's good having. I know you want to say something real quick. I know you're doing some wonderful for the Dominican to help the kids.
I'm doing that because you have to understand that what happened in the Hurricane George. It's a lot of people in my country homeless. They don't have no money. They don't have no houses.
Right.
And I'm doing everything through the Sammy Sosa Charity Foundation to try to help them out, those people back in my country. And anything I can do, anything that the people in America have been supporting me 100%, I will appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy. Sammy Sosa, be right back with John Leguizamo right after this.
How to be a sous vide gourmet. Generously apply sous vide honey to one waffle. Eat, smile. Repeat. Sous vide honey. Delicious every time. Introducing a new concept in finger food for a party of one. Sous vide honey. Delicious every time.
If you're looking for horsepower, look at Chevy Silverado. Because Silverado has the most powerful V8 of any 4x4 pickup. More powerful than Dodge. More powerful than Ford. 300 horsepower. That's why it's the truck. Silverado from Chevy.
When you've got Schlotzsky's on the brain, there's not much room for anything else.
in a place that the system forgot.
They don't want music anymore.
The Board of Ed cut the budget.
3 amazing women can make a world of difference. Meryl Streep, Gloria Estefan, Angela Bassett, Music of the Heart, rated PG. Starts Friday everywhere.
To Leonard Cohen, the ever-vivacious Stephen Wright, and the real Conan O'Brien.
Hey, you're all right. How are you? Welcome to the show. We're not friends.
He's under a lot of pressure here.
1 monumental night, 2 worthy opponents. When this fight's over, 1 man will be standing and lives will change forever. The main event, Case of Our Lives.
It's mesmerizing, appetizing, energizing. It's a kick. Nothing but net. And a real hoot. It keeps you in the game and on the cutting edge. It's your power from OPPD, your publicly owned utility. And whether you compare rates around the country or around the corner, it's a real value for all of us. OPPD, your energy partner.
Imagine walking into an electronics store where everything is free.
Free.
Right now, when you get Commercial Federal's free checking with no minimum balance, you get to choose from free electronic items.
Price check on City.
Like a personal data bank, mini desktop radio, electronic keyboard, clock radio, AM/FM headset, or nostalgic radio. It's like shopping for free. So grab a gadget. Get free electronics with free checking at Commercial Federal Bank.
Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. It's Chevy Truck Month. Come in and check out the truck, Chevy Silverado. Lease a 2000 Silverado 4-wheel drive for as low as $369 a month. Call for details. During Chevy Truck Month, you'll find the biggest selection of the year on the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Chevy trucks.
What is love?
Well, it's sweet.
Yeah, and it's very tender.
Eating an Arby's roast beef sandwich. Arby's, America's favorite roast beef sandwich.
Whatever, Claire. Just your average band of losers and one-hit wonders. You know, when I was a kid, it was always assumed that drugs were cool. I'd do any drug on the table. It didn't matter what it was. Man, I was wrong. It takes your life away from you. I threw away 14 years of my life. Sad. Don't listen to me. Figure it out for yourself.
John Nicely and Pat Prasad, the Channel 6 News.
Alrighty, my next guest, an award-winning actor and comedian. He's appeared in such films as Executive Decision, To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, and Romeo and Juliet. Has an HBO special called Freak. It debuts this Saturday. Please welcome John Leguizamo.
Almost broke my hand. You're a powerful man, Sosa. Sorry.
Welcome to Telemundo.
It's exactly flat in here. Hello, all my people. It's a pleasure to be here. I look like Cesar Chavez with this haircut, don't I? Orale,
Now, you were raised in Queens, though.
Yes, I was,
Oh,
sir.
good. Grew up there, yeah.
People from Queens.
Now, do you remember?
God bless you.
Do you remember the house you lived in? You go back?
Yeah, it was this, we had this apartment that it was better than a project, but close to a project. And we decorated with like 70s stuff. We had green avocado walls, brown linoleum floor, and this orange nuclear rug. We were trying to recreate the inside of a papaya. And we lived next to the subway, and every time my father had something important to say, the subway would go by. I swear to God, my father would be like, okay, I'm only going to say this once. The most important thing that I want to do today is to make... Kick your ass.
Now, were you a big family? Sammy had a big family. Big family?
Oh, big family,
Yeah.
man. Like we used to go to these big family barbecues, 70 or 80 of my cousins would get there.
70 or 80?
On one barbecue, hibachi, they'd be like, get out of here. I got this here. Fighting it. And we would play that salsa music so loud that it would interfere with Nassau communications.
Very good.
Not bad.
Very good. Now, your grandmother lived with you guys?
Yeah, my grandfather, my grandmother, my grandfather, well, we were keeping him alive against his will. We had him in a life support system. Yeah. Because my father wanted to live... Yeah, swear to God.
Is this a joke? What do you...
No, my grandfather...
Keep him alive against his will?
Yeah, he would always say to me, "Come here, John, pour the blood, pour the blood." And I go, "Grandpa, you know I'm not supposed to put you out of your misery." And he'd be like, "Pull the damn blood, pull it down." I swear to God. You laugh, it's true.
Now, why would he? What was that all about?
Well, my father just wanted him to live long enough to suffer what he made my father suffer, so.
What a lovely family.
Oh, love everywhere. That's why I turned out to be the freak that I am. What do you expect?
Hey, so
you look like Fred Savage, I swear to God.
I look like Fred Savage. Thank you very much.
I look at it and I see Fred Savage. Such a cute little bubble.
Thank you very much. Now, was your grandma nice? Nice?
Well, I had two of them, and it was like, one was a nice one, and one was like a mean, evil Cujo type.
Cujo grandma.
Yeah, that was the one. And I found out one day which was which, because I ran up to one of them because I cut myself, and the one was like, come here, you little sissy, I'm going to put a dress on you. That was the nice one. And I went to the other one, who was a Seventh-day Adventist, so she had some strange beliefs, like, you know, like The Exorcist was actually a documentary, she would tell me. She was scary. You laugh.
But you need to understand you now.
Do you understand the madness where it comes from?
I see where it comes from, yes.
Prozac didn't help, nothing helps, you know. And she also believed that, you know, since there were no Latin people on Star Trek, that was proof that they weren't planning to have us around for the future.
Really?
Latin people.
Really? There are no Latin people on
No
Star
Latin
Trek.
people.
I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. There was no...
Not back then. You know, of course she believed that after she took back a few little fits of holy water.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now, when did you start dating? Did you start as...
I started like I was about 13 years old.
You started young?
Yeah. When you're in the city, you don't have computers, you don't have toys, you have sex.
Yeah.
We weren't like you, we didn't have milk cards either. So
you had to use a milk card. You didn't have a date. You had to use a milk card.
Am I blushing here? I'm embarrassed. Yeah, so, you know, I tried to date, and we moved to this basically all-Irish neighborhood, and then one day was St. Patrick's Day, and I figured, you know, everybody's Irish on St. Patrick's Day, right? And I had so many green beers that I snuck. And so I saw this Irish chick, and I river danced up to her.
Oh, that's a...
Serious.
They like that.
Yeah.
Very impressive. Oh, what girl wouldn't go nuts over that?
Yeah. This girl didn't, you know, and I was up to her, I'm like, "Oh, how's the Emerald Island? Have you ever done it with a leprechaun?" What's the matter? Is my shenanigan hanging out again, you know? Brothers were all upset. Her brothers all came at me, you know, grog, mead, ale, and Killian.
Well, tell me about Freak. I mean, I'm beginning to understand how this show evolved. Because the show is basically...
Explain it to me.
Yeah, it's basically you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my life story since I was born till today, I guess.
So till just hours ago.
Minutes ago, seconds.
I mean, you all the characters...
Yeah, it's a semi-demi quasi-pseudo-autobiography, I call it.
Semi-demi quasi...
Yeah, because family will sue. My family will sue. I
see.
So if I say quasi-semi-demi, it throws them. They know, semi-quasi-demi, what is that?
Now, you're on stage the whole time. It's just you.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever lost your voice? Have you gone out there and just...
Just like that, exactly. I was on stage. I was at the big emotional moment, and I'm like... and it took me a minute to get my voice back, and the audience is just like, is he trying to be funny? What is he doing? And the older people are, come on, talk louder. What the hell? We paid $55.
Have your parents come to see the show?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? No.
My mother she was like, you're dead to me. Why would she?
Didn't enjoy it.
You ever see the show, haven't you?
No, but I guess you went at your own, yeah.
Yeah, well, my mother took it all personally, you know, because...
Oh, really? Really? I'm shocked. Really?
All right, I'm insensitive, okay.
How about Dad? Did Dad come?
He said he disowned me.
He disowned you too?
Yeah. It's hard. I mean, the show, you know, I talk about a lot of painful things from growing up, and I try to make it funny, but my family just didn't see it that way at first. But I bought them a lot of gifts and stuff. They're better now. Money makes family life a lot more comfortable.
Very tight. Love of the family. Sure. Now, the show starts, Freak makes its debut this Saturday on HBO, and directed by Spike Lee.
Spike Lee, the master himself.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. All right, we'll watch for Saturday on HBO. John Leguizamo. John,
it's a pleasure.
Be right back with Third Eye Blind right after this.
Rick Martin hits the stage on ET.
TV.
He said we got inside information. This is going to be the greatest interview for you.
Now, Pete's startling allegation that he was tricked into talking with NBC's Jim Gray.
Demi Moore. She tells us why she burned a man's necktie in a fire and the candid moment before our interview.
Don't use that now. Don't use that.
Day 3 of the Anna Nicole trial, and the blonde bombshell is scheduled to take a stand. And the new reports about Anna Nicole and $3 million worth of missing jewels.
Johnny Carson, behind the curtain with the king of late night. Rare footage from backstage in the Entertainment Tonight cover story.
Here we go.
It's Johnny at work with one of his closest friends, his longtime director who just died last week. Now, our special tribute to the man who helped Johnny put the show together for 24 years.
They were like joined at the hip.
Zena's baby pictures. Lucy Lawless shares the photos of her 2-week-old son Julius with E.T. And look who has the E.T. mic again, and a star-studded John Belushi money that may have gone to his fatal dose of drugs, and then supplied a private jet to carry the comedian's body. Footage from behind the curtain, a private look at Johnny with one of his closest friends.
That's coming up on Entertainment Tonight.
Beef just got faster with Heat and Eat beef dishes. We do all the cooking. So all you...
In front of the Tonight Show curtain, Johnny Carson was the king of late-night TV. But only we can show you Johnny behind the scenes for an insider's peek backstage. Our tribute to one of Johnny's closest friends is the Entertainment Tonight cover story.
You may not know it, but buddy, you're a kind of poet.
In 1992, Bette Midler helped show us a new side of Johnny Carson on his next-to-last Tonight Show. Now E.T. shows you a side of Johnny that has rarely been seen.
Okay, 30 seconds, John. Oh, my God, it's late.
It is an incredibly unique behind-the-scenes look at a TV legend at work. The look you got if you worked there. Bobby Quinn worked there, side by side with Johnny for 24 years.
Here we go. We're cutting a little close, aren't we?
Bobby was Johnny's director. He was also Johnny's friend.
Our director, Bobby Quinn. I've known Bobby for almost 20 years.
And they were like joined at the hip.
From Hollywood, The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Johnny.
Ed McMahon ushered Johnny on stage. From 1968 to 1992, Bobby Quinn took it from there.
You know, Johnny is a very smart man. He knows what works for him, and he knew that Quinn worked for him perfectly.
Now everything will go smooth. The producer's here.
Bobby died last week at 72 after a battle with cancer. In a statement, Johnny said, "I was sad to hear of the death of Bobby Quinn. He was a close personal friend. I will miss him."
Okay.
Ed McMahon remembers the time he and Quinn surprised Johnny on stage in Las Vegas.
And he says, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Well, Bobby Quinn and I flew out to surprise you." And he looked over at Quinn, he says, "Oh, I'll be up all night tonight," knowing that we would be partying afterward.
Well, that's how it goes.
And when Bette Midler sang her farewell to Johnny, it was Bobby who made sure the audience saw Carson in a brand new light. A simple shot that said a lot about a complex man.
Quinn was right on it, on the money all the time. He was the consummate director.
Let's make it one for my baby and one more for the road.
Ed says that he talks to Johnny every year on the anniversary of when they first worked together. And this year was number 41. Now, this weekend on E.T., what you didn't know about MASH.
It was like a dream. It went by like a dream.
Memories of MASH.
I'm going to
Missed.
Oh, and we're going to go find one and bring it back. Wow.
5 points.
Well,
And
no,
difference
the
would
good
be
harness, yeah.
The good harness,
Yeah,
right.
that's
So you don't want one with a bar, which is the 3 points.
no.
The ones that come with bars, these are the 3 points. And
Okay.
these are the 5s, which a lot of people like.
He's got that sweet smell of success. $230 million.
Does that surprise you?
And it follows him everywhere he goes.
They told us you're supposed to spray and walk.
Next, all new Rosie, it's Michael Jordan, actress Angelina Jolie, Rosemary Clooney, plus big prizes, big fun on musical Big Shot. Tomorrow.
Our first guest stars is Bobby Donnell on the Emmy Award-winning series The Practice, which just so happens to be one of my favorite shows. All of a sudden a repeat?
Yeah, I guess they throw that in there. I guess it was always scheduled. I don't know. I don't know how they work those things.
Yeah, it's been great this year.
Oh, thanks.
Really good. Now, what's going to happen with you and Lindsay? You're going to start being nasty to her about she doesn't want to wear your mother's dress? It's her wedding,
Yeah.
too, you know.
I know, yeah, this Sunday, my character's always saved this dress since his mother died.
Yeah.
He's always kept this dress, and his dream was to have his bride wear his mother's dress.
Nice, touching.
So, he wants Lindsay to wear the dress.
And she's not going to, is she?
She doesn't want to.
Are you guys going to get married this season, really? Or is it just...
Don't know.
You don't know?
Don't know.
Honestly, you don't know?
I honestly don't know.
You
I
honestly
mean,
don't.
I like it better that way because I go script by script. Because
Right.
it's more, exciting for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how about that whole thing with George Fogelman?
Vogelman.
Whatever with a VF, who cares? The nun killer guy. What a weird storyline
I
that
know,
was.
right? It went on for a couple of years.
It did. But I'm so happy that you're now taking stories and carrying them through. Remember year one, you just did that one and then it was like its own entity?
Yeah, because I think that was because we didn't really have an official time slot, so we had to have these
Right.
isolated storylines. Now that we have a home, we can just carry stories throughout.
Yeah. It's a great show.
Thank
You must
you.
be proud of it, are you?
I mean, it's every actor's dream to have something that works because so few things work. And to have a show that, has some integrity to it, certainly is just a great feeling.
And those Emmys can't hurt. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
That is
And
nice.
James Whitmore, who played that in that two-part series,
Mhm.
he was wonderful. What a great actor.
Absolutely brilliant.
Great stuff for you to do, too.
Mm-hmm.
How's your baby?
She's great. I mean, she's amazing. She was here with me in New York, and she kept me up the other night. She was bartending till like 2 o'clock in the morning in the hotel.
She's 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was a bartender, my father was a bartender, so it must be in her blood.
Right.
Because she had the ice cubes and clinking all night and kept me up.
Really? Now, your dad owns a bar still here in New York, right?
Yeah, no, he's bartending now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he must be very proud of you.
Oh, yeah. I took him actually to the GQ Awards and thanked him.
Speaking of which, look at how cute you look on there. Hello, Mr. Man of the Year. How'd you feel about that?
I mean, look, I'm on with Tom Hanks and Will Smith. Can't be bad.
No.
Can't be bad.
Can't be bad at all.
Very flattering.
Was it a good event? I didn't get to go. I wanted to show up.
You know what? It was a great event. Lenny Kravitz played, and Garth Brooks played, and just to receive an award for Man of the Year, why not?
Yeah. And you got to take your dad.
Yeah.
You get to hang out with him a lot when you're here in New
That
York?
was the best part. Yeah, usually I have dinner with him or go see him at the bar or something like that.
Yeah.
He's going to see us. I'm hosting Saturday Night Live this week.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Who's the musical guest?
The Foo Fighters.
The Foo Fighters. I like
Yep.
them. Yeah. And what songs do you, what songs, what characters, any specific impressions you can do that we don't know about?
No, yet. There's going to be some surprises, but nothing's locked in yet. Because you did it, right?
Yeah, I did it a few times. I loved it. So much fun.
Oh, the best.
It really is. What are your favorite characters on there?
I like Mango.
Yeah, that's funny.
Mango's funny.
Right.
And
Molly Shannon, I love it, I love it, I love it. You know when she does that?
Yeah.
She cracks me up.
Oh, she's hysterical.
Are you going to be working this summer during your hiatus or take some time off?
Don't know. I have a film coming out in March called Texas Rangers. It's like my big first leading role in a movie, and it's a Western set in 1878.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what's my favorite thing to watch about you as an actor? How easily your eyes fill up with tears. It's hard for guys to do that. A lot of guy actors can't do that. But you, many times, Lindsay in the bed, almost dead, from George Fogelman, the crazy nun killer. Your eyes were right, and that was the best, was when you and Laura Flynn, and she was there when you proposed. How great was that? For the home viewer, that was so enjoyable.
I'm so glad you like it.
Yeah, I'm sort of sick about it, though. Did you ever feel this way about a show, that you just felt like they're your real friends? And
I guess I dream of Jeannie.
no kidding.
Yeah. That's like my favorite show still to this very day. I have the game, the original game, and something about that bottle.
You like that bottle?
Yeah.
Have you met Barbara Eden?
Never met her.
She's here.
Come on.
No, she's not. She's not, but that would have been funny had I known.
Would've been great.
Wouldn't that have been good? But you've never met her ever?
No, never met her.
She was sort of the dream one for you, though, huh? You like Major Healy, too, I take it.
No.
No, just Jeannie for you.
Yeah, just Jeannie.
Yeah, I love that show with Major Healy. What's your favorite episode?
You know, I can't really say specifically one. There's just something about the bottle and the pillows and...
Just an overall feel.
Yeah, it's an overall feeling
nothing
I get,
specific.
right.
Me, I can quote you line for line from my favorite shows, but whatever. That monitor's out, by the way. It's delightful to see you here. Congratulations on your award.
Thank you.
Tell your dad I said hi, and tell me where the bar is. I'll go drink with him. All right. We'll be right back after this with Percy Rock. Still ahead, from Charmed, Shannon Doherty, whose name I always say wrong.
Is there such a thing as inflatable breast implants? We'll tell you what they are and what they aren't, and why they're the hot new trend in cosmetic surgery in the heartland. Adjustable implants, tonight at 10, only on the Channel 6 News.
John Nicely, Pat Prasad, Jim Flowers, and Dave Weber. 10 minutes of non-stop news. No wait weather and leadoff sports. 10 at 10. Tonight, only on the Channel 6 News.
Someday the kids won't have time for a family vacation. And someday your house might seem just a little too big. Someday you'll have to call each other instead of yell from your bedrooms. At Glamour Shots, we know it's someday that makes today much more special. Legacies by Glamour Shots.
Get a family value package of your favorite pose for only $69.95. Call 1-800-GLAMOUR-SHOTS.
Take your film to an ordinary photo finisher, and all you can say is cheese. But there's a lot more to say about Omaha's most preferred supermarket photo finisher.
Say pot roast.
Milk, eggs, and bread. Baker's isn't just Omaha's most preferred supermarket.
Say almond jamaica fudge.
But also Omaha's most preferred supermarket photo finisher. For one-stop shopping from the #1 supermarket and supermarket photo finisher.
Say Baker's.
You said a mouthful.
John and Jim Cook, two brothers who began working on cars in their dad's garage. Today, they have over 40 years of combined experience in auto repair and service.
Auto repair is our life.
Cook's Towing and Repair has earned the reputation of being honest and reliable from two of the hardest working guys in the business. If you're looking for experienced automotive repair of any kind, give Cook's Towing and Repair a call.
We'll never turn down a job.
Cook's Towing and Repair. Call 712-323-0314 today.
Wouldn't it be great if you could carpet your home now and take 6 months to pay, interest-free? Well, right now at Kelly's Carpet, you can get quality, durable DuPont Stainmaster carpeting for half price and pay no interest for 6 months. Plus, Kelly's has special pricing on vinyl, wood flooring, area rugs, and remnants. Selected Stainmaster carpet made of premium fibers is half price with 6 months to pay interest-free. At Kelly's Carpet, 90th and Center, 90th and L, and Nebraska City. You'll like the way we do business.
For the last 17 years, my next guest has been answering letters from complete strangers in need of help. In his syndicated column, Thanks a Million. This September, after giving away his personal fortune of almost $30 million, he answered his last letter. Please welcome, more than Good Samaritan, Percy Ross. Lovely to meet you.
It's nice to meet you, too, Rosie. I never thought I'd ever be here on your show.
Here you are. And how old are you, sir?
Well, I'm going to be 83 in a couple more weeks.
And can I tell you, you look great.
Thank you.
Is it true that you never thought you'd live to be 83?
That's right. I was told I'd live to be 75, and that's what I planned to do, is to share my fortune up to age 75. And as I got older, I said, I better start saving this for a few more years, and here I am.
Right. So you had a lot of... Tell everyone how your column started with Hubert Humphrey.
Well, first, let me start with this. Rosie, when I had a lot of money, I bought about $1 million silver as an investment. And it turned out to be not too good an investment, so I started giving them away to people, and I saved them, and I even have one here for you. And it's just not much, it's only $1, but I have your birthday down here, and just a little, it's my trademark. I give these to people wherever I go.
Well, I thank you very, very much. That's very nice of you. Thank you, I'll treasure that. So you were a child who grew up without much money?
My parents are very poor. My mother and dad came from what they call the old country, and they came to this country. They couldn't speak English very well, and the only kind of work my father could find was being a junk peddler. And he collected junk, and among the things he once bought me when I was just a youngster was a bicycle. It wasn't much. I think he paid $2 or3 for it, and but it was mine. And all the rich kids in town, they teased me. They called it a bone shaker, but I didn't care. It had 2 flat tires, but it was mine. It was my bike. And I made up my mind that someday, when I did make a lot of money, I was going to see to it that children who were poor, didn't have very much, someday I was going to try to give away brand new bicycles.
And you did just that.
I did just that.
And Hubert Humphrey heard about this.
Well, he saw, I gave these 1,050 bicycles away at a party, a Christmas party for these children in 1977. And the very next morning, I got a phone call. Hello, Percy. And sure enough, it was Hubert Humphrey calling me from his sickbed because then President Carter and Vice President Mondale had just maybe a month previous to that brought him home because he had cancer and he was dying. And he said, my, what a wonderful thing it was to see those children get those bicycles. And he says, joy, joy, joy. Thanks a million, Percy, for being such a nice guy. And he said all kinds of nice things and so forth. But, you know, he gave me, and then he said to me, you should make yourself available by having a column like Dear Abby or Ann Landers. And by doing that, people will be aware of what you can do for people since you like to do these nice things. I said, well, I don't think people would ever like a column. Yes, they would. And thanks a million for being my friend. And you should try to work on getting a column, and maybe you will someday.
It took you a long time to get it, but 7 years.
7 years, went coast to coast, went from border to border. Nobody wanted it. Nobody thought I could write a column that people would read, but they were all wrong. And
so you had people write in who were in need of things, not necessarily financial things, just in need.
Well, a lot of people would call me. They wanted advice on how to make a better living than what they were doing. A lot of people call me from nursing homes, from the elderly call me. They didn't always need money. All they needed is a little bit of hope. A letter, a book, a silver dollar, and a little bit of encouragement. Things aren't all as bad as it was.
And how many letters did you receive a week?
Oh, I would average about 2,000 letters every single week. And from those 2,000 letters, my editor, Miss Weber, and I would pick out about 200, and from those 200, we would help about 30, 40 people every day. Sometimes with $100,000, $500,000, $1,000, sometimes just a phone call, sometimes a letter, a book, or a silver dollar.
Here's one of the letters that you got. Dear Mr. Ross, I've lived my whole life in and out of mental institutions. At age 61, they put me in a halfway house, and I feel privileged to have a place that I call home. I'm not employable, not even as a dishwasher. All I ask for is pocket change, riding the bus and stopping for a cup of coffee. $5 a week is all I need. And then you wrote him back. What did you write?
I told him that, you know, we all have our niche in life, and yours is no less than that of another man. The check I'm sending you, the check I'm sending your social worker will cover a year's worth of bus trips. He did write the letter. A social worker wrote it for me.
It's a wonderful thing. You've given to so many, even people who don't need money. This is a man who lives under a bridge, and he wrote to you that he doesn't need any money because he actually had found some money. And so he wanted you to give the $20 to someone who needed it.
Yes, he did. I thought that was very, very nice.
And very touching.
Yes.
Now, your column right now is going away because you've written your last one. You're out of money. You gave away $30 million, sir. That is some accomplishment.
Thank you.
It really is.
But you know, Rosie, you too you're a philanthropist also. In fact, everybody likes you because you share like I do. You care for people like I do. You're my type of gal. You know, if I was about 20 years younger, and if you were 20 years older, and I hope my wife won't, my beautiful wife, Lorraine, of 60 years, doesn't mind me saying this.
Yeah.
And if I wasn't married,
yeah,
and if you were Jewish, I'd go for.
Well, you know what I like to say to you, Percy?
I'd go for you in a big way.
Shalom.
Shalom, huh?
Give me a kiss. Percy Ross, you're a wonderful, wonderful man. You're going to keep doing your way of giving, and that you're hoping that someone takes over the column for you and continues the work that you started, and I hope that that happens.
Well, I hope
you,
so.
Sir, I really
yes,
do.
I hope so. I've got letters from all kinds of people. A lot of people would like to write the column like I have, but you know, it takes a lot of money.
Yes.
And you have to be generous, and you have to feel for people, and you have to share. I really haven't spent any money. I haven't given any money away. What I have really done, Rosie, is share. I've shared my money with other people, and I'll tell you, I did get a lot of pleasure out of it. In fact, I got more out of it. I got more out of it than I've given away. I really have.
I'll bet you have.
It's pleased me a great deal. I get marvelous letters of thank you from people all over the country who've written me, and it's really self-rewarding.
And I hope that you come on our show with some letters every month or so, and you can answer them through our show. That would be a wonderful thing.
I'd love to. I'd like to be part of your show.
Well, that would be great. Percy, thank you very much for being here. We'll be right back with Shannon Doherty after this. Still ahead, from Charmed, Shannon Doherty.
Coming up at 4, a new batch of used cars may have a secret lingering inside. We'll show you what to look for then.
On your mark. Get set. Skip.
It's an old exercise with a new attitude at 4.
I'm often asked what makes Jeopardy so popular. Our team of writers and researchers, and of course our amazing contestants, make Jeopardy the phenomenon it is.
Hey, it's not just a game, it's Jeopardy!
Jeopardy, today at 4:30 here on Channel 6.
Plasma. You might not know much about it, but right now there's a shortage. We can solve the problem. It just takes people like you and me. When you give plasma, it helps others with hemophilia, severe burns, or trauma. It's like giving blood, and Centeon pays you for your time. So when you donate, we give you money, up to $200 a month. And people who need your help will have plenty of something else they desperately need. Plasma.
Right now at Centeon Bioservices, you can make up to $200 a month. For complete details, call the Centeon Bioservices nearest you.
He doesn't care that Hyundai has America's best warranty. The warranty that means you don't have to worry about your car for 10 years. But you care. You're different. You're a lot more intelligent. The new Elantra from Hyundai with the freedom of America's best warranty.
Pat Hazel at Baker's asking value card users how they celebrate the savings. Makes me want to dance.
This week, celebrate the savings on Best Yet granulated sugar. 4-pound bags only 87 cents each at Baker's. Best Yet canned vegetables now just 4 for $1. And select varieties of shilling spices are half price, but only at Baker's.
These folks are celebrating the savings every day. The question is, how much will you save? And how will you celebrate?
Life just got smoother. New CG Smoothers Makeup, a light gel-based formula. A built-in moisturizer helps keep skin smooth all day. How smooth is that? New CG Smoothers Makeup.
Lips just got smoother. CoverGirl introduces CG Smoothers Hydrating Lip Color. It hydrates better than the leading lip balm to make lips smoother than ever. New CG Smoothers Hydrating Lip Color. Easy, breezy, beautiful. CoverGirl.
Request here as the host of the show during the commercial, but a lovely woman in the back wanted me to cut one of the appliques off of my new Gap jeans and give it to her. And frankly, I'm not! Okay, there are a lot of songs, movies, and TV shows that use numbers in the titles, and because I was clever enough to notice this, I wasn't, the writers were, we thought we'd play Name the Numbers, Name the Numbers, can you name the numbers?
How are you?
What do you do for a living?
I'm a dental assistant.
You are?
Yes, I am.
You're the one who always says spit?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
I love that
or
thing.
I suck it for you. Yeah.
I love that thing. Yeah.
I call myself a professional spit sucker.
You do? Give me a high five.
I'm in there. I'm in there.
Obviously, you're good at it. You're going to have 30 seconds to answer up to 10 questions about popular titles that have numbers in them. Your job to fill in the number, okay? Like if I say, my blank son, what is it?
My 3 sons.
There you go. For every answer right, you win that number in cash. Got it? Then at the end, you'll see if you want to trade it in for a prize. Up to you. You know, I'm getting so excited because the Millionaire game is on that I'm winning all the games.
Yeah. Monty Hall, door number 1, door number 2.
The only thing on Millionaire, no one cheats. Watch what happens during this show.
Okay. We like cheaters.
30 seconds. You ready, Susan?
Oh, we're on now?
Yeah, we're on. Ready?
Okay.
Live TV. Here we go.
Okay.
Blank, Jump Street.
21.
Yes. Shut up! Adam Blank.
Adam, 12.
Shut up! Blank minutes.
60 minutes.
The Blank $1 Million Man.
The 60 million. The $6 million man.
Blank Easy Pieces.
12 easy pieces. 5 easy pieces. 5 or 12. 7 easy
Stop
pieces.
the clock. Just stop the clock. I have had just about enough of the cheating. If you people want to ruin it for Susan, then you keep it up. But if you want Susan to possibly win money, you'll keep your lips zipped.
Yes. I want to be a millionaire. I want to be Percy.
So do I.
I want to be
Wouldn't that
Percy.
be great
Oh, I
to
would
be
love that. A little to
When
you,
his
a
whole
little
life-
to
Yeah, he's a great
a little
feeling he
bit.
must have.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
I'm going to give you all because you said that. Here you go. Take some money, a couple of $100. Now, you want to trade it in, Susan?
Oh, my God.
You
On
can
what,
trade
though?
it in for the box that David Evangelista is now holding. You have about $400 there. It's up to you. I don't know how much I gave you. Do you want the money or the box? Money or the box?
I would go for the box.
David, that's so cheating. You told her what's in there?
Okay. How about if I give you $100 for the box? And I'll keep the rest.
You know, people make up their own rules and everything. David, what's in the box, you big cheater? All right. Don't get to
Thank you, Marcy.
Sit down. Come on over, number 2. Oh, God. You know, I wonder why the big shows don't call me when there's a show like Millionaire. You know, I have all the zest, all the excitement. It's because you guys are such bad cheaters that it makes me look like a bad host. What did you did to her? That's nice of you to stick up for me like that. Hi, Cindy.
Hi.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a mom.
Oh, yeah, how old are your kids?
10, 5, and 7.
Yeah, 3 of them.
3 boys.
3 boys.
I buzz around my house and they follow.
I understand. All right, are you ready to play?
I'm ready.
Everyone's going to cheat, so get ready.
Good.
Blank Dalmatians.
A 101 Dalmatians.
Blank Days, 7 Nights.
Like say 6.
Party of
5.
Blank Candles.
16.
Star Trek Deep Space.
9.
Movie The Summer of
49. 47.
42. My 3 sons, 2 dads. Blank hours.
Blank hours. Whatever hours. 5 hours.
Torn between blank lovers.
2 lovers. 5.
Come here. Get over here. I'm giving you $100, and I'm only giving her 3 because...
Oh, no, you can have it back.
All right, here you go. You know, I just totally... All right. I'm the worst host of the game. Shannon Doherty is up next.
For the first time, E.T. takes you inside the top-secret Scientology Center in Hollywood. Then lost scenes from The Way We Were.
It's killed me to have those 2 scenes taken out.
Exclusively on E.T. Tonight at 6:30, only on Channel 6.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, have you heard about the new store in town? It's Gordman.
Gordman?
Gordman's. They have a
Great selection of name brand clothes for the family. And
cool home fashions at big savings.
every day up to 50% off.
Sometimes more.
Sometimes more.
All the latest styles and brands you'd find at the mall.
What's the catch?
You'd expect there'd be a catch, wouldn't you?
That's why it's something unexpected.
Gordman. Brands you want, savings you deserve.
You're gonna love it.
Just
take them.
At the clubs.
Enjoy.
I can't believe she's selling your retirement stuff, Wendell.
He doesn't need it. He's not telling folks about new Charmin.
George, how long is staying unretired? Until everyone knows how much better new Charmin is.
It's got a thick, pillowy texture, so it's the softest, most absorbent regular bath tissue, and now stronger than ever.
Nobody knows Charmin like Whipple.
Gotta go.
He's back because it's better.
Want to trade?
Rod Kush has done it again. It's Package Power 99. Now you can package any of our 250 sofa and love seat sets with a coffee table, 2 end tables, and 2 lamps for just $99 more. Or make your own room package for just one low price. Take a sofa and love seat set, add a coffee table, 2 end tables, and 2 lamps starting at just $499, and we'll throw in a free matching chair. It's incredible, and with 6 months same as cash and layaways, it's downright insane. It's Package Power 99 at Rod Kush's Furniture in Omaha and in Lincoln.
The holidays are almost here, and that means great savings at Hancock Fabrics. Like fleece solids, only $5.99 a yard. Fleece prints, just $6.99 a yard. Oak Hill flannel plaids are only $4.99 a yard. Save 20 to 40% on our entire selection of drapery prints. Save 30% on all Christmas prints and 40% on decorations and accessories. Polyfiller is just $1.99 a bag. Plus, all Butterick patterns are only $1.99. Save on over 80 items throughout our stores, now through Saturday at all Hancock Fabric stores.
WOWT.com, DiscoverOmaha.com, Channel 6 News, weather and sports, and the Heartland's best local website, WOWT.com. Get on it.
You know, from now on, we're going to put the contestants in a soundproof booth. And also, we're going to have it that you have to stump me to win, because I can't cheat. If you stump me, then you all will win. That's how we're going to play from now on. Because the producers are livid. They handed me like $2,000, never thinking I would throw it into the audience. I just got yelled at during the commercial, but it's no biggie. I'm the host. You can catch our next guest tonight and every Thursday night on the hit WB show, Charm. Take a look.
By the forces of heaven and hell, draw to us this woman foul. Rend from her foul desire that she may perish as a moth to fire.
See? I knew it wasn't you. I didn't burn. I'm okay.
I'm not.
Oh my God. I don't believe it.
We have a new problem.
She's a much better looking girl. Please welcome back to the show, Shannon Doherty.
I'm good.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Was that fun getting dressed as a guy?
No, that was horrible.
Was it
was
horrible?
horrible. It was prosthetic makeup and, you know, a fake nose and earlobes and lots of facial stuff.
Yeah, because your whole face seemed to shift or something.
I look like a freak.
Well, you don't really look that guyish.
Yeah, I know.
You know, did you see that movie, Boys Don't Cry?
No.
Chad Lowe's wife plays a girl who pretends to be a boy, and she's so convincing. It's really a very sad movie, but she's great in it.
Really?
Yeah, how long were you dressed up as a guy for this? Just a week?
It was 5 days, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 days too many.
Did you feel like a guy a little?
I did. I started walking like a guy. It was sort of like this little Al Pacino walk that I had going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sort of hunched over shoulders and very Al Pacino-ish.
He's the real guy for you, Al Pacino?
Yeah, yeah.
Always has been?
Yeah.
When'd you first go for him? What movie?
Oh, God, I don't even know. It was probably, what was the movie he did with William Friedkin?
I don't even know who William Friedkin is.
He's a director. He did The Exorcist and The French Connection.
I thought maybe you were cursing. William Friedkin, what's his name? William Friedkin Hurt. William Hurt, no. William Friedkin, well, you mean the one where
Billy Friedkin, the director.
I still don't know it when you call him
All
Billy.
right, it doesn't matter.
When
anyway,
he says, you're out of order, with that one where he plays...
No, it was way
That was Injustice for All. Before that?
Yeah.
Dog Day Afternoon?
Exactly.
3 Days of the Condor?
Okay,
Serpico?
so moving on.
Serpico, where he got shot in the face?
No. It was...
Okay, I don't have any idea.
And I can't even tell you what the storyline is.
Have you ever met him?
It's not good for this particular...
We'll just move on.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you ever meet Al
I've
Pacino?
never met him.
No. I know him.
You do?
Whatever. Very nice.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
I'm good friends with his girlfriend, Beverly D'Angelo.
Really?
I can say it. It was in the paper. It's not like, you know, they went to a premiere. Aren't I allowed to say that? God, my producers are like, woo! Uh-oh, sorry, Bev. Sorry, ow,
Yeah,
Patina.
no, he's an amazing actor.
Mm-hmm. How's everything at Charmed?
Everything at Charmed is great.
You having fun?
It's great, yeah. We're, you know, doing our second season, and we're sort of getting adventurous and trying new storylines and new techniques of shooting, and it's good.
Do kids ever think you're a real witch when they see you in the mall?
You know, I have a goddaughter, Cooper, who is the love of my life. She's turning 4 November 7th. And she looked at me one day and she was like, you know, Aunt Shay, you have special powers. Can you show me? And I was like, yeah. And I think, okay, this is, I'm going to impress my goddaughter.
Right.
So I have a set of keys behind my back and I go like this and I fling the set of keys and she, you know, looks at me and she's like, yeah. And I'm like, see, I'm magical. And she stops and goes, it's pretend, Shay. That's it. It's really not magic. Isn't that depressing?
It is, you know.
Like, I can't even convince my 4-year-old goddaughter that I have magical powers.
Do you know what's really bad is when the kids let you think you're fooling them? Like, I always do that pretend something's in your ear thing, you know, and I see my daughter going, okay, Mommy, take this and pretend it's in my ear.
Pretend it's in my ear.
All the time I thought I was fooling her. I'm totally not fooling her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're too smart.
They are really smart. You can have kids one day, you hope.
Oh,
yeah? Yeah.
Definitely. A whole brood behind me.
Really?
Yeah.
Irish Catholics, say that. Pump out those kids.
Absolutely.
Exactly. How was your mom growing up? Strict mom?
She was an interesting mother, I would say. Sorry, Mom. She's an amazing mom. And really quick, while I remember, my dad has been in the hospital, and I just want to say hi, Daddy, and I love you, and get out soon. But my mom was amazing. She had these little tricks to, like, keep me in line.
Yeah.
Like, she never wanted her daughter to lie about anything. So she told me that in the middle of the night, if I had lied during the day or at any point, that the devil would come and visit me in the middle of the night and give me really horrifying nightmares. And to this day...
That is bad of her to do that!
To this day, if I tell, like, a white lie, even if it's to help somebody,
yeah,
I have nightmares.
I bet you should have your mother pay for the therapy bill.
Yeah, well, I did go to therapy for 3 years because of it.
I did actually a version of that to my kids, but I say that they have a mommy dot, that when they're telling a lie, a little dot goes there. You know, so now I know when my kids are lying because they go like this, Mom, can I have a soda? Did you already have a soda today? No, I did not. So it's a dead giveaway, you know.
So what are you going to do when they're, like, you know, in their 30s, sort of like trying to scrub their foreheads when they lie?
I also hear my son saying to my daughter, I see your mommy dot. And I'm like, excuse me, only the mommies can see it, you know. They're so on to me. You know, they really are. It's kind of sad. What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I think I'm going to do, like, a big Thanksgiving dinner, and, you know, I will attempt to cook part of it. And
Are you a good cook?
I'm a great cook, but when I feel really pressured, like I have to impress the guests, I have this little trick, and I run to this store called Chalet Gourmet, which is down the street from me, and they have the most amazing sort of arrangement there, and they make terrific food. And I get it all to go, and I dump it.
You mean a whole Thanksgiving dinner?
Yeah, and I dump it in saucepans, and I take the boxes that it came in and throw them in the trash and take it out to the garbage real quick and sort of throw, like, basil and sauce everywhere on it.
So it looks like you really
did it.
did
looks like I have been slaving.
Can I say something? You just busted yourself on national TV. So anyone going to your house is going to go, stop at Chalet Gourmet. Great turkey, by the way, last night. Yeah, I've done that before, and I got busted. Only I went to Ralph's in the Valley.
Okay.
Well, you know, Ralph's Supermarket does that, too.
Yeah,
it was
but, you know,
good.
they've got a really good deli department at Ralph's.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And that's where I got my turkey, 1988. I got my whole turkey dinner there.
Well, Chalet Gourmet does an amazing stuffing in the turkey. And, you know, you pop it in, and like 4 hours later, it's done. And
promise me next time you come, you'll bring some.
I will.
All right. Look, I have your doll here. I have your doll, Shannon. And when we come back, you're going to get to see my doll in Barbie Theater. Oh, the joy. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
You might have heard a lot about Xenical.
There's a unique weapon in the bottom of the bulge. It's called Xenical.
Our top story, Xenical. Is it everything you've hoped for?
Want to know the facts? Xenical is a prescription fat blocker, not an appetite suppressant, which means it blocks about 1/3 of the fat in the food you eat from ever being digested. No, you can't eat whatever you want. And you may never look like a supermodel, but with Zenecal and a reduced calorie diet, you can lose weight. And that's a fact. So if you're at least 30 pounds overweight, depending on height, ask your doctor for more information.
Since Zenecal blocks about 1/3 of the fat in the foods you eat, you may experience gas with oily discharge, increased bowel movements, an urgent need to have them, and an inability to control them, particularly after meals containing more fat than recommended. Zenecal shouldn't be taken if you are pregnant, nursing, have food absorption problems, reduce bile flow, or taking cyclosporin. Zenecal reduces the absorption of some vitamins. Therefore, a daily multivitamin is recommended.
Don't worry, they'll be back.
Warm, ooey gooey Pillsbury cinnamon rolls. Start your weekend on a roll.
Your face has over 20,000 pores. Make them look smaller, your skin smoother, more even with new Neutrogena Pore Refining Cream, the daily moisturizer with retinol and alpha hydroxy. Neutrogena Pore Refining Cream. This was worth waiting for.
Yonkers Marathon Sale is for everyone. Find all the newest fall and winter styles, all 20 to 60% off. Plus, look for store-wide coupons now through Saturday. Bring them in and receive an extra 20% off any single regular or sale-priced item. During Yonkers Marathon Sale, this is living. Tonight, it's the biggest friends of the season.
I'm gonna miss you so much.
Rachel and Monica's last night living together.
I know you have to leave. And I have to live with a boy!
And yes, Jesse and Diego are together again. And again, and again, and somebody get a hose. Then, Frazier wants her, Niles wants her, he thinks he's using her to get to her. He doesn't know that he really wants her and not her, get it?
Just try to keep up, it's not that complicated.
Really? All new must-see TV, NBC tonight.
Tonight, the men and women who saved the world. They were young and didn't know what they were getting into. Tom Brokaw with their remarkable story, The Home of the Brave. NBC Nightly News tonight.
Monday, the legendary Carol Burnett and Billy Campbell. Monday on Rosie.
You know, my favorite CD is Mark Anthony. I love it. I play it every day in my house. Okay? And there's one track on it that is interesting. It goes like this. So I thought it was skipping, and I returned it. Well, just take a look at the Barbie Theater. This is what happened. Frankly, it was embarrassing. Here's a doll who is Barbie's pal, and we call her Rosie. Proud to be a full-figured gal, and we call her Rosie. She's a host on TV. Rosie, when she sings, it's off-key. Rosie loves to jet ski or just have fun, and we call her Rosie. Oh, there I was in my kitchen, dancing to my Mark Anthony CD while I was preparing dinner for the children. Oh, look at me boogie down. I need to notice the footsteps. Oh, I need a sip from my big toilet dispenser brush cup. Oh, what is that noise? Will you kids be quiet? I'm trying to listen to Mark Anthony. Jeez, come on. You loving mother. I'm making you dinner. Okay. Oh, what song is it? Oh, are those kids touching the CD player? Oh, what? Oh, it has a skip. I cannot believe my brand new CD has a skip. This is horrible. What am I going to do? I'll be burning my SpaghettiOs if I leave them. Well, I'll just go to the store with my pan of SpaghettiOs and return the CD. Right into Tower Records, conveniently located. Hello, Tower Records employee. Hi. Oh, look, my CD on sale. Buy it for charity. Anyway, hello, Mr. Scary Man who works at Tower Records. Hi. How are you? My Mark Anthony CD skips, and why do you have so many piercings all over? Oh, okay, thank you, sir. Just give me the record, and thank you. Want some SpaghettiOs? You scare me. Goodbye. Oh, okay, so now I put that song back. Oh, it's skipping again. What is wrong with this? Mr. Pointy Spike Face, my CD is skipping again. What is wrong with you? Let me put it on for you, dude. Let me see. What? See? That's skipping. See the skipping part? soul. Pick one up, would you? We'll be right back after this.
Next on First News Live at 4, increased violence in the heartland. It's put a new attention on our efforts to retrieve guns from the streets and out of the hands of our youth. Also, a new batch of used cars may look good and have a great price, but do they have a secret lingering inside? We'll show you what to look for. And an old exercise is making a comeback, and it's sure to exhaust your Y2K worries away. All of this, plus your precision forecast with meteorologist Jeff Jensen, next on First News Live at 4.
Kohl's 19-hour sale with great bonus buys Friday night and Saturday till noon only. Like 50% off selected women's coordinates, young men's Levi's L2 fashion jeans, and on all solid color bath towels. Plus, take an extra 10% off diamond jewelry and off all shoes already on sale. Get these and other great bonus buys Friday night and Saturday till noon only. Then shop all day Saturday for great store-wide savings at Kohl's 19-hour sale. Don't miss it. This Thanksgiving, let Hy-Vee do the cooking so you'll have more time to spend with your family. We'll prepare succulent turkey, a delicious honey clay spiral cut ham, or prime rib. You choose your favorite side dishes, freshly baked rolls, and pies to complete your holiday feast. Hy-Vee, let us cook while you enjoy the family.
Hear that motor horn? Taking on the highway, looking for the best deal. Oh yeah, you've never come your way. Our Giver's gonna make it happen. Fire Bear get you on your way. Paul's got the car that you want. Come get it today. Paul Giver, born to sell cars.
I don't know the answers to all the questions, but I do know the difference between Mark Twain and Shania Twain.
Jeopardy, weekdays at 4:30 here on Channel 6.
Closed captioning and other consideration for the Rosie O'Donnell Show provided by...
On Saturday, November 6th, it's JCPenney's earliest, latest, hottest, coolest, biggest sale of the year. 10 to 50% off virtually everything. JCPenney's biggest sale of the year. It's hip, mod, groovy, happening cool.
I swim every day, then blow dry. It's tough on my hair.
VO5 hot oil bonds to weak hair strands, leaving it up to 60% stronger and dramatically revitalized. Nothing works like Alberto VO5 hot oil.
Imagine what it can do for yours.
There are lots of little reasons for choosing the right cold medicine. Trust Pediacare. It's the #1 pediatrician-recommended brand of infant's cold drops made just for baby's little system. Pediacare will make your little one feel a lot better because you care. Pediacare.
Shannon signed her doll, and it's going to be available on eBay.com. Go on there, would you? And thank you, Shannon, for doing that. And as we go out, the new Rosie Christmas CD available now. Me and Trisha Yearwood. We'll see you tomorrow with Michael Jordan and Rosemary Clooney and Angelina Jolie. Provided by American Airlines. Together with American Eagle, serving over 260 destinations in 45 countries worldwide. American Airlines, something special in the air. Guests of the Rosie O'Donnell Show stay at the Parker Meridian, featuring breathtaking views of Central Park and the New York skyline. The Parker Meridian, uptown, not uptight.
Working to keep guns off of city streets. Good afternoon, I'm John Chapman. We'll tell you about Mad Dad's latest efforts coming up.
I'm meteorologist Jeff Jensen, live on the observation deck. A little bit breezy up here today, but very summer-like. How long is this going to last? I'll let you know in my forecast in just a few minutes.
Thousands of soggy lemons may be flooding the used car lots this fall. I'm Tom Knight, and I'll show you how to spot them before you end up buying one.
Now.
How are you?
Good.
So good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Very nice, isn't it?
Thank you very much. It's nice.
Although we don't get to see you play basketball anymore, I get to see you all the time in the commercials, and so I haven't missed you, which is good, you know?
That's cool, that's cool.
Because you're still around,
I'm still
you're still
around.
there.
I'm not anywhere. I'm just home.
How are you enjoying it? Are you doing a lot of new stuff?
Actually, I'm enjoying it a lot. You know, I've been able to relax and smile and just hang out and watch people do things and, you know, I not miss life. You know, I missed life for a while, trying to entertain everybody, so now I don't have to do that as often.
Yeah, do you get time to just relax and do nothing, or you're playing golf still, you're still working out?
Well, I do have my times of just relaxing, but I guess the fun things that I do is to watch my kids do things, you know, which, you know, for 15 years I didn't really do much of that, and now to see my kid play football, which is kind of nerve-wracking.
Right, right.
And on Sunday, I was out watching them play, and they were losing like 28-0 in about 15-degree weather, and I said, you know what, if it weren't for my son, I wouldn't be out here, but I got to see.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I met your children and your wife at the Star Wars premiere in Chicago, and what beautiful children you have.
Thank you. They love you, man. They're going to love to watch me on this show.
But that was a great night, too, and I want to thank Michael is actually being honored, and his wife, at our foundation dinner next week, and for all the work that you do for kids and the great role model that you are.
Thank you.
So I wanted to thank you for that. We're going to make millions of dollars because of that.
Good.
So do you find your life is totally different? Do you miss it at all? Do you think I should be out there? Or?
Well, if I watch it, I miss it.
Yeah.
If I don't watch it, then I'm doing other things that I hadn't done in so long. So I try to stay separated of basketball. But if I watch it, I critique it, and I get into it, and I get all anxious, and that's not a good thing to be doing for me right now. I'm trying to separate myself from the game of basketball and watch my kids and do other business stuff. And just, my life is taking on a big change, and I know that. And you know, the best way for me to accept it is to stay away from the game to some degree.
Got you. You've seen a lot of movies?
Yeah, I have,
you
actually.
Are, yeah.
You know, I'm a movie buff to some degree. I mean, I can't go in when the movies first come out because you guys are all there, so I can't go.
Exactly.
I gotta wait when you guys see it, and then I go a little later. My favorite as of late is Matrix. I love that movie.
Oh, yeah, you like that? I didn't see that one, no. That was...
But I heard you talking the other day. I watched the show. You were talking about the Fight Club. I was scared of that.
Did you see that movie?
No, I haven't, but I'm going to go see it.
Don't see it. What are you kidding me? No, you won't. I don't think you'll enjoy it.
You don't think?
It's a lot of punching and blood.
Oh, well.
It's a lot of blowing up things.
Yeah, well.
No, maybe the Matrix. All right, if you want to see it, you can see it. You're a big boy.
Sorry, but I look forward to it.
Now, you have a new cologne that's coming out this month in November. Jordan, the first one, unbelievably successful, yes?
Yeah, $230 million.
$230 million.
Does that surprise you?
That's unreal.
Actually.
I didn't know that's how much people spend on cologne in general, not just yours, you know?
It's a very lucrative business, but I think the thing that I like about it, the difference in this one and the last one is, this is more me.
Yeah.
The other one was more connected to what I was doing.
Right.
Although it had my name on it, people didn't associate me being involved with it.
Right.
Well, this, Jordan by Michael, means I'm there. I had some input. I had my hands on with the product itself, so I'm excited. And blue.
Is it only
so
for guys, or is it a unisex like CK1?
No, you can use it.
Can I?
Oh, my wife
all right,
uses it all the time.
See.
Go ahead, try it on.
You have to do this.
Oh, you smell so good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know you're supposed to walk in it? We had someone on, they told us you're supposed to spray and walk. Like that. I don't know. Have you heard that?
No, but I like it.
It gets in your eyes, you know? Yeah. I was reading in the newspaper about of something that you did recently for the hurricane kids down there. All the kids that survived the hurricane in one school. Tell them what you did, because it made me smile when I read it.
Actually, you know, I'm from North Carolina, and the most unfortunate thing, when I grew up, people, they always talked about hurricanes coming and whatever, and it was always just warnings. It never happened. Well, in the last 5 years, it's starting to come aboard land and, you know, really just make it worse. So I went down and surprised some of the kids at Pender High School, which is a small country school. They were big competitors of my high school, and they got notes to meet in this room. So all the kids were like really nervous. They thought they were in trouble.
Right.
And they thought it was the principal. And I walk in, and these kids' faces just lit up.
I'll
and
bet.
they were, I think their hearts were very relieved because none of them were going to get suspended. But I had a great day. They had some great comments and great questions. And, you know, my thing was just try to help them deal with devastations in their lives. You know? And I can associate that with, you know, the death of my father and how you overcome. You take a negative and turn it into a positive. That was my lesson to them is no one's immune to negative situations happening to them. But it's how you turn that around that makes you better people.
Right.
And that was our message to them.
And that's such an important one. I think
is.
kids get that from you, I think, through all the stuff that you do.
Well, thank you.
Really, you're a great role model for kids. You are, Michael. And it's lovely to have you here. Everybody in the audience is getting the cologne. How about that?
Good.
There you go. Here, smell me again. Nice, right? Nice. Driving you crazy.
You're driving crazy.
Michael Jordan, I will see you next week. We'll be right back right after this. Don't go away.
By the American College of Gastroenterology found that yogurt may help reduce or prevent antibiotic-associated diarrhea, the most common side effect of antibiotic treatment. The study also found that yogurt helped lessen the amount of bloating in antibiotic users. So, next time you're sick, turn those active yogurt cultures loose.
Buying prescription drugs online? What are the risks?
The story new on Monday, live at 5 in depth, and we're about to...
Important things about here. First, go like this. That's the first. Go like that. Second, third, fourth. I'm gonna hit the ball. That's great hitting. Important thing to being a good baseball player. Now you have to drop the no baseball trick. Sometimes you get dizzy. Hitting the bat. Sometimes if I hit you in the head.
This has been a presentation of Alexander on Sport.
Thank you. Thank you. So, I think this segment is going to be, since we're in Chicago, there's a fellow named Sammy So-So. So-So. See So-So. Sammy So-So. Who does he play for? That's what you think.
Nothing says baseball like Chicago's historic Wrigley Field. And these days, if you're talking about the Cubs, you're talking about the man himself, Sammy Sosa. So I arranged to give rabid Sosa fan 9-year-old Nathaniel Marshall the surprise of his life. He had no idea he was about to meet number 21 himself. He also had no idea he was about to get caught in the old Cosby hit and run. All right, now, Nathaniel, would you like to meet Sammy Sosa?
Yes.
How much money have you?
None.
Huh?
None.
You got no money at all. Send Sammy Sosa over here, please. So anyway, have you ever met him?
No.
Will this be the thrill of your life?
Yes.
Okay. Are you nervous?
Yes.
All right. Who do you see? Hey, Mr. Sosa, this is my, tell me your name.
Nathaniel, how are you?
And you got a ball. What do you think? All right. Mr. Sosa and I are going to go talk. I'm going to get a call. Pick this. Are you listening to me, son? Here. This is the phone. Answer the phone if it rings. All right. We'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Shake his hand again. Who is this? And who am I? All right. Come on. Now, Nathaniel thinks he just hit it out of the park, but he's about to discover what it's like to be in the big leagues.
Hello?
Yes, is Sammy there, please?
No.
Okay, who's this?
This is Nathaniel.
What's so funny? This is Ed Lynch, the general manager of the Cubs. Would you give him a message for me?
Okay.
Unfortunately, oh man, I don't know how to tell him this. He's been traded to the Milwaukee Brewers for Hideo Nomo.
What?
Yeah, the deal is just completed.
You gotta be kidding.
No. I think we're going to get 17 players to be named later. Will you tell him for me?
Okay.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey, big guy.
Sammy, guess what?
What?
Well, this guy who's the general manager of the Cubs, he called and he said that you got traded to the Milwaukee Brewers for Hideo Nomo and 7 other players that aren't named yet.
No, I can't believe it. And what did you say?
I said I'd give you the message.
You know, this is my town. I don't want to live here.
Okay.
I want to stay here. Okay, hello. What happened?
Well, the general manager called and he said Sammy was going to be traded to the Brewers because they
So
need
it was
pitching.
a joke, right?
I don't know. It was.
This is Mr. Cosby. Who was it? Somebody called down here. I told the young man to pick up the phone. I don't know if this is for real. Was it for real? But why would they tell a child this? Well, he doesn't seem to be upset about it. He's smiling.
You're Sammy Sosa.
Yeah, but Sammy...
Why'd they change you?
That's what you got to tell me. Mr. Sosa, he's explaining it to him now, but he's playing with his ball. He doesn't seem to care. What team is he going to?
The Milwaukee.
The Milwaukee Brewers. Now, is that a team you like?
No, last time I came here, they made a fool of Sammy.
They made a fool of Sammy?
Last time I came here.
What did they do?
Hideo kept on striking him out.
That's why they traded him? Okay, but Sammy's a great player, isn't he? All right, why don't you tell this young man that you were just fooling?
Hello?
Guess what?
What?
Sammy's staying in town.
Okay.
Tell Sammy he's still going to be on the Cubs.
Okay, hang up the phone. Now, you walk off with Mr. Sosa because you won't see. All right, thank you, Sam. No problem. Take care. Good luck. Thank you. Too low TNA.
Heart. Regis Philbin's quiz show continues. We have the latest $1 million results and the details on what's next for the contestants. She misses her brother John. Now we have new insight into one of the most private Kennedy's personal pain. It's our Entertainment Tonight cover story. She was there to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the library that honors her father. But it was her brother that Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg spoke about for the first time since his death.
A few people that I would like to salute. The first is my brother John, who brought his own sense of purpose, idealism, and fun to public service, which I hope that we can all continue.
We saw them grow up together, drawn closer by the shared experience of loss. Now she's feeling his loss with understandable difficulty, says the author of a new book about Jacqueline, Ethel, and Joan Kennedy.
She told one of our sources that Kennedys do cry. In fact, she said, I cry, and I cry all the time. And she doesn't want to forget his voice. She said that she doesn't want to forget some of the fights that they had and the way that they made up and the love that they shared for one another.
November will be tough for Caroline. It's the month in which her father was killed, and it will be the first time she will not be helping her brother celebrate his birthday. November 25th would have been his 39th. Just 2 days later, she turns 42.
From the very beginning, when they were children, Jackie made sure that they had joint birthday celebrations. In fact, very shortly after JFK was assassinated, they had a joint birthday party at the White House. So yes, they celebrated their birthdays customarily together, so that makes it even more difficult at this time for Caroline.
Caroline lives with husband Edwin Schlossberg and their 3 children here on New York's Park Avenue. They also have a home near the Hamptons on Long Island. That's where cameras caught her bicycling after her brother's plane disappeared.
They very rarely even go out. I mean, they are raising a family and are trying to do it in as private a way as possible.
Reported to be even more private than her mother, Tara Borelli says Caroline overruled her Uncle Ted's wishes to make John's funeral more open to the public. He said she had also opposed the famous auction of her family's belongings before going with her brother's wishes.
She still actually has in her possession stored away the dress that her mother wore in Dallas when her father was assassinated. That's how sentimental she is, and that's why it was so difficult for her to part with so many of Jackie's treasures.
Though she recently sold her brother's share in George magazine for $10 million, Tara Borelli claims that at first she didn't want him to start it and was very upset when he put Drew Barrymore on the cover as Marilyn Monroe.
Caroline was very adamant that she didn't want anything to do with it, and she didn't want to know anything about Marilyn Monroe. John Jr. couldn't get enough, and he would read all the books about Marilyn Monroe, and he read all about JFK and Marilyn, and this was something that they definitely disagreed about.
Over the years, they learned to disagree. Now the chance to disagree just once more would be a sister's joy.
Carolyn told one of our sources that she felt that the love that she shared with John was so strong that even death would not put an end to their relationship. And she says that she feels John's presence every day in her life in some way.
J. Randy Tara Borelli's Jackie Ethel Joan comes out in February. Tomorrow, we have a very special interview with Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor and his brave battle with multiple sclerosis. His body may be weak, but his fighting spirit remains strong. What is the most important thing you do every day?
Get up in the morning and pray.
You get up in the morning and pray?
Yes, ma'am.
The emotional interview done just days ago and the latest on Richard's condition. That's tomorrow. Which bodybuilding actor has been a guest on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? Is it Arnold Schwarzenegger, Lou Ferrigno, or Sylvester Stallone? Your answer is next in the E.T. Birthdays.
Closed captioning provided by... No one watches your bottom line like Office Max. Oh, Office Max. We go to the max for you.
Tonight, Just Shoot Me has another supermodel.
Cool.
Yeah, a male model. Out to steal Adrian. What'll he look like? You'll just have to watch. Then Third Rock's 100th episode. The aliens discover murder. Don't panic. On Will and Grace, Debbie Reynolds is back as Grace's mom. And Jack's phony marriage to Rosario heats up.
You had me at Ola.
Then another all-new Just Shoot Me. All new, all night, NBC tonight. Chili's Ranch Hand Filet. Slow grilled over an open flame for a real outdoor flavor. And placed on awesome blossom strings. Only at Chili's.
Almost overnight, it became part of the landscape and changed everything. It made trips seem less like work, errands easier, the cottage closer. It was so comfortable it was like we never left home. And like home, there's still no place like it. Dodge Caravan. The most innovative, most imitated, most trusted, best-selling minivan ever. Starting at $18,025.
With 24-Hour Banker Online, you can use the internet to check balances, transfer funds, even pay bills online, all from your personal computer anytime you want, saving you precious time. What you do with the time you save is up to you. 24-Hour Banker Online from First National Bank of Omaha. Sign up now for online banking and bill pay at fnbomaha.com.
Only one motion picture has been rousing, uplifting, and stirring critics all across America. Al Pacino, Russell Crowe in the best film of the year, The Insider, a Michael Mann film, rated R, now playing.
Tired of being a do-it-yourselfer? Then try Chili's Sirloin Stack. We put it together for you with a tender seasoned sirloin, grilled onions, and peppers. It's a bold new combination. Chili's Sirloin Stack. Let's eat.
If it's live, local, late-breaking, it happens on 6. The Channel 6 News.
Swim, Ike, go. Tiger Balm works fast, powerful relief from pain. Tiger Balm works where it hurts.
Got a cold? Try the #1 pharmacist recommended cold treatment of its kind, Coldies. In 4...
The walls are littered with the corpses of millions. Within an hour, most of the 500 million sperm that set off are dead. Yet the woman's body can help, as well as hinder, the sperm's progress. It's possible that the contractions of her orgasm help to draw sperm into her uterus. Or even at the junction between the vagina and the uterus, her cervix is dipped time and time again into a pool of waiting sperm. It's also likely that in the hours after sex, the uterus itself contracts, helping to carry the sperm on their way. Even so, the sperm have been all but annihilated. Only a few thousand will complete the journey across her uterus and into her fallopian tubes. Then, minutes, hours, or even days after they started out, the sperm that have struggled so far will find what they set out for. Deep in the folds of the fallopian tube, here magnified 1,000 times, an egg. As they get near, the sperm are lured towards their goal by a chemical signal sent out from the egg. Each sperm carries in its head all the genetic information the man will contribute. This now needs to meet with the mother's genetic information waiting inside the egg. Suddenly, one of the sperm, which has been burrowing into the wall of the egg, breaks right through. Inside the egg, the genetic information is gathered in 2 tiny balls. Details from Philippa are in one, and from Jeff in the other. In a moment, the information will fuse together. The instant that happens, the unique inherited characteristics of a new life will be fixed. All the information from Philippa and Jeff is now there to determine whether their baby will be a boy or a girl, tall or short, have blue eyes or brown, even whether it's predisposed to heart disease or certain kinds of cancer. But as yet, the baby itself does not exist. In fact, the chances of the fertilized egg surviving are far from certain. Some will do nothing, but just over half will do this. It makes a copy of itself and divides, again and again.
Customer. Aeration is a must both spring and fall, so call Robert's Lawn Care at 551-3654 today. For lawn care, call the name that people trust. Robert's Lawn Care.
How's it heating over there?
Today. For lawn care, call the name that people trust. Robert's Lawn Care. Residential and commercial customers. Aeration is a must both spring and fall, so call Robert's Lawn Care at 551-3654 today. For lawn care, call the name that people trust. Robert's Lawn Care. aeration to both residential and commercial customers. Aeration is a must both spring and fall, so call Roberts Lawn Care at 551-3654 today. For lawn care, call the name that people trust, Roberts Lawn Care.
What we do is discount Toyotas.
Toyota Corollas, Echoes, Celicas, and RAV4s are always discounted at Old Mill Toyota. Toyota Tacomas, Tundras, and 4Runners are discounted at Old Mill Toyota every day. Toyota